Shadows flicker across our bedroom walls as your phone glows with his name. Rage coils in my gut, daring me to tear this house apart. Thunder cracks outside, but it's my heart that feels ripped open. Never believed I'd watch my wife treat marriage as some bargaining chip. Standing by the doorway, teeth clenched, I sense a cruel ultimatum forming. She claims no real betrayal, only a weekend deal. Yet my fury screams, "No man buys what's mine." Lightning flashes, revealing her trembling silhouette. Half of me wants to beg, half demands revenge. Her sobs echo, fueling my resolve. Tonight, a ruthless storm begins and nobody leaves unscathed. There I sat, the envelope going round and round in my fingers, my face taut, the grimace deeply etched. The powerful urge to open it was negated by fear. Once I prized open that letter, it was all over. If it contained what I feared, then my life as I knew it was gone. Everything I valued would vanish. There was no coming back. I dropped it, slid it unopened to the side as I tried to focus on work. It was like a magnet, my eyes drawn to it, my mind spinning in uncontrolled descent. Hesitantly, I picked it up again, spun it. Did I need to know? I toyed with it, turning it over and over. A cold shiver running down my spine as I picked up my letter opener. I slipped under the flap and sliced it from end to end. Open, I stared at it, the goosebumps spreading but couldn't pull out the report. I threw it down on my desk. Pacing idly around the room, I opened the window, sucked in a deep, fortifying breath. I had to know. I just had to. Returning to my desk, it sat there staring at me, taunting me, until I couldn't wait any longer. I ripped out the report and read what I feared more than death. There it was in black and white. My head fell into my hands, and I'm not too proud to say I cried. I swallowed back the breakfast that was foaming in my throat, trying to explode all over my desk. I swallowed and swallowed. I had to leave. Making excuses about not feeling well, I went for a walk. I stretched out my legs as I walked purposefully up and down the roads around the office. It was late when I decided there was no hiding from this. I needed to know why. I went back to the office, picked up the report, and headed for home. The bus ride was terrible. As always, the bus was full and the hubbub was loud as everybody talked and gossiped. I sat frozen in my seat, anger building, bubbling away, waiting to explode. I walked in the front door and Lucy was nursing Luca. She looked up with a warm, smiling face and walked towards me, rocking the baby in her arms. She was almost upon me when she must have seen something in my eyes. "Fetu, are you all right? You look terrible." I had gone over this 1,000 times on the ride home. I had my speech all planned out, but in the end, all I could say was, "Just tell me why, Lucy. Tell me why." She frowned, confusion written all across her face. "What are you talking about?" "Sione, why did you have sex with Sione?" She stumbled, staggered back, and I watched as she caught herself. "WWW, what are you talking about, Fetu? Why would you say that?" "Because I'm not Luca's father. The DNA test confirmed the father is a relative, so unless you slept with my father, it is Sione who is his father." She staggered back, tears welling up in her eyes. "Why are you saying these horrible things? You are Luca's father." I pulled out the DNA report and threw it at her. "Read it for yourself, Lucy. All I want to know is why." She dropped her eyes and turned away, walking up to the bedroom. I heard the door slam. Apparently, our discussion was over. The food was still cooking on the stove. The potatoes were about to boil over, so I turned all the elements off. I grabbed a beer from the fridge and moved out to the patio, where the last of the evening sun still shone dimly as it set in the western sky. Putting my feet up on the big old chair, I tried to calm my racing heart. My blood pressure was already off the recordable scale. My first beer led to a second and then a third. The sun was gone, and the cool, sultry, humid night settled. There wasn't even a gentle breeze to help cool off. It must have been nearly 9 before Lucy wandered out. She looked terrible, and she had obviously been crying the whole time. She walked out and sat on the swing chair facing me, wiping her tears away, and sniffled, "I'm sorry, Fetu. I didn't do it to cause pain. I was trying to help." I choked on my mouthful of beer as her words bit home. "Help!" I screamed. How in God's name was having sex with my brother going to help? "Fetu, I didn't do it to have sex. I did it to have a baby. Things have been so tense between us. We were fighting and bickering all the time, and all because we couldn't conceive. I know how much you wanted the baby. I just thought if we had a baby, it would make everything all right. Since Luca was born, it has been so pleasant. No fighting and seeing you and little Luca together, him cuddled in your arms, it all seemed right. I shook my head in disbelief. The way she twisted everything annoyed me. I never wanted the damn baby. That was all you're doing. I went along with it because it's what you wanted. I was happy enough waiting to let nature take its course. I never cared about the baby. I realized I was screaming that loudly the neighbors would probably hear, but I didn't care. I was past caring. She winced as my words washed over her. Fetu, that's not true. It was all we talked about. We planned our life around conceiving and making our family complete. No! I hissed caustically. You planned it, not me. You never even asked me before you stopped taking the contraceptive pill. That was all you. Once I was tested, it was you who drove everything towards conception. I was nothing but an unwitting passenger. My screaming woke Luca, and Lucy rushed inside to pick him up and nurse him. She wandered back with him in her arms, rocking him to and fro. Could you please give him a cuddle while I get his wind medicine? Shaking my head, I snarled. No, he's not mine. Call Sione and see whether he can do it for you. Again, my voice screeched and Luca reacted badly, screaming himself into a frantic tantrum. Lucy looked shocked. Please, Fetu, I need your help, and can we talk quietly? I shook my head as she held Luca out to me pleadingly. Fetu, he is our child. You love him, you know you do, and he loves you. Please, just cuddle him so we can get him to sleep. No, Lucy, you wanted him. You've got him. You deal with it. She turned, her body shuddering as she broke into tears, rushing back to the bedroom with both of them in tears. After the fourth beer, I felt a little groggy and decided to sleep on the sofa. Grabbing a blanket, I curled up on the sofa, hoping that sleep would carry away the pain. I don't know what time it was when Lucy came out and lay down beside me. I woke to find her under the blanket, her hands running softly over my face, through my hair. Fetu, what can I do to make things right? I want to take away the pain. There's nothing you can do, Lucy. You betrayed me. You had sex with my brother. You know damned well how much I hate Sione. We haven't got on for years, and you did that. You couldn't have picked a worse person if you tried. You have destroyed our family. We can make things right, honey. Please, just take a deep breath and we can get past this. I'm sorry I didn't think things through. At the time, it seemed like the right thing to do, but now I see how wrong it was. When I didn't respond, she whispered, We can't change it, Fetu. We are in this together. I can see it hurts, but we can get past it. We both love Luca. We can make it work because we have to. We are a family. The funny thing is, in Samoan culture, family is the most important thing. It is family above everything, and the Croatian culture is very similar. Croats, from what I had witnessed since joining her family, seemed even more family-oriented, although they were much stricter. Divorce is not something that happens in Samoan culture, not the old culture anyway. She lay beside me and whispered wetly in my ear, We could make love. Start again. Her hand settled between my legs, caressing my penis, stroking lightly, up and down. Her hand moved lower and gently cradled my balls, squeezing them lightly before moving back to my dick. Even with the anger flowing through my body, I felt a little twitch. I grabbed her hand, lifting it off my crotch. There is no us, Lucy, not anymore. All I feel is pain and betrayal. We are no longer a family. I will move out in the morning, find somewhere else to live. She sat bolt upright. You don't mean that. You are just angry. Please, Fetu, just let the anger go. We can get past this if you just open your heart. I will do anything to make it better. I sniggered. Some things can't be undone. Like a crystal bowl, you drop it and it shatters into a million pieces. Even if you could gather all the pieces and glue it back together, the cracks would still be there forever. She sat staring down at me, her eyes pleading, her hands stroking my cheek. I'm sorry, my love. I have hurt you, but we have to put it behind us. We have to find a way to make it work. Cynically, I chuckled. No, we don't, Luce. What's done is done, and it can't be undone. You wanted this baby so much you were prepared to break the foundations of our marriage. Trust, respect, they're all gone. In tears, She stood up and wandered back to the master bedroom, her body racked with sobs. I couldn't sleep. It was impossible to find any peace. My mind spun crazily thinking, considering what to do. I got up early, exhausted, but I decided to go to work. I walked into the master bedroom to collect some clothes. Lucy and Luca were cuddled up in the bed, sound asleep. She, like me, had struggled to sleep. I heard her sobbing through the night. Sleep obviously overwhelmed her, and now she didn't even budge. I was at work when my mobile went. It was Lucy. "Why didn't you wake me? I would have got you breakfast like I always do." "Because I need to start learning to look after myself. I will be living alone for a while, at least until I find a new partner." The phone erupted in my hand as she yelled, "You are not leaving. We are a family. We are meant to be together." That was the gist of the conversation, but it was littered with obscenities as she vented. I waited until she calmed down and we were both listening, waiting. I mumbled, "I won't be home tonight, so don't wait up." I disconnected the call and turned my phone off. That didn't help because she called the office, which only incensed me more. Again, I hung up and walked out, asking Sylvia, our receptionist, not to patch through any calls from her. Sylvia looked confused, and I had to explain we were having a few issues and were in the middle of a fight. She smiled, nodding. "Okay, boss." I got some peace and tried to focus on work. My mind cleared and resolve built quickly. I wasn't going back home. Lucy and I were done and dusted. I was, however, going to need somewhere to stay. At lunch, I picked up the Herald newspaper and headed straight for the Tullett Classifieds. I quickly found a woman who was renting out a room. I was about to become a lodger. I paid 2 weeks in advance. 2 weeks should be enough to find something permanent. Back at the office, I turned my phone back on and it blew up. There were literally hundreds of messages, not only from Lucy, but Mom and Dad, Lucy's dad. I was swamped. I decided to just turn it back off. I needed to focus on work. That night, as I laid in my little single bed at the lodgings, I opened my phone. The first thing was to call Mum. It was with great reluctance that I pressed dial. I didn't know how much Lucy had told them, and I was not looking forward to this at all. "Hello, Mum. You left a message?" I heard her sigh. "Thank God. What is all this rubbish about you walking out on Lucy and Luca? Son, you have responsibilities now. You are a father with a baby boy. You can't just walk away." My mother was the center of our family hub. She was the core, and I had never in my life spoken back to her. It was with trepidation that I muttered, "I can do what I like, Mom. I have decided to leave. Lucy and I will be getting a divorce." "Like hell you will," she screamed. "I don't know what has come over you, boy, but you are not bringing our family into disrepute. You need to go home right now and talk to your wife. She needs you. You have a son now, and he also needs you. Stop all this silly talk and go home. Follow Allo, son. Follow Allo. Family is everything." "Mom, you're not listening. I said our marriage is over. There is no family." "Oh, my Lord. You children today, you're as bad as Sione. You think just because you have a little fight you can walk away. Life and family is not like that. You have responsibilities." "Forget it, Mom. We are finished." I hung up as I heard her and Dad talking. She was about to get him to start on me, so hanging up was my only option. The next day at work, I got inundated by calls from some of the cuzzies who lived in Auckland. Mom had apparently sent them to talk to me. They walked into the building and barged straight into my office to hold a meeting. They brought one of the elders from the church to try and talk to me. When my boss saw the huge gathering, he walked into the middle of the growing mass. "Are you all right, Fetu?" He glanced around the group. "Should I ring the police?" I could see my uncle about to say something, so I interjected. "No need for the police. They were just leaving," I snapped. I stood quickly and herded them unceremoniously out onto the street. "Are you trying to get me fired, Uncle?" He reached out and pulled me into his arms. "We are here for you. Your mom and dad are on a plane already. We are going to have a gathering at my place tonight. You need to come." I shook my head. "I won't be there. Tell Mom and Dad they wasted their time. Now please go. I'm going to be in enough trouble already." They left reluctantly, after many hugs. Back inside, my boss tackled me. He wanted to know what the hell was going on. I outlined briefly that I was having difficulties in my marriage and that the family was trying to intervene. He listened carefully, but was quick to point out what happened today could not happen again. He left me feeling uneasy. I knew if I didn't see my parents that night, they would turn up the next day. After work, I got a bite to eat at a sushi place as I pondered what to do. I definitely didn't want to do the full council thing, so I sent Mom a message. "Meet me at our place tonight if you want to talk." She replied straight away, "We are already here and we are waiting." I jumped on the bus and headed for home. There were no strange cars in the driveway, so it looked like it was just going to be us, no tribal council or church elders. I swung open the door and saw them all sitting in the living room. Lucy gave me a pleading glance as I walked in. Mum bounced Luca on her knee. Dad walked up to me and pulled me into a big hug. There was no fighting Dad. He was immovable. As he let go, I said, "Hi, thanks for coming." Lucy jumped up to hug me, but I stuck out my hand, pushing her in the chest and shaking my head. "No, Luce, you gave up that right." Mum scolded me. "Stop it, Fatu. Behave like a man. She is your wife and has privileges." "Not anymore, she doesn't. I told you, Mum, we are finished." Dad wrapped his arm around my shoulder. "Son, I don't know what has happened, but family is important. Mistakes can be forgiven. What is important is we stick together through thick and thin, good times, bad times, but family always comes first." Mum asked, "Why are you behaving like this anyway? Why have you abandoned your wife and child?" "Because our marriage is over. End of story. If I wanted to talk about this, I would have called you. This is none of your business." I felt my father's arm squeeze me tight. "Everything that happens in this family is our business. You are our son." "Yeah, well, this is between Lucy and me, so butt out." God, where did that come from? I had never questioned or yelled at my father. "You are not too big for me to deal you a very strong beating, Fatu. Do not talk to your mother that way. You must respect your elders." Mom interrupted. "If you had kept going to church, this wouldn't have happened. Now sit down and tell us what happened." I snapped back caustically. "You better ask Lucy because I'm not talking about it." They both turned to Lucy and she burst into tears. Mum cuddled her as they sat side by side. There, child, breathe. Tell us what happened so we can put it right." Something about her tone told me she already knew. I saw it in her eyes. The wily old fox knew. "Stop all the bullshit, Mum. We all know what happened." She glared at me angrily. "All right, if that's the way you want to play." She kissed Luca before snapping, "Fatu, she made a mistake. She wanted a family. She did the wrong thing. She admits it was a mistake, but this cannot be undone. It happened. Forgiveness is going to be the most important part of fixing this problem." She held Luca up as he giggled and cooed. "This child comes from our blood. He is part of our family, and he is your son. You need to act like a man, not a petulant child." "Not now, not ever. Sorry, Mum, but some things cannot be forgiven. Oh, and by the way, tell Sione I am coming for him as well. Our next meeting will be our last." Dad pushed me away. "Son, Sione did a bad thing, just like Lucy. But if you think about it properly, you now have the child you always wanted. You have a family now. If you look upon it as a gift rather than something bad, you will find a way forward." I laughed. "There is a way forward for me, and it is divorce. At this point, it is just Lucy and me. But if you keep pushing, it will be the end for us, as well." He gripped me with both hands, his strong fingers digging into my shoulders, stared into my eyes and shook me violently. "There will be no divorce. We will not be dishonored. You will not bring disgrace upon our household. Stand up and be a man. Look at your beautiful son and thank God for what you have." We were at a deadlock. Lucy, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. "Fatu, I said sorry, I apologized, and I promised to do anything in my power to make you happy. I will spend the rest of my days paying for my sins, but I will never again do anything to hurt you. I made a mistake. Please, I am begging you for all our sakes. Forgive me. Let us start again." With a snarl, I snapped, "You want to start again? Okay, I'm prepared to consider that. There is only one prerequisite." She sighed deeply, the fear clearly visible. "What is that?" "You give Luca to Safina and Sione so he can live with his father." Shocked, she screamed, "What? I am not giving up Luca. You are his father. How can you say that?" "I am not his father. Never was and never will be. My name is going to be expunged from his birth certificate. If Sione isn't man enough to step up, then he will go down as father unknown. My requirements are if you want to try again, we start from scratch. I could see Mom and Dad mulling over my demands. This wasn't a bad outcome for them. They would get to keep Luca in the family. Lucy, on the other hand, looked pale. She was clever enough to know she was losing her support. My parents were contemplating. After a dark, silent minute, she spluttered, "I am not giving up Luca. Never." I shrugged. "So be it then. I will see a solicitor as soon as possible." I pushed Dad's hands off my shoulder. "I'm leaving, and for God's sake, stay away from work. Uncle just about got me fired today. My boss doesn't understand Samoan culture, and he will not tolerate goings-on like today." I walked up to the bedroom and, pulling down 2 suitcases, started to pack. I was halfway through packing when Lucy walked in. "Mom and Dad have taken Luca to Uncle's place so we can talk." She walked up to me and slipped her arms around my waist. "Fetu, please, can we try to fix this? I know it must be painful for you. I know I hurt you, but I love you and I know you love me. I know it and feel it in my heart." I nodded as her lips closed on mine, her head tilted, closing in for a kiss. "Fetu, let me make it up to you. I promise myself to you forevermore." Pushing my hands down, I pushed her away. "You used words like that at our wedding ceremony. They obviously meant nothing then, so they mean nothing now." She stood, her eyes full of tears. I still had questions. "When did you do it?" She grimaced. "When Safina and I went to do the shopping, she dropped me at their place and went to finish on her own. Sione was there." Confused, I grumbled, "So Safina knew as well? She was in on it?" She nodded. "It was her idea. She knew how desperate we were for a baby." "Luce, this is where you are wrong. We weren't desperate for a baby, you were. It was all about you. The getting tested, the mad rush to conceive, the horrible fucking diet, the not having sex for a month, waiting for your fertile time. None of that was my choosing." She suddenly looked terrified. "Yes, it was. You went and got tested. You never complained about the diet. I never complained because I could see the urgency in you. I loved you. I was doing it for you. I was prepared to wait, let nature take its course." "But you were so eager." She sighed. "There was all the fighting, the despondency every month when it never happened." Her eyes glared up at me. "Month after month I saw the pain in your eyes. You wanted a family. You wanted to be a dad. I know you did." "Yes, I did. But I wanted it to be ours, and if it didn't happen, then we could adopt." "No," she screeched. "I saw it. You wanted it as much as me. This is ridiculous, Luce. If you thought what you did was an option that I would accept, why didn't you talk to me?" "Because I knew you would never know. Sione is your brother, the same blood. You were never supposed to know. Safina and Sione both swore to me they would take the secret to their grave." "So you knew I would never accept it, but did it anyway?" "Fetu, I did it for us, for our family." "You did it for yourself. Stop trying to make yourself into a martyr." As the silent gloom embraced us, I asked, "Was it good?" "What?" she spluttered. "What did you say?" "The sex? Was it good? Did you enjoy it?" "I'm not discussing this, Fetu. Talking. This was your idea. You want to talk, then tell me. Did you kiss or did he just stick it in and fuck you?" "Fetu, please. I'm not talking about this." Grabbing her shoulders, I shook her violently. "Was there kissing?" "Yes," she cried, the sobs racking her body. "Did he caress you first? Make sure you were wet? Ready?" "Fetu." I shook her again. "Yes, we caressed. Yes, there was kissing. Did you look into his eyes when he came inside you? Were your legs around him? Did you orgasm?" "Fetu, I'm not talking about this. It's not important." "Maybe not to you, but to me it is everything. Did you enjoy it? Was it pleasurable?" With the tears flowing down her flushed cheeks, she snarled viciously, "I said I'm not talking about it. It meant nothing. It was just sex. All I wanted was his sperm, nothing else." "Then why didn't he just masturbate and you squirted inside?" Now she looked really confused. I snapped back. "It's what lesbians do when they want a baby. They get a thing that looks like a turkey baster, insert it, and squirt the sperm inside them. No need for sex." "I didn't even know it was possible," she sighed. "Yeah, right. You spent like 20 hours a week researching everything about conception. That stupid diet. The restrictions on our sex life to 3 times a month. The best positions to use didn't matter that I didn't like them. All of that research, and you didn't know? Sorry, but I cry bullshit to that one. Fetu, I didn't look into that stuff. So, this was Safina's idea? She dropped her head into her hands. Yes, she saw how desperate we were. As the words came out, she said, Sorry how desperate I was. You clearly had no desire at all. What did she say? I have a solution. Let Sione fuck you. Her face broke into an angry scowl. There's no need for the nasty language. She just said she had an idea, then laid it out for me. When she said Sione would happily fuck you, what did you say? At first I said no, but then he called me. We talked and he allayed my fears. He said you would eventually be grateful. When I thought about it, I could see the sense. We couldn't afford IVF. We barely get by as it is. Stop trying to make it sound like you were doing the right thing. What you did signed the death warrant on our marriage. Lucy, you know how much I hate Sione. She sighed, her bottom lip white where she bit down. You don't hate him. Yes, you fought all the time, but all brothers do that. Mine are always fighting over who is strongest, fastest, the smartest. It's what brothers do. No, Luce, this goes much deeper. I hate him, and you know it. How many times did I ask you to stay away from him? Hundreds, that's how many. I could see he wanted you. He has always been like that. Whatever I had, he wanted. Fetu, he is your brother. You love him. He is family. No. The moment he climbed between your legs, any connection we ever had was gone. I'm sorry, Luce. You committed the worst crime you could ever think of. What about our family? She sobbed. That did make me ask, how deep did this betrayal go? What about Mom and Dad? Were they in on it as well? No. God, no. They were never supposed to find out. I don't know how they did. I didn't tell them. Frustration boiled over, and I barked angrily. Why, for God's sake? Why couldn't you just wait? The doctor said it was possible. We just had to be patient. She dropped to her knees in front of me. I'm sorry. I let my desperation take hold. There was so much pressure from your parents. My parents. It seemed like all we ever talked about. And the fighting between you and me. The constant bickering, the coldness. I just wanted my husband back. Yeah, well, you certainly went the wrong way about it. She sobbed. I know, I panicked. I made a mistake. Please, can you forgive me? I did the wrong thing for the right reason. No. Had it been somebody else, maybe I could possibly try, but... Sione. No, you couldn't have picked a worse person if you tried. You not only destroyed our marriage, but our family as well. As I walked out to the living room, I said, I'm not fooling around, Lucy. I want a divorce. Please don't make it more difficult than it really has to be. We are both young, and we can start again. She said nothing as I walked outside to ring a taxi. I could have taken the car. I paid for it, but I realized they would need it more than me. If the meeting with my parents was bad, then the one with her parents, well, her father and brothers who waited for me in the car park at work, was worse. They didn't come to talk to me. They came to deliver a beating. It was only the security doing a sweep past who caught them before too much blood was spilt. They saved my arse. As they drove off, there were screams of, "We will get you, arsehole. Nobody shames our sister, our family." When Lucy found out what happened, she was so shocked she fessed up to her folks. She knew what was coming, which is why she was reluctant to tell them. Croatian culture, in many ways, is stricter than Samoan culture. Their religious beliefs are so deep that divorce was unthinkable, and infidelity was an absolute no-no. Their reaction shocked me. I was completely blindsided by it. I expected them to support her, take her under their wing, and help. No, their actions were sharp and swift. No discussions, no lectures. They disowned her, cut her out of their lives just like that. It made me reconsider my actions. She was now alone. Even her friends seemed to distance themselves. Yeah, she had a core of close friends, but they were single, worked, had careers. I felt sorry for her, but the wounds were so deep and so raw. I couldn't forgive. My whanau all collected around me. The church, the minister tried to convince me forgiveness was the way forward. If anything, the continued barrage of advice and the constant push for family, well, it drove a big wedge between us and made me more resolute. I did some research and filed for divorce online, filled out the paperwork and registered it with the court. The rest was the difficult bit. The house. What to do with it? Her parents had gifted us the deposit, and if we defaulted, they would lose their investment as well. It was tumultuous. Lucy was fierce. She fought tooth and nail. I kept pushing her away. I canceled all the credit cards. When Lucy found out, she flipped. More tears. I changed the car into her name. She flipped. As I eased away, she realized it was really happening. I think the final realization was when I cleaned out the rest of my personal belongings. That was a hard day, because it was by then apparent. We were over. She cried, tried to talk me around, got my parents on the phone. I wasn't budging. I was done. I tried to help. We decided the only fair thing to do about the house was sell it. At least that way we could give her family back the money they loaned us. The house sold quickly. Lucy moved in with one of her friends. We had made a little money on the sale of the house, which I left for her. She was going to need it. That was pretty much it. She vanished from my life. She stopped calling or messaging. She vanished. None of her friends would tell me anything. In their eyes, I was the bad guy, fair enough. They were entitled to their opinion. My battle wasn't over completely. About 3 months after the split, I was contacted by Wins. The one thing I had forgotten to do was remove my name from Luca's birth certificate. Lucy had apparently applied for a solo mother's benefit. Wins wanted their ounce of flesh and tried to put a lien on my salary to pay child support. It was a battle, but with the help of the DNA report and a statement from Lucy, my name was removed as the child's father. Fast forward a year, and I had managed to move on a little. The pain still hurt, late at night when I lay staring at the ceiling, wondering what if. I found a small flat close to work so I could walk to work. I tried to kickstart my social life by playing social, seven-a-side soccer. I even tried a mixed indoor netball team. I didn't really want to go to pubs and clubs. That was never my scene. I guess everybody goes through the internal questioning, the doubts. Should I have tried harder? Should I have forgiven her? They were painful questions. Even after a year, I missed her like crazy. She was my first love and I thought my last love. I planned to live our lives together and now I was alone again. Now it was worse because I had little contact with my family. They considered me the bad guy as well. When they saw I wasn't going to bow to their pressure, they went cold on me. That hurt as well. As much as Mum annoyed me, I loved her. I missed her moaning and complaining. I missed her telling me what to do. I missed her complaining that I didn't go to church. Fuck church. If there was a God, I wouldn't feel this pain. 18 months or so after the separation, I got call out of the blue. It was Dad. Son, your mother has been rushed to hospital. It's serious and we think it's best if you come home. She wants to see you. It wasn't a request. It was a royal command and there was no escaping it. Not that I wasn't going to go. We might have been fighting, but she was still my mother. I jumped on the first available flight and headed home. It gave me time to ruminate. I wasn't sure what to expect. I didn't know if Sione was going to be there. Would he be that stupid? I hoped not. I flew into Wellington about 9:30 at night, and it was even later when I knocked on the door at home. Dad opened the door, and I could see the pain and tension on his face. He welcomed me in with one of his mammoth hugs, but there was no strength, no power. As I walked in, I felt a little urchin jump onto my leg, little hands wrapped around, holding on tightly. When I glanced down, it was Luca, older but still recognizable. I stared around the room, and Lucy was standing by the door to the kitchen. "Hello, Feitu. I think Luca wants a cuddle." There was a hint of a smile tugging at her mouth. "What are you doing here?" I snapped. Before she could answer, Dad interrupted. "She lives here with us. She is part of our family. We respect our values, and we don't cast aside family because they made a mistake." He glared at me angrily. "Your son wants a cuddle." I unwrapped Luca's arms from my leg as I struggled in. "Where's Mom?" I asked. He sighed resignedly. I'm not sure what he expected from me, but my rejection of Luca obviously hurt him. She's still in hospital. They are doing some tests. His eyes filled with tears as he added, "She is not well, Feitu." I realized that with Lucy and Luca staying there, I couldn't. I got out my phone and did a quick search for a hotel nearby. I found one and was ringing them when Dad snatched the phone from my hand. "What do you think you're doing?" "Dad, it's obvious. You don't have room here. I'll find a motel or something." "You will do no such thing. You will stay here. This is your home." "Where? There aren't enough bedrooms." He sucked in a deep breath. "We converted the shed into a flat." Lucy and Luca live out there. You can have your old room. Wow, she must have been there for a while. I could see the demonation in his face. I nodded and said softly, "Thanks, Dad." I carried my bags up to my room. As I unpacked, Lucy walked in behind me. She smelt so sexy. She looked good, still trim and fit. She looked different, though. I guess you can't afford to go to the salon as often when you're on the benefit. "How have you been, Fetu?" she asked. I shrugged. "I'm doing okay. Work is busy. I got a promotion, but that brings extra responsibilities." She nodded. "Where are you living?" From there, the conversation drifted into banal day-to-day stuff, things that acquaintances say. "Why are you living here?" I asked accusingly. She shrugged. "I had no choice. My family pretty much disowned me, and I couldn't afford Auckland prices once the house sold. Your parents offered for Luca and me to live here with them." I laughed. "Oh yeah, that must be fun." A little smile tugged at her mouth. "It has its moments, but they have been great. They borrowed money to convert the shed into a flat so we could have at least a little privacy. Honestly, I don't know where we would be if it wasn't for them." I nodded. "Glad it worked out. Are you back at work yet?" Shaking her head, she mumbled almost ashamedly, "No, not yet. I hope to stick it out for another few months so Luca and I can bond properly. If your mum's okay, then she is going to look after him while I work." "So what's wrong with her?" She flopped down on my old bed, her face filled with concern. "She had a heart attack. They think they can do a bypass, and if they can, she should be okay. But she's such a big woman that they are afraid to put her under for the op." Just then, Luca came charging in and jumped into his mother's arms. He gave me a questioning look and held out his arms for a hug. Lucy laughed. "He isn't shy, he loves cuddles." It was awkward as the little boy held out his arms. In the end, Lucy pulled him into a hug and kissed him. "Fetu, you might be hurting, but if that had been one of your nephews, you would have cuddled him. Don't blame him or treat him differently." She walked out her head high, and I lay back on the bed feeling guilty. She was right. It wasn't his fault. Being here at home, all the old memories came flooding back. I had a great childhood. Okay, we didn't have a lot of money, but there was lots of love. And family. This house was filled with love. Sometimes there would be 6 kids sleeping in this room, which I shared with Sione. My parents were pillars of the Samoan community. They were both elders in the church. Everybody loved them. They helped settle new families into the area. There was always kai on the table and beds for them. Sione, who was 3 years older than me, was big guy, tall and strong. Me, I was the runt, the exact opposite of him. When we were young, he was my idol. I loved him. He looked after me through the early years at school, made sure I was safe, always walked me home. He was my hero. That changed at high school. He changed. He was already a fledgling superstar on the rugby field. Rugby was like a religion in our house. My father had played when he was younger. All my uncles and cousins played. Samoans, maybe because of our warrior heritage, loved the physicality of the game. The hard hits, the stinging tackles. We never shied away from the hard bits. I was never really into it. It wasn't that I was scared, I just never really fitted in. I played half-back because of my size. Sione, with his tall, strong build, played as a lock or blindside flanker. He was the star. He had been targeted at an early age. He played in all of the age group representative sides. They were grooming him to become a lion. The Wellington rep team, let me tell you, that was a big deal in little old New Zealand. I still remember the look of horror on my father's face the day I came home and said, "I signed up for the school soccer team." He nearly died. I was actually pretty good, but it was never spoken of. When I was selected for the school first 11, it didn't rate a mention. When I made the Wellington under-16 side, I got a well done. It didn't mean they came down to the park and watched me play. Nope, they were too busy fundraising for Sione's rugby team, or watching him. I was the black sheep of the family. My dad was a diesel mechanic with the railways. That was a big thing in our community. Dad had aspirations that I would follow in his footsteps, but it didn't interest me. I liked numbers, and I was good with them. I was in the top 10% in mathematics. When I told the family I wanted to go to university, the table went quiet. Where on God's earth do you think we would get the money? Do what Sione did. Get an apprenticeship. Sione, he was the athlete because he was being groomed to play for the Lions. They organized the apprenticeship. He didn't earn it by getting good grades. He earned it on the rugby field. It pissed me off that my future was being decided by Sione. He was the golden boy, and I just had to follow in his shadow. That battle lasted for months. My parents were adamant. They couldn't afford it. Luckily, the school guidance counselor saw my ability and was pushing equally as hard. He had a meeting with my parents and explained. There were scholarships and student loans. With my grades, I could easily qualify for a scholarship. He went as far as to find out through the Samoan community there were some special grants for academically gifted students. That was my saving grace. Once they became involved and my parents heard the word gifted, it was a sealed deal. Although it did get hard when I informed them I had chosen Auckland University. Why, Fetu? What is wrong with Victoria? Mom, I want to do this on my own. I need to prove to myself I can do it. I can't live here at home forever. The look on Dad's face was pride. Mom, on the other hand, saw her son leaving home. She fought me the whole way. Yep, this place was full of memories. When I wandered out to the living room, it was again shoved in my face. Every wall of the living room was covered by photographs of Sione, all his team photos, all his trophies and prizes. It was a living, breathing shrine to my brother. I dreaded what would happen if he walked in through that door. I hoped he would be sensible enough to stay away. The next day, we went into the hospital to visit Mum. When we arrived, Safina was already there, and they all shared hugs and kisses. She hesitantly held her arms open for me, but I ignored her request, and eventually she lowered her arms. Absorbing her rejection, she simply said, "Hello, Fetu." Again, I ignored her. We went in to see Mum, and when she saw me, she broke into a huge smile and held her arms open. We hugged, and I gave her a kiss. "Thank you for coming, son," she whispered breathlessly. I nodded. "It's all right, Mom. I just want you to get better." She patted the bed, and I sat beside her, holding her hand. We talked about what I had been doing, living, working the whole shebang. She asked, "How are you getting on with Luca? He's such a sweet dear. He is the apple of my eye, you know." I left her question unanswered. I didn't want to cause her any further damage. Later, the doctors came in and explained to us all they were going to do the bypass. There was no alternative. Their fear was putting her under the anesthetic. The operation was scheduled for the next day. At home that night, Lucy took control and started cooking dinner. She seemed to have mastered cooking for my family. I noted how much she was preparing and walked over. "Why are you cooking so much?" Dad overheard and stated rather firmly, "Your brother and his family are coming for a family dinner. We are welcoming home our prodigal son." Scowling, I snapped, "Then don't cook anything for me because I won't be here." Dad stood up, standing to his full height, and snarled, "You are staying. There will be no stupidity. We are family, and we need to be here for your mother. She must be our focus." The anger flowed through me as well. "I will be here for Mum, but if he walks in while I am here, there will be a fight. Dad, I don't want to disrespect you or our home, but I warn you. I will not be here when he is here. If he does walk in, there will be a fight. I will leave and come home later after they have gone." Lucy joined the fray. "Can't you just let bygones be bygones? What's to be achieved by digging up the past?" "It isn't the past," I snarled. "I promised him a beating, and I promise you, I will give it to him, but it won't be here. And it won't be now." I grabbed my jacket and headed for the door. Dad walked purposefully behind me, his deep voice booming. "Son, you are being stupid. He is your brother, and he loves you. We are one family." I glanced around the room. All his photos were still there. None of me or my teams. It was all Sione. It hurt, and I gasped. "Look around you, Dad. This place is a shrine to Sione. His face adorns every wall. As you look around, tell me, how many photos do you see of me? Where are my photos? Where is the we?" Dad glanced around the room, and I saw him wince. As I went to walk out, Luca rushed up and jumped onto my leg, whimpering in his stuttery voice, "Stay." When I peered down at him, I saw his cute little smile. His eyes seemed to beg, "Stay." I untangled his arms without picking him up. This was hard. I was there when he was born. I cut the umbilical cord. I bathed him. I cuddled him. I held him in my arms and told him I loved him. I made him promises as he snuggled in his cot. I knelt down in front of him. "I'll see you later, kid. Be good for Mummy." With that, I walked out, not knowing where I was going. I rang a taxi and asked if he knew where there was a cheap hotel. Once ensconced in my hotel room, I lay back, thinking, why did life have to be so hard? Before Luca was born, everything seemed plain sailing. We had jobs, our own home. Life couldn't have been better, and now everything was fucked. Lucy and I met at university. She was an Aucklander of Croatian heritage. If I thought I had it tough living at home, I had nothing on her. She was guarded by 3 burly brothers and her father, who was a giant of a man. Initially, when I moved to Auckland, I still couldn't shake off my Samoan community. Mom and Dad organized for the church elders to keep an eye on me. I was expected to live at one of our extended Wanau's homes, and they tried to set me up with their daughters. Not a hardship, as some of them were very pretty. The problem was, they weren't for me. Much to my mother's discontent, I never actually dated any of them. She had her hands around everything in my life, and it pissed me off, so I did what any son would do. I rebelled. Thankfully, it was Sione who saved me. He made the mistake of getting his girlfriend, Safina, pregnant. That was it. My parents were too busy to worry about me. They had a wedding to arrange. For once, I said, "Thank you, Sione." Lying in my hotel room, it was impossible to suppress the images of Luce. I still missed her. I missed her in my bed at night. I missed her smell, her stupid, giggly laugh. I even missed our arguments. Life sucked. From the first moment we met, I knew she was my one and only. The next morning, I found my way into the hospital, where Mum was already awake and complaining. "Where are the others?" she asked. "I guess they'll find their own way here." She scowled. "Why didn't you come with your father?" "Because I didn't stay at home last night." "Fetu," she sighed sadly. "Why didn't you stay at home?" "Because Dad organized a big family dinner and invited Sione and his family." Her scowl deepened. "And what's wrong with that?" "I don't want to be around him. He is no longer my brother, and I promise the next time we meet face to face, I am going to beat him to a pulp. I didn't want that to be at our home, so I left." She reached painfully for my hand. "Fetu, he is your brother. He loves you. I beg you. I don't want to die knowing my sons are at war. Please, I beg you for me. Make peace with him. Don't let me die with blood on my hands." "You're not going to die, Mum." Her grip tightened as she saw the fiery resolve on my face. She broke into tears. "Fetu, I am begging you." The tears streaming down her face. "I'm scared, son. Let me go to my grave knowing my family is whole. Please promise me here and now." Sighing, I nodded, letting out a deep breath. "Yeah, okay, fine, Mum. I promise to try, but if he says one single thing, then I want to be freed from my promise." She nodded. "That's all I ask, son, that you will try." Just then, Lucy, Dad, Safina, and all the girls walked in. They all greeted, and Dad held Mum in a tight embrace. He seemed scared to let go, but Mum was brave. She smiled. "I'm going to be all right, don't fuss." She was wheeled out about an hour later for her surgery. I decided to go for a walk to stretch my legs. As I walked the corridors, I felt a presence behind me, and when I turned, it was Safina. "Fetu, slow down. Can we talk?" She sped up, trying to fall into pace beside me. "Fetu, this is all my fault. I put that stupid idea in her head. It was me." "Why, Safina? Why did you do it?" "I'm sorry, but Lucy was desperate, so very desperate, and I saw the gulf between you. I thought a baby might fix everything. I don't understand why you let them do it, in your bed as well. Have you no shame? I thought you loved him." She frowned, turning away. "I do love him. I can't explain it. I have regretted it every day since. I didn't understand how difficult it would be watching Luca play with our kids. When I see Sione with him, I get jealous and we argue. The whole thing was stupid." I scoffed loudly. "You don't have to tell me. It was my fault, Fetu. I live with my shame, with the guilt of ruining your marriage. Every day I have to look into Lucy's eyes, into your mother's eyes. It is my punishment, and I accept that." Struggling as she was to keep up, she panted softly. "I have to ask, is there any way you could forgive them? You must miss having your family around. I see the way you look at Lucy. You still love her, don't you? I sighed. Yes, I suppose I do. Probably always will. That doesn't mean I can forgive them. Play happy houses. Fetu, Dad wants us all to get together again tonight. Sione couldn't be here today. He has to work. That's another bloody thing. We have to pay child support. I mean, it's not a lot, but it hurts seeing that money go out. Safina, I'm not going to be there. I have more respect for my father than that. I don't want to start something with Sione in the family home. If I see Sione, I don't think I could hold myself back. She gave me a worried glance. Fetu, I don't want to sound mean, but that would be silly, and you know it. Deep down inside, you must know. I grinned. Never underestimate anger. I walked off, leaving her standing mid-corridor. She was right. I talked big. But the truth is, if it was a fair fight, he would beat me easily. In all the fights we had over the years, and there had been a few, he always won. I would have to bide my time and wait. So long as we could stay out of each other's way, I could get through this visit for Mum's sake. I walked back to Mum's room to be greeted by Lucy, who gave me a sad glare. She was trying to keep Luca entertained, but he was bored and playing up. I chuckled to myself, remembering back to when I was young. Luce must have misconstrued my snigger, because she threw him over her shoulder and stormed off out into the corridor. As we waited, Dad asked if I would be at home for dinner. He was disappointed when I said no. It sort of killed off the conversation. Mum was finally wheeled out, and talking to the doctors, the prognosis was good. She was still unconscious and placed into the recovery ward. We all paraded down to hopefully be there when she woke up. She woke slowly and was pretty groggy, but slowly came to life. We stayed to keep her company for a while before Dad dragged the others away. I said I was staying for a while. After the family was gone, Mum reached for my hand. Are you all right, boy? Yeah, I'm okay, Mum. Just glad you're going to be all right. I do love you. She giggled. I am not going to die until I have my family back together. We talked about silly things, filling in time until she drifted off to sleep. I eventually found my way back to the motel. Over the next few days, she recovered quickly and was being released on the Friday. She was bright and happy as she was wheeled out to the car. They all left, and I got a taxi back to the hotel. It was later when Mum called. Fetu, we are having a family celebration. I want you here for dinner tonight. Sorry, Mum, but I'm not feeling well, and I have an early flight in the morning. Fetu, you made me a promise, and I expect you to honor it. Against my better judgment, I allowed her to twist my arm. I knew I was going to regret that promise, but what can you do? When I arrived at the family home, there were cars spread everywhere, and I noticed Sione's Falcon parked out front. I walked up to the door and knocked. Lucy, who opened the door with Luca in her arms. She looked exhausted. Cooking for this bunch could be a big job. She welcomed me in with a wave of her arm. Luca, who was fidgeting around, reached out for a cuddle I waved away, which caused Lucy to grit her teeth in a tight grimace. The family, including uncles, aunts, nieces, and nephews, it was going to be a big feast. Everyone was gathered in the living room, and when they saw me walk in, there were lots of hugs and handshakes. Sione stood to the back waiting, but I ignored him and walked over to where Mum sat snuggled under a blanket. As I leaned over to give her a hug, Sione called out, "Hey, bro, don't I get a hug?" I ignored him, my teeth gnashing. Mum held me tightly in our embrace. "Give your brother a hug." When I stood by her side, and Dad came over for a hug. "Thank you, son." He patted my back, and we started to slip into a conversation, but Sione would have none of it. He marched right up to my face, hissing spitefully. I said, "Don't I get a hug from my bro?" He opened his arms, but I just stood there watching blankly. He stepped forward, and I reached out, poking him in the chest. "Stay there. Don't come any closer, Sione. I'm warning you." He laughed. "Oh, don't be a girl. Give me a hug." "I warned you. Stay out of my face." He threw his arms in the air and snapped. "Geez, bro, you're being a bitch. I did you a favor. I did the job you couldn't do." His nasty sneer pissed me off, and I was about to leap on him when Dad stepped between us. "Sione, we have put up with your attitude long enough. Apologize to your brother." Sione glanced around the room and turned. "I'm not apologizing because he is a little bitch. I did him a favor, goddammit." One of my uncles grabbed him and dragged him away. Furious, he walked over, picked Luca from Lucy's arms, and called out loud enough for everyone to hear, "Come here, son. Come and talk to you, father." I saw the pain on Lucy's face. She had to walk away, and Safina wrapped her in a hug as they concentrated on serving dinner. I leaned down and kissed Mum. "Sorry, I tried, but if I stay, there will be a fight. I'm going back to my hotel. I'm glad you're feeling better, Mum." She smiled and nodded. I walked up the road away from the house and called for a taxi. As I disconnected the call, I heard feet running up the road. It was Lucy, and she flew into my arms. "God, I'm so sorry, Fetu. He can be such a jerk. I never realized what a dick he could be." "Yeah, well, welcome to my world. He's been like this since we were teenagers. He's a prick." Just then, my taxi turned up and I jumped in. That night, I changed my flights to the next day. I went home early in the morning and said my goodbyes before heading off. Life returned to normal, except Mum and I stayed in touch more regularly, occasionally video calling. On those occasions, it was impossible to miss Lucy, as she always seemed to be around when Mum and I were talking. Memories, ah yes, it was impossible to hide from them. Luce and I met at a local burger bar where I worked. Yeah, I'd seen her around the campus. She was impossible to miss. Lucia, or Lucy, or Lou, as her friends called her, was a beautiful young girl, thin and lithe with the graceful ease of a gymnast. Her rich brown hair was long and straight. It shined with a glossy sheen as she walked, and it flowed in the breeze. Her eyes, oh damn, her eyes were gorgeous, sexy and inviting, a dark green color that showed emotion. Her eyes were the secret. They gave up her true emotions, happy or sad. It was always reflected in those mirrored lenses. Of Croatian parentage, she had the European facial structure, a long, thin, aquiline nose that fitted her cute face perfectly. Her cheekbones were high and prominent. With her head in a shawl, she looked every inch the gypsy. Lucy walked in with a bunch of girlfriends. I checked the clock, and it was 1 a.m. It had apparently been a big night. They had obviously been out partying and were pretty drunk. She looked surprised when she saw me behind the counter, grinning drunkenly. "Fetu, I didn't know you worked here." I loved the way she pronounced my name. My full name is Fethuilalagi, but everyone, and I mean everyone, calls me Fetu. I smiled. A boy's got to pay the bills somehow. What can I get you, ladies? As the girls all started placing their orders and a bunch of drunken guys walked in. On spotting the girls, they started making lewd comments, whistling and making sure the girls could hear them. The girls tried to ignore them, but they made it impossible and got more boisterous with each passing minute. It went on until one of the guys grabbed one of Lucy's friends and tried to kiss her. That's when I acted. I yelled out to the kitchen staff to call the cops as I bounded over the counter and grabbed the guy, pushing him outside. "If you can't behave, you'll have to leave," I yelled at them. One of the other guys went to grab me and pull me off his mate, but as he took a swing, I leaned in, landed a strong punch up into his guts and winded him. He dropped to his knees, coughing and spilling out the contents of his stomach. The guy I pushed out backed off quickly. The remaining guys swarmed out and started to circle me, but thankfully the cops turned up to rescue me. The cops directed the blokes to leave after taking statements. Back inside, Lucy gave me a hug and a sloppy kiss as a way of thanks. I laughed. "No worries, now what was the order again?" They all stood around talking, waiting for their food. Lucy walked over, and we talked more in that 10 minutes than we ever had. They left soon after, and Lucy gave me a happy wave. Watching her walk away, my heart swelled. She was a beauty, that's for sure. Over the next few months, we started to eat lunch together, and she became a regular customer at the burger bar. I think the fact I never charged her helped. Anyway, over time, we became closer. If I thought the Samoan culture was strict, I was surprised to find the Croatians were worse. Lucy, though, was a rebel, maybe without a cause, but she pushed back at her parents. She got into trouble from the first boy she dated right through because she didn't restrict herself to Croatians. She was oblivious to her parents' requirements. Over time, we stopped being friends and became lovers. Our courtship was fiery to start with. Her parents were not happy. The last thing I wanted to see walk in their front door was a Samoan boy. When my parents found out, they were even worse. Mum had gone to a lot of trouble getting the family to set me up with acceptable Samoan girls. What won over her father and brothers was soccer. They were as fanatical about soccer as my family was about rugby. When they found out I played, I was soon conscripted into their team. Soccer in New Zealand is very ethnic. In West Auckland, it was mostly Croatian players. I was allowed in because I was dating their sister, and the fact I was one of their better players. I had to have a little laugh about that. Soccer was going to pay dividends after all. My mother was not so happy, but she was clever enough to know how my mind worked. Fitu, I want to meet this girl. You must bring her home so she can meet your family. As it always was with Mum, it wasn't a request, it was an instruction. Lucy had talked with her a few times over the phone, but this was different. She would be meeting them on enemy territory. That's the way she saw it anyway. Mum had made no attempts at making her welcome. In fact, she had been very rude to her. The moment we pulled up outside our old house, I saw the fear on Lucy's face. This was a rough neighborhood. There were cars pulled apart on the front lawns of most houses. There were noisy kids running wild everywhere. The houses were all old and run down. The moment the door opened and Mum stood welcoming us in, I saw the dismay on her face. She had obviously expected a Samoan girl, and Lucy shocked her. Dad came out to greet us, encircling me in a big hug and offering Lucy a handshake. It was a cool greeting, but as we talked, they warmed to her. In fact, it only took her minutes to have Dad eating out of her hand. Mum was a different kettle of fish. She was harder to break down. Sione, Safina, and their new daughter appeared to meet my new girlfriend, and Sione was shocked. I saw it in his eyes. How did I snaffle a girl like her? At the dinner table, Safina dropped her news. She was pregnant again. Suddenly, Luce and I were old news. My mother was euphoric. The table quickly degenerated into a talk fest about babies and pregnancy. Mum quickly questioned Lucy about her family and whether she wanted kids. I tried to quieten her down, but she wanted answers. When Lucy said she came from a large family and had 4 brothers and a sister, and what's more wanted the same, Mum was won over. In fact, when we were alone later, she gave me a lecture on never losing this girl. The day I proposed to her will stay fresh in my mind forever. Her eyes popped when I fell to my knees and I opened the little box with the smallest diamond ring. She swooned and agreed on the spot. Both families took time to get used to the idea. The wedding was scheduled to be held in Auckland, and Lucy's family took over the arrangements. Her father refused to let me pay for anything. That was the Croatian way. The bride's family pays, no questions. We settled into our married life. I finished my studies before Lucy. I found a job with a small chartered accountant's firm in Parnell. It didn't pay a lot, but it was a permanent job, and it allowed us to buy a car and some new furniture. Once Lucy passed her degree and she also found a job with a department store as an assistant manager, we were set. The first thing we wanted was a house. Her father decided that was a good idea, and her family helped us front up with a deposit for a house in Grey Lynn, so we would be close to her family. Lucy wasn't that thrilled. She wanted distance between her family and us, but it did give us a foothold on the property ladder, our very first home. My parents were not happy. They expected me to move back home to Wellington, but Mum softened if it made us happy and she got grandchildren, all would be well. We were summoned home for Christmas that year, and it was a full-on experience for Lucy. The wānau was huge, and she was overwhelmed. Try as she might, she struggled to fit in with all the family speaking Samoan. I tried to convince my family that it was rude to speak Samoan in front of Lucy because she didn't understand. Mum's reply was simple. So teach her. If she is going to be part of our family, she needs to be able to speak the language. Safina was well and truly pregnant, and her belly was swollen. What pissed me off was the way Sione hung around Lucy. He flirted with her outrageously. When I complained, Dad just laughed it off. Relax, son, that's just Sione. Lucy seemed a little overawed by him as he explained all the pictures of him on the walls. Every team he had ever represented was plastered around our walls. She seemed easily impressed by him. I was happy to leave and get out from underneath his shadow. "Why aren't there many photos of you at home?" Lucy asked. I shrugged offhandedly. Well, I guess Sione's the sports star in our family. Mom and Dad are very proud of him. She sighed. But I have seen your photos online from when you played cricket and football. My brothers tell me you're pretty good for an islander. I laughed. Yeah, good enough to kick their useless arses. She giggled. Yeah, they aren't that good. You didn't set the benchmark very high. Over the next year, we worked full-time on paying back her parents. When Mom and Dad came to stay, They were impressed with our house. Mom, though, lectured me. Fetu, this is a beautiful house, but it won't be a home until there are babies. You need children. Mom, we are paying back Lucy's parents. We need both incomes for that. We will start a family when we can afford it. Fetu, I'm telling you, don't wait, do it now. Sione and Safina are expecting again, and they are happy. Forget money, start your family. Dad found a chance to give both Lucy and me the same lecture, and I could see the wheels turning. After they left, she said, "You know they make a lot of sense, Fetu. If we have children now, we will all grow together and we can enjoy it." I nodded. "But what about your parents? We still owe them so much money." She kissed me softly. "They will happily wait for their money. Mum is already pressuring me for grandchildren as well." I fought her off for another year, but we were summoned back home for Christmas, and Mum, Dad, and even Sione piled on the pressure for us to start a family. The pressure built quickly. It was a fun Christmas, although I didn't like the way Sione kept hanging around Lucy. He was like a dog on heat, and she didn't seem to mind, which is what probably pissed me off the most. Back home, Lucy waited until we were in bed one night and she initiated sex. That in itself wasn't unusual. What was unusual was as we began making out, kissing and cuddling, our hands roaming up and down each other's bodies, my fingers delving lightly into her pussy the way she liked, and her hand massaging my cock to a very solid erection, that she whispered, "I have stopped taking the pill. When you come inside me, we will be making babies from now on." The fact she made the decision without consulting me hurt, but the way her hand stroked my cock, my argument soon evaporated, and as I sank into her liquid slit, I was lost. We made love with passion and ardor. Lucy was quick to tell everyone that we were now trying to get pregnant. Her family were jubilant. My family was ecstatic, and Lucy seemed on another planet as we decorated the spare room, turning it into a nursery. We shopped for baby stuff, prams, cots, and of course, clothes. It was babies all the way. The only fly in the ointment was, it didn't happen. We tried and tried. We fucked like rattlesnakes, but nothing. After 6 months, Lucy started to get nervous and asked, "What's wrong with me? Why can't I conceive?" I cuddled her. "Honey, it's not always easy. It might take us time. But look at Sione and Safina." "Yeah, well, look at your family. I don't think any of that matters. We just have to let nature take its course." She wasn't convinced, and if anything, she stepped up her sexual assault on me. It was the following Christmas at home when Mom and Dad really got stuck in. They demanded grandchildren. I think they thought we weren't really trying. Sione took the opportunity to make fun of me as he always did. "If you need a hand, bro, give me a call. I could do it for you." That hurt. I should have expected it, but that cut to the core. I snarled, "Fuck off, Sione, you shitty fuck." Unfortunately, Mum heard the exchange and she clipped me around the ear. "Fetu, that was uncalled for. We don't use language like that around here, and you know better." I gave my sore ear a rub and apologized, but Sione had a nasty shit-eating grin plastered across his smug face. For the whole trip, he took every chance to spend time with Lucy, and it bugged me. After lunch one day, I caught him hanging all over her sitting outside while the kids ran around on the grass at the back of the house. Safina nowhere to be seen. He had his hands all over her shoulders as I walked up. He spotted me and moved away. I reached for Lucy's hand and asked, "Would you like to go for a walk?" She nodded. "Yeah, of course." As we got away from home, I complained, "Honey, could you please stay away from Sione? He and I have not been getting along. He's behaving like a dick." She gave me a strange glare. "What do you mean? We were only talking." "I'm not talking just about today. He has been crawling all over you like a sleazy shit, and it is making me crazy." She leaned against me, looking completely confused. "Don't be silly. He is your brother. He's just being friendly. You don't know him like I do. He is a sleazy shit. He cheats on Safina all the time." She shook her head and dropped my hand. "That is pretty hurtful. Are you saying you don't trust me?" "No, hun, this isn't about you. It's about him. He was making fun of me because we haven't been able to get pregnant, and he intimated he would do the job for me. It's degrading, and you cozying up to him is just making it worse. All I'm asking for is don't flirt with him and stay out of his way." She sighed. "Sorry, Fetu. I didn't realize how much it got under your skin, but you must know there's nothing in it. I think you are wrong. It's just normal family stuff." We walked on in silence, and when we got home, Mom had dinner on the table. Lucy and Mom talked and joked. Dad picked up on my anger, and after dinner, he dragged me aside and asked what happened. I explained, and he gripped my shoulder firmly, his thumb digging in. Fetu, you're behaving badly. Yes, we all know Sione can be cheeky, but I expect better of you. If you carry on like that, Lucy will think less of you. I let it slide, but thankfully, Lucy did as I asked and stayed out of Sione's way. Things were fragile between Lucy and me for a few days after our return home, but once we got back to work and life resumed, our lives, things went back to normal, well, except for the amount of sex we were having. After another couple of months of no pregnancy, Lucy became a little distant and things became tense between us. She shocked me when she turned up one evening with some test results. She had been to a gynecologist, and her tests came back okay. At dinner that night, she went on the offensive. "Would you please go and get tested? It's no big deal, no surgery or anything, they just test your sperm." I took it as a bit of a slap in the face, and I took the appropriate stance. "I think you're overreacting, Lou. People don't always get pregnant straight away. You've been taking the pills since you were 16. I think we just need to be patient. All I am asking is you get your sperm tested. I mean, if there's a problem, the sooner we find out, the better. I mean, if there is a problem, we could look at our options." I let her suggestion go unanswered, and we moved on to talking about the usual everyday stuff. Things, however, were tense. I let it sit for a few weeks, but Lucy wouldn't let it go and kept on at me to get the test. In the end, I got so sick of constant bickering about it, I had the test. It took a week, but the tests came back showing I had a low sperm count. The doctor explained that with my current levels, it wasn't impossible to get pregnant, but it might take time. He prescribed an estrogen receptor blocker, clomiphene citrate, which he explained would stimulate the hypothalamus and pituitary gland in the brain. That should generate hormone production, which in turn should increase sperm production. It was a hammer blow to my confidence, and I went home with sad, gloomy disposition. All the way home, I wondered, should I tell Lucy or just keep my mouth shut and take the medication, hoping for the best? As I walked in the door at home, Lucy was waiting with a big smile and a kiss. She already had dinner underway, and we sat together on our little patio with a freshly made coffee. She looked to be in such a good mood, I decided to give her the bad news. As I related what the doctor said, I watched as her happy mood deteriorated into a gloomy, dejected sense of acceptance. "Honey, I'm taking medication, and he said that it's still possible, we just have to wait for the medication to take effect. He gave me a list of foods that promote sperm production. We just have to keep trying. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Trying is fun." She smiled, but even I could see it was pretense. She looked like I stole her last cookie. She took the list of foods and muttered, "I guess we're going on a diet, especially you, buddy. You are going to have to try hard." I shrugged. "Some of the foods we already eat, it's not a hardship. The pumpkin seeds sound a bit yucky, but I'll give it a go." As she read all the information the doctor had given me, she started making random statements. "Shit, no more coffee for you." Then it was, "Holy shit, no hot baths or hot showers, and we have been doing it all wrong. We need to cut down how often we have sex." "What?" I groaned loudly. "That can't be right." She laughed. "Sorry, hun, but it says here for men who have a low sperm count, it takes longer for the sperm to recoup to good levels. So Mr. No sex except for days I'm fertile. We need to get really scientific about how we approach this." Just like that, our sex life changed. Now we made love only during her fertile periods. She absolutely refused me every other day, and God help me if she caught me whacking off in the shower. The one time she did catch me, she flew off the handle. "You ungrateful bastard. We are supposed to be trying for a baby, and you waste it by masturbating." She stormed off, but then came bursting back in. "I'm doing everything in my power to make this happen, and you can't even control your urges for a few months." Of course, she couldn't resist telling Mom, who, of course, told the rest of the family. It was like we could have no secrets. Sione took every chance after that to make my life miserable. Why he was being such a dick, I'll never know. Maybe he couldn't help it. At least he was stuck on the other end of the island, so apart from the odd telephone conversation, I didn't have to put up with him. We tried all year. We tried, but it just wasn't happening. It was our life centered on Lucy getting pregnant. Personally, I hated it. We didn't make love that much. I was stuck on this fucking horrible diet. I couldn't even have an occasional beer anymore, not without having an argument anyway. Our relationship was falling apart before my eyes. The woman I loved was slipping away. This thing really affected her. It seemed like she felt less of a woman because we couldn't do it. It got so bad I dreaded going home and found any excuse to work late. It was good for the paycheck, but it meant we saw less of each other, and our relationship started to break down. Then, when I thought it couldn't get any worse, Dad decided to organize a big celebration for him and Mom's 35th wedding anniversary. God damn it. It meant facing up to Sione and his torment. There was no way around it. Dad would accept no excuse. We were going to have to be there. We booked the flights and headed down for the big party. As expected, Sione was a complete arse and gave me nothing but shit, and he seemed on a mission to rub it in my face. At the dinner table on the first night home, in front of everyone, he bellowed, "Bro, it's all right. I told you I would do the job for you." He gave Lucy a smirk and followed up with, "Hey man, it's not like it would be a hardship. Shit, I would be happy to help." Lucy grinned as he said it. Mum scolded him for being silly, but what surprised me was Safina's reaction. I expected her to snap at him, to tell him off, but surprisingly, she let it go. That is, until she glanced at me and her expression changed to one of embarrassment. She couldn't hold my eyes. That night as we climbed into bed, Lucy seemed uneasy. "Bloody Sione, what a prick," I grumbled. She snuggled beside me. "He certainly knows how to push your buttons, doesn't he?" "Yeah, well, he's had a lifetime of practice. He pisses me off. Please, for the rest of the visit, stay out of his way. Don't give him any more ammunition." She smiled grimly. "I think he is just trying to be funny. I don't think he realizes how much his words hurt you." "Sorry, but I disagree. He knows damn well. He bloody loves it because he's a sadist." Strangely, she wanted to make love. Usually at Mom and Dad's it was a no-no, but that night she seemed driven and I wasn't going to argue. It had been weeks since we had last done the deed. She giggled stupidly afterwards. "Do you think anyone heard?" I laughed. "Who cares? We are married, you know, and we aren't sneaking around here." The next day was a whirlwind of activity as we prepared for the party. Lucy disappeared with Safina to do the last-minute grocery shopping. Sione was off doing God knows what, which left me and Dad to do the pig on a spit, the hangi, and setting up the gazebo. As we worked, Dad and I talked. It had been years since he and I worked this closely. It brought back warm memories, and it turned out to be a fun day. At first, I was miffed at Sione for buggering off and leaving us to do all the work, but by the end, I was bloody glad he wasn't there. At least I got to spend some time with Dad. The girls turned up with the groceries, and Lucy looked happier than ever. The party was huge. All our friends and family turned up. The place was filled with people. Mum loved it, which seemed to make it all worthwhile. The only downside for me was Sione hanging around Lucy like a bad bloody smell. I had to keep forcing myself between them. It got quite hostile towards the end, and Sione was drunk. He tried to pull Lucy up to dance, and she played up to him. I had to physically push him away. We were just about at the fist-throwing point, when Dad rushed over and forced his way between us. "Cut it out, you two. If you spoil your mother's night, I will beat the both of you black and blue." Sione snarled, "Well, tell this little shit to get out of my face. Lucy wanted to dance. We were just having fun." Dad turned his angry stare to me. "Fitu, it was just a dance." Angrily, I snarled, "No, Dad, it's more than that." "Lucy is my wife." Dad nodded. "Sione, go and dance with your own wife." Sione gave me a dirty sneer, flung my arms off his shoulders, and slipped off into the crowd. Lucy slipped into my arms. "Honey, calm down. He just wanted to dance." Dad walked off, and I hissed, "No, there's something going on. Please stay out of his way tonight." The trip did seem to be good for Luce. She seemed back to her old self. We made love with an added passion. There was no talk of babies or families, no diet, and she let me have a beer on Saturday as we had some friends around. It was about 6 weeks after our return when she announced that God had decided we had suffered enough and she was pregnant. Of course, she was straight on the phone to tell absolutely everybody. The presents started to roll in, and by the time our son was born, we wanted for nothing. Life had never been so good. Maybe it was the fact Safina and Luce spent so much time on the phone talking. Maybe it was the contemptuous tone Sione took with me, as if he had something on me. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the fact that Luca, our son, didn't really look like me. There was something eating away at me, and I just couldn't put my finger on it. Luca was a sweet kid, and I did love him. We bonded, as father and son do. It was just this unease, and with every passing day, that unease grew. It didn't help that I watched one of those late-night cop shows about a woman who used her brother-in-law to get pregnant. It planted a festering seed. Yeah, it was stupid, but it caused me so much unrest I decided to get DNA tests done. And that, as they say, is how we got where we were right at that moment. I needed to restart my life, meet somebody new. When it happened, it took me by surprise. That's how these things happen, when you least expect it. That's how it was for me, at the supermarket of all places. And it was a smashing experience as we collided in the frozen sections aisle. That turned into apologies, and seeing her smile made me shiver. She gave me a strange look, and I don't know where I found the courage, but I asked, "Would you like to go out for dinner with me?" She giggled, and the sound of it felt good. "Do you always ask women out when you crash into them?" "No, I have to be honest, this is a first. I'm Fetu." She smiled as she gave her shin a gentle rub. "I'm Taylor, so why me?" "If you want me to be honest, it was because I couldn't help it. Your smile has wrapped me in some kind of spell. Well, I am a witch. It doesn't always work, but this time I am glad it did." "So, is that a yes?" She nodded slowly. Yes it is. When did you want to go out?" Her head tilted in a flirtatious, teasing manner, and her smile beamed. "Right now is good for me, but perhaps tonight for a proper dinner?" She flinched. "I'm not sure I can get a babysitter at such short notice." That was a bit of a shock. She didn't look old enough to have a child. Not wanting to look like an arse, I said, "Well, bring them with you." She chuckled. "It's not a them. It's just my daughter, Kim." I nodded. "Good, then bring Kim along. What sort of food does Kim like?" With a silly, embarrassed snigger, she replied, "We usually go to McDonald's." Shaking my head, I joked, "Oh, no, that would be horrible. I'm sure we could do better than that." She sighed. "Okay then, you choose, but it will have to be early. It is a school night." That first date was amazing. Kim was a shorter version of her mum. She was only 5, well, going on 25. She asked me, no, it was more like interrogated me, "Mob, where I lived, why didn't I have a car?" After an hour of being grilled, I finally got to ask some questions. Turns out Taylor was divorced as well, and it was pretty acrimonious by all accounts. Kim had no love for her estranged father. He was very abusive by her account, and she was glad to be rid of him. Throughout Kim's recount of the divorce, Taylor sat cringing. She was embarrassed. Kim's next question brought about my admission. "Why do you wear a wedding ring?" she asked. "I'm divorced as well. I keep my wedding ring on because it reminds me of all the good things we shared." It was Taylor, who asked inquisitively, "Why did you get divorced if you still have feelings for her?" "Because she cheated on me, with my brother. Yes, I still have feelings for her, but I couldn't forgive her." "Wow, with your brother. That must have hurt." I nodded. "Yeah, it sort of divided our family, so it wasn't just a divorce. After the Inquisition, we moved on to more friendly stuff. I tried to include Kim by asking about school, friends, and the usual things. Once she started, we couldn't shut her up. She just babbled on and on. Taylor apologized, but I waved away her apology. It was somehow fun to listen to Kim. It did get awkward when the taxi pulled up outside their house. I walked them to the door. I wanted a kiss, but I could see it wasn't happening. Kim did ask if I was taking them out again because she liked it. That date moved my life forward. I realized I was in a sort of holding pattern. I gave myself a kick in the arse. I brought a car and decided after talking to the receptionist at work that the next date would be the zoo. Kim was impressed when I arrived in my new car, especially when she saw it kitted out with a kiddie seat just for her. Taylor was pretty impressed when we stopped at McDonald's for lunch on the way. This time, when I dropped them off, it was Kim who jumped into my arms to say thank you and gave me a peck on the cheek. She rushed inside, and it was Taylor's turn. Her kiss was no friendly kiss. Her gorgeous, full, pouty lips collided with mine in a searing kiss that stole my breath, made me stagger and curled my toes. Her kiss was as sexy as she was. That was the start of our relationship. As nice as it was to be back in a relationship, it was also painful because my mother was on a mission to get Lucy and I back together. Like all mothers, she was the master at using guilt. She managed to make me talk to Lucy, and unfortunately she thought because we were talking there was a chance for us. My two worlds orbited in isolation. I felt bad. I wasn't lying, but I certainly wasn't being honest. My relationship with Taylor grew with every date, and Kim and I seemed to bond. She greeted me with a big, welcoming kiss every time I visited. I liked her a lot. Taylor loved the fact I treated Kim as part of our relationship. I made sure most of the things I organized were child-friendly. We went on picnics, we went to the beach, movies were always PG, and Kim always accompanied us. The first night I slept over was difficult. Kim went off to bed, and I ended up reading her a few stories to get her to sleep. Once she was asleep, Taylor and I ended up listening to some music with a few glasses of wine. That led to some light kisses, but as we kissed, the passion quickly escalated. With her sumptuous body pressed against me, it was impossible to hide my ardor. My erection was fat and swollen, and as my hands roamed her hot body, it was apparent she was feeling it as well. Her pointy nipples prodded my palms as I mauled them roughly. We couldn't wait, and it was Taylor who said, "I think we need to take this to the bedroom." Not that I was arguing, I was only too pleased to climb between the sheets with her. We made love with passion and a burning intensity. The morning was a little different. We drifted off to sleep easily, wrapped in each other's arms. We were awakened by Kim bouncing onto the bed. "Uncle Fetu," she cried out, "what are you doing here?" She fell onto me and we hugged as she interrogated her mother. Taylor laughed. "Honey, we were just having a sleepover." She seemed happy enough, and to try and take the heat out of her questioning, I bellowed, "Who wants to go to McDonald's for breaky?" Kim returned to bouncing up and down on the bed until we had to chase her out because we were both naked beneath the sheets. The sleepovers became a more regular occurrence, and that poured petrol on the flames of our burning relationship. It was about a month later that she asked, "Do you still keep in touch with your ex?" Not wanting to lie to her, I muttered a vague, "Yes, we still talk." She nodded, her brows hooded. "How often do you talk?" "I mean, I know she lives in Wellington." Trying to be honest, I whispered, "It's only on days my mother manages to manipulate me into talking to her." That didn't go down too well. "Are you hoping or trying to get back together with her?" "What am I, just a distraction?" "No, I don't want to get back together with her. She did the dirty on me, and I can never forgive her." "Yeah, I get it that, but your actions don't match your words. If you are that pissed off with her, why stay in touch?" "My bloody parents, that's why. My mother is trying to get us back together. She feels I should forgive her. She wants me to accept Luca and just move on." "Who is Luca?" she asked. I had to explain the whole story. I saw her eyes bulge as I related the events of our breakup. "Oh my God," she screeched. "What a bitch! Oh my God, Fetu, I'm so sorry. That must have been hard to take. Oh my God." We snuggled together, watching Kim running around playing with a ball. "Why do you put up with your mother interfering?" I laughed loudly. "Wow, Taylor, you have a lot to learn about island culture. In our culture, respect is a given, especially to parents and elders. I can't get out of it. I guess you also need to know that Lucy lives with my parents. That's why they are joined at the hip." "Holy shit. She lives with them. How will you ever get separation?" I shrugged. "It's partly why I have limited contact with my family. I would like to take you home to meet them, but with Lucy living there, it's impossible." She laughed. "I don't care. It might be fun to meet her. Do you think she would be angry?" I nodded. "Oh, hell yes. There would be problems for sure, and it would affect my parents' reaction towards you. At the moment, my mother thinks she can push us back together." She grinned. "Oh, well, I guess we just carry on as we are, unless you actually want to get back together. Be honest, Fetu. Is that what you really want?" I guess the slight pause before I answered told her what I couldn't. It was about a month later when Dad called to say that Mom was again not well. "I mean, what can you do?" Taylor drove me to the airport and waited in line with me. When my flight was called, she kissed me and said, "Be good while you're away." As I climbed out of the taxi, I noted all the cars in the driveway, one of which was Sione's. I opened the door with trepidation. Thankfully, there was no sign of him. It was Safina who stood with Mom and Dad. Confused, I gave them all hugs, even Lucy. Luca stood watching expectantly for a hug as well, but much to everyone's consternation, I rebuffed him. Mom responded angrily, "Give your nephew a hug. If the other kids were here, they would get hugs." She was right. It wasn't his fault. I reached down reluctantly and picked him up. "Hello, Mom. What's happening?" "I thought you were unwell." She smiled, didn't even have the courtesy of looking guilty. "There is nothing wrong, Fetu. We wanted you home for the weekend. We want our family back. We want you and Sione to put a stop to this stupid feud." Angrily, I snarled, "So you thought it was okay to just drag me down here for no reason? Do you know how much the airfares alone cost me?" Dad interjected, "Son, this was my idea. I know it was unfair, but we feared if we told you the real reason, you would not come. Forgive us. We do know how much it costs. Tomorrow we will all gather as a family. We want you to put aside your grievance and swallow your pride." "Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Dad, but you wasted your time. The minute he walks in, I walk out. I promised I wouldn't cause trouble, but I never promised to be in the same room with him." Mom stared me down defiantly. "Tough. Tomorrow he will be here, and I expect you to be here and be polite." "I don't understand this. I never have. Since when was infidelity okay?" "Mom, you go on and on about me not going to church. You are happy to preach your religion. Why am I the bad guy here? I did nothing wrong. Sione had sex with my wife. He is the faithless adulterer. I am innocent, yet you treat him like he did nothing wrong. Why am I the bad guy?" I watched as her face darkened, her lip quivering, her teeth clenched tightly. It was Dad who said, "Fetu, we have never condoned what happened. It was wrong. Nobody here will argue on his behalf." "We chose to forgive," Mom chipped in. "He didn't abandon his family, walk out on his wife. He did a bad thing, but he apologized to us, to the family. He confessed his sin, and we forgave him. Tomorrow, we want you to hear and accept his apology." Shocked at her confrontational stance, I spat back, "Mom, it's not happening. If you try and force it, then there is going to be a fight." Strangely, Dad nodded acceptingly. "If that's what it takes, then perhaps that is what will happen," I laughed. "So you'll be okay if we end up in a brawl?" He sighed. "Fetu, son, if we approve the fight, will you promise that will be the end of this silliness? That you will shake hands and put the past to rest and treat each other with respect afterwards?" I grimaced. It's what I wanted. The hate had built slowly over the last year. I was ready. "Yeah. If you promise not to interfere and let us go at it then, yes, win, lose, or draw, it will be over." Mom and Dad both nodded. "We will not interfere unless one of you go too far." I put Luca down and said, "All right, tomorrow it is then. I will get a hotel for tonight." Mom jumped in quickly. "You will do no such thing," she rasped belligerently. "You will stay here with us. We are family." I glanced at Lucy, who stood hands on hips, her face a tightly drawn mask that was impossible to read. Dad dragged me off into the lounge. Mom and Lucy headed for the kitchen, and Safina left to tell Sione. Luca came and jumped onto my knee as Dad and I talked. He was a cute wee fella. He talked incessantly, and Dad and I had to fight to get a word in. When Mom called us for dinner, Luca pulled up a chair beside me and Lucy pulled up her chair on the other side of him, and she started asking about what I was doing, life in general. After dinner, Luca dragged me out to the shed to read him a bedtime story. Lucy came out, tucked him in, and left me with a pile of his favorite books, which I had to read him. By the time his eyes were closed, I was almost asleep myself. Back inside, I met Lucy, sitting by the back door. "Fetu, can we talk?" Realizing there was no escape, I begrudgingly sat beside her. "Yeah, shoot. Please don't fight Sione tomorrow. It will break your mother's heart. It was the family council that came up with the crazy idea of you both fighting to settle it. Your mother is dead against it." "Sorry, Lucy, I think they're right. I have so much hatred towards him that I think it's the only way." She shook her head in disagreement. "And what happens if you lose? Will you keep the promise you made? Will you be able to look him in the eye? Or will all the hatred still be there? I am scared that all that will happen is he will beat you up, and nothing will change. In fact, it would just make it worse." I shrugged. "That's a risk I'm prepared to take." She leaned over and kissed me. I turned so all she got was cheek, but she held on, turning my head in her hands until our lips touched. The moment they touched, it was little electric shocks rocketing through my body. Her hands gripped my head, holding me in place. Her tongue forced its way into my mouth, and the kiss intensified. Her breasts crushed against me. I tried not to respond, to show her I didn't care, but as all the emotions boiled to the surface, my arms circled her waist, and the kiss quickly intensified until we both panted frantically. As we separated, she smiled. "Oh my God, I have wanted that for so long. I still love you, Feitu. I want you back. I want to be your wife. I want our family whole again." I flinched. "Lucy, look, I didn't want to say this, especially here like this. I have somebody else in my life now. I met a woman." Her face froze in a disbelieving stare. Her lips moved, but no words came out. "You met somebody. What about the kiss?" "Lucy, I still have feelings for you. I won't deny that. But I can't just say, never mind what happened and forgive what you did. I cannot bring up Luca. Every day I looked into his eyes, I would be reminded of what you did. I couldn't take that, and it's not fair of you to ask." She stood quickly and ran off to the shed. As I went inside, Mum rushed over. "Did you talk to Lucy?" She had a big, cheesy smile on her face, as if she could see the tides of war shifting. "Yes, Mum, I spoke with her. Look, I think you need to know as well, so we are all on the same page. I have met somebody else. I have a new woman in my life, and it's serious." Mum's face changed, her smile quickly becoming a scowl. "What do you mean, new woman? You are still married." "Not for much longer, Mum. The divorce will be final within a month or so. I wanted to bring Taylor with me so you could meet her, but with Lucy living with you, it didn't seem right. I didn't want to rub my new relationship in her face." The scowl darkened. "Is she Samoan?" "No, Mum. She's just a girl. A nice, clean-cut Kiwi girl, and I have real feelings for her." "Huh? Feelings? What about your wife?" She cries herself to sleep most nights worrying about you, dreaming about you. "Yeah, well, she should have thought about that before she fucked my brother." I didn't even see it coming, but the stinging slap stung. She had lost none of her power. My face stung as I stood glaring at her. "Don't you ever use that language in front of me again. You might be my son, but if that's the way you talk now, then perhaps she's better off without you." "I'm sorry, Mom, but I stand by my comment. She is the one who did the wrong thing, not me. Maybe if you considered my feelings for a moment, you would see how much harm you are causing by taking her side all the time." Tears started to form, and her words filtered through sniffles. "Feitu, my boy, I never said I was on her side. She did a terrible thing, but she has paid an awful price for her mistake. Her intentions were good." "How can you say that? She deceived me, cheated on me. She broke so many vows." She moved onto my arms, and I felt her strength as she hugged me tightly. "Feitu, she wanted to give you a son, a family. It was wrong, and I have scolded her many times. This mess is her own making." "Then why do you try and push us back together?" "Because she still loves you, and I think beneath the anger, you love her as well. Feitu, I see through your shield. You love her." The morning dawned wild and windy, a typical Wellington day. Everybody was up when I got out of bed. Lucy and Mum were in the kitchen preparing the lunchtime feast. As I sat at the table, Lucy brought over breakfast for me. She smiled thinly, her face pale, her eyes blank. Luca climbed up on the seat beside me and watched impatiently as I ate. The moment I finished, he ran off and came back with a ball and big, expectant eyes. I held his hand as we walked outside into the backyard, and we kicked the ball back and forth. I had to show him how to pass the ball properly. He was inexhaustible. He laughed and giggled crazily as we played. It all came to an end when Sione walked out. "Hey, son," he called, and Luca walked reluctantly over to him. I picked that things weren't all they seemed between them. "How's my baby boy?" Sione asked. Luca gabbled something and Sione put him down. He glanced over at me. "Hey, bro, see you like playing with my son?" I shrugged and he hissed. "Still not talking? Well, maybe a beating might loosen your tongue," he barked loudly. I laughed. "Bring it on, arsehole. Let's see if your actions speak louder than your bullshit." My hands balled into fists and I stepped forward. Just then, Dad and 4 of my uncles walked out into the yard. Dad stepped between us. "If you 2 idiots are going to go through with this, Then it must be a fair fight. Nobody will intervene. You will fight till one or the other raises their hand in submission." He glared back and forth, hoping in vain, I think, that one of us would call quits. When he saw there was no going back, he said loudly, "If this is the way it must be, then there must be one rule. When it is over, you will shake hands and the past becomes the past. Do I have your word?" Sione nodded and I said, "You have my word." Dad stepped back and Sione and I were left standing face to face. Sione laughed. "Look, bro, we both know how this is going to end. Let's just shake and call it off." He held his hand out. "What do you say, bro? Mates?" "You don't get off that lightly, Sione. If you're scared, just say so." He laughed. "Scared? I was just trying to save you some broken bones." I stepped forward again and Dad stepped aside. "Come on, Big Mouth. Less talk and more fight." Again, he laughed. He dropped his hands down by his side. "Take your best shot, bro. Just remember, once this starts, there's no going back. Make your first free one a good one, because after that your arse is mine." I turned to look at Dad, and he just shrugged. I walked closer, so we were face to face, and he goaded me. "Come on, bro. This is your last chance." Without warning, I kicked him hard in the balls. His free shot offer was too good to pass up. The moment my foot crushed his balls, he jerked forward and I grabbed his hair in both hands and dragged his face down onto my raising knee. It smashed into his nose, it broke and blood spurted everywhere. He jerked back up and tried to raise his fists, but I stepped to the side and drove my fist into his stomach and then into his side. He sagged forward and I took the opportunity to punch him in the face with a big roundhouse that splattered the flowing blood from his broken nose all over both of us. Left, right, and again his eyes closed bloody and swollen. His mouth spilt, and I felt a couple of teeth loosen as I wailed into him. He sagged to his knees, his breathing ragged and moaning. My fists ached. I was sure at least one knuckle was broken, but I kept going, fueled by my burning anger, and he fell forward onto his hands and knees. I was about to drive my foot into his side, but one of my uncles grabbed me by the shoulders and pulled me into a clutch. "He's had enough, Fetu." "Like hell," I yelled. "This goes on until he tells me it's over." My dad nodded, and my uncle let me go. I stepped forward again, but Sione raised his hand, his words barely intelligible. "I give in." I was angry, my mind clouded by the red mist, but my uncle jumped on me before I went too far. "That's enough, Fetu. Come on, boy, he's had enough." I stumbled back as I got my breath back. I leaned against the wall. I saw tears flowing down Lucy's face, and I wondered if she felt sorry for Sione. Maybe she wanted me to lose. Mum rushed down to Sione's side and dropped to her knees, her arms cradling his battered face. Dad leaned down and pulled her up. He glanced around the collected family and barked, "This war is over. Shake hands and we will never talk of this day again." He stared straight at me, and I sensed a new level of respect. I think he expected me to lose as well. Safina, her face wet with tears, helped him up, and he leaned on her as she stared around the group in shock. I don't think she could believe what had just happened. I walked across to where they stood and I held out my hand. Sione winced as he held his hand out and he shook my hand gingerly. "I'm sorry, bro." Suddenly, he didn't look so tough. His blood-splattered face was cut and bruised. Both eyes were so swollen and black he could hardly see. He was going to need stitches in the corner of his mouth. Mum said, "We are going to A. Andy." Mum, Dad, and Safina drove Sione off to the hospital, and that left Lucy and me by ourselves. Her face was still red and tear-stained. As we stood side by side, she grabbed my arm, forcing me to peer into her eyes. "Bloody hell, Fetu, are you happy now? Oh my God, that was horrible. Did you have to be so brutal?" I shrugged. "Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin your boyfriend's looks." She started crying. "I was talking about the violence, the anger. My God, I can't understand you. There was no need for it. What has been accomplished? Is that how you feel about me? Is that what you want to do to me?" "He's my brother," I screamed. "My fucking brother. Yes, I hate him. How could he do that?" "Fetu, it was a mistake. I don't know why he did it. All I can say is why I did it. I let my desire to give you what you wanted get in the way of making a good choice. I made a mistake. I didn't do it to hurt you, or because I wanted him. No, not good enough, Luce. You saw how he put me down all the time. From the moment he saw you, He wanted you because you were mine. He did it to humiliate me. You heard him today, calling Luca his son." The waterworks were in full effect now as she mumbled, "Well, he is, and that's your fault. You made him pay child support. You forced him into being his father. I never wanted that." As she wiped away some tears, she said, "He only ever plays with Luca when the family is around. He only calls him son when you're here. Luca is scared of him." I nodded. "I saw that. Why is he scared of him?" "Because Sione is hard on him. He hates that he has to pay child support. Safina gives him shit about it, and he takes it out on Luca. I need to get him away from him." "Then move out. Get your own place." She burst out in a fit of hysterical rage. "I bloody can't, can I? I can barely survive as it is." The rage exploded, but then she softened, her voice barely audible. "Once I get back to work, hopefully things will get better." Seeing the desperation and grief on her face, I saw the harm that Luca's birth had created. It seemed hard to blame his arrival for the pain, but if bloody Lucy had kept her legs together, it wouldn't have happened. "I'm sorry, Lucy." She sighed. "It's not your fault, Fetu. I would have done the same thing. I would hate it if you cheated on me, so I don't blame you. I was a fool." We went inside and she made us a fresh coffee. "Shit, I have to say you shocked me. I never for one moment thought you could beat him." I shrugged. Normally I couldn't. It was his stupid big-headed ego that beat him. By giving me a free shot, he cooked his goose. We sipped the piping hot drinks and she bit the bullet. "How serious is your new relationship?" "We are getting close. I'm not sure how it will go." "Do you live together?" she asked. "No, she has her own place. Besides, my flat is only a single-bedroom one." She frowned. "Why would you need more?" "Taylor, my girlfriend, has a daughter. She's a solo mom." That seemed to affect her. "A solo mom? Wow." She seemed lost for words. "Shit, you must love her a lot. How do you get on with her kid?" I laughed. "Her kid, as you put it, is Kim. She is 5 and just started school. We get on great. She's a wonderful little girl." She winced. "I guess you got the family you wanted after all." Stunned by the bitterness in her voice, I hissed, "No, I haven't actually. I wanted my own children. I wanted the woman I married. For God's sake, don't you understand? I wanted a family with you. I wanted you to love me enough to do the right thing. We had so many options, and yet you jumped into his bloody bed at the drop of a hat. At least Taylor is honest." Lucy dropped her cup, tears streaming down her face like waterfalls, screaming, "Fuck you, Fetu, I made a mistake. When will you let it go?" She slammed the door behind her, and I was left to clean up the spilled coffee and broken cup. I decided to go for a walk and get away for a while. What a fucking nightmare. She was able to unlock all my emotions just like that. It scared me how much I still cared for her. It was late when I got home. Mom and Dad were home, gathered at the dining table, talking to Lucy. They all acknowledged me as I walked in. Lucy, though, seemed very uncomfortable. As I walked in, Luca ran up to me crazily, and I could do nothing but pick him up and give him a hug. "How's Sione?" I asked. Mom sighed. "He is at home. He is heavily sedated, and he has a lot of stitches." I sat with them at the table, and Luca bounced on my knee with his arms wrapped around my neck. Dad laughed. "You have a new fan, Fetu. He likes you." I chuckled. "Why wouldn't he?" Mom patted me on the arm, and Lucy muttered, "Luca, come and sit with Mummy." He scampered down and climbed up on her knee. She mumbled, "Sorry, I don't want him to get too attached. You'll be gone soon." I nodded, although Mum gave her a scowl. As we sat, I said, "I'm going home tomorrow, actually. I don't have a lot of leave available. I'm sorry the way things turned out, but me sticking around won't change anything." Mum snapped, "So you stay long enough to beat your brother, but not long enough to try and make friends? Fetu, we allowed this fight to try and clear the air, not so you could get revenge and leave." I nodded. "I will see him before I leave. I hope he is prepared to let the past lie." "You could get a job here in Wellington, move back home so we could see more of you," Mum commanded. "We want you here." I smiled. "Sorry, Mum, my job is just taking off, and I'm making good progress. I may move back someday, but I like Auckland and my girlfriend lives there." Lucy jumped up and ran out of the house with Luca in her arms. Mum growled, That was uncalled for. You know how she feels about you. That girl still loves you." I mumbled a quiet apology before she said, "Go and apologize to her, not us." I walked out to her little flat and knocked on the door. As she let me in, I offered my apology and she nodded. "It's not your fault. You have your new life and new family. I had high hopes for this visit. I'm sorry, Fetu. I just wanted a different outcome." We fell into an embrace and I whispered, "I'm sorry as well. I wish things had turned out differently." The meeting with Sione was strange, his face so swollen he could barely talk. He had stitches everywhere, his mouth, his right eye, and a large tear in his cheek. We stood toe to toe as he walked in the door. We stared each other down until he stuck out his hand and we shook, and after several hard pumps, he reached out with his other arm and we hugged as only brothers can. Back home in Auckland, I caught up with Taylor, and of course Kim, not sure who was the most pleased to see me. I explained what happened on the trip and the outcomes. She was not convinced when I said I now had closure with Lucy. She was still doubtful. We settled back into our relationship and I buried myself in work. At least that was going well. The one sphere of my life that seemed under control. Taylor seemed a little distant after I related the story of my visit home. Sure, we still got on well, but I sensed a growing unease. My savior was Kim. She and I were close. I think perhaps if it weren't for Kim, Taylor would have pulled out of our relationship. We bumbled along for a few months. It was nice to have somebody in my life, but I think it was never going anywhere. One Friday night, I went to collect them both to go out for dinner. There was a strange car in her driveway when I arrived. I decided for the first time in a long time to knock. Taylor met me with a smile and a hug, but sitting on the sofa in the living room was a man, and he looked familiar. As I walked in, he stood up to shake my hand. "Hello, I am Martin, Taylor's ex." We shook hands and Taylor jumped in. "Martin has been going to AA and anger management. He came around tonight because he wants to become a part of Kim's life again." I nodded. "That sounds great." I stared at him and I could see the nervousness. I tried to ease the situation. "Mate, I think you're doing the right thing. Kim is a wonderful girl, and I know she misses her father, so well done." He nodded. "I've started paying the child support as well. I finally found a job." Taylor smiled, but when I glanced at Kim, she didn't look impressed. "So, what happens now?" I asked. Martin jumped in. "I want to get my parental rights. I want visitation rights. I know I will have to build up trust with Kim because I behaved badly and I can see even now she's scared of me. So slowly I want to get to a stage where we can spend weekends together. I have my own place." He stayed for a while before leaving, and he got a kiss from Kim. As Taylor moved back to sit beside me, she said, "Wow, that was a surprise. He has changed so much. God, I hope he doesn't let Kim down again." Well, Martin went overboard with Kim. He brought her gifts. He was there every weekend, and slowly but surely, he built his relationship back. The side effect was I saw Taylor looking at him differently. She no longer saw the angry no-account loser, the drunkard and abuser. He was even tempered, apologetic, and polite, even to me. Damn it, I was jealous. When I saw them together, I saw a little twinkle in her eye, a sparkle that had been saved just for me. When I tackled her about it, she winced. "Sorry, am I that transparent?" "To me, you are, Taylor. If you're having feelings for Martin again, then all I ask is you be honest with me. Believe me, I will understand." She nodded. "Sorry, love. Yes, I know you understand, but I am just confused. I spent so much time hating him, I find it hard to reconcile who he is now. I used to love him so deeply, but after the bashings and abuse, I lost that love. I thought the man I met, fell in love with, and married had vanished forever, but now here he is back stronger than ever." I pulled her into my arms. "Yes, it must be hard. Just be honest with me." As they say, life went on. I sort of expected Taylor and me to be able to push on with Kim happily spending every second weekend with her father, but if anything, we were growing apart. There was a distance I couldn't explain growing between us. We still made love, we still shared wonderful moments together, but there was an unease I struggled to put my finger on. It became a little clearer when Martin dropped Kim off at home. Taylor met him at the door, and they exchanged small talk. Kim came over for her cuddle, as always, but Taylor walked Martin out to his car. I walked over and watched from the window. As he climbed in and closed the door, Taylor leaned in and gave him a quick kiss. Nothing too much, but more than a friendly kiss. She looked around anxiously to see if anybody had seen. She waved goodbye and he drove off. I struggled to keep a lid on my anger. I didn't want to seem like one of those jealous boyfriends, but I guess that's how I felt. When she walked in, I asked softly but with intent, "How long has that been going on for?" "Caught out," she whispered. "It's not what you think. It was just a kiss." I laughed. "What did you think I was thinking?" "Fetu, I know this is hard for you, but it's hard for me as well. Martin and I have history. He was my husband, Kim's father." I nodded. "I understand. All I ask is honesty. Is there something going on between you two that I should know about?" Her red face and the fact she could no longer hold my gaze were the clues. "Fetu, I'm trying. Lately I have been having feelings for Martin that sank a long time ago, but now I see a new man arising and I like what I see." "Like or love?" She winced. Well, I don't know." Standing and walking to the door, I hissed angrily, "Well, perhaps we need some space until you figure it out. Call me when you've decided." She whined, "Please don't go away angry. I would never cheat on you. I know how painful that was for you." "I will leave it to you. If you want to see me again, call me." She snapped, "Of course I want to see you. Don't be an arse. You haven't even said goodbye to Kim." She was right. I strode into Kim's bedroom, gave her a kiss, and said goodbye. Walking out, Taylor yelled after me, "You're behaving like an idiot. Nothing happened." As I promised, I didn't call or text. I left it in her hands. It didn't stop me from fretting and worrying. I realized I was acting like a fool, a jealous idiot, but I couldn't help it. I paced around, went for walks, and generally hated myself for being a fool. It was Friday before Taylor called. "Do you want to go to the movies tonight? Kim is with Martin. We could have a sleepover." I picked her up and we went for dinner and then a movie. It was warm, polite, but the burning intensity of our normal relationship was missing. We both sensed it. We were like friends. The romance was gone. The words shouldn't have come as a shock, but nobody wants to hear them. "Fetu, we need to talk." She guiltily peeked at me from her downturned eyes. "Where are we going?" "I don't know, Taylor. Before I even consider if there is an us, I need to know what's going on with you and Martin. He asked me out on a date. I don't want to go until I know where you and I stand." I laughed. "I'm confused. I am your backup plan?" "No, that's not what I meant." "Explain what you were getting at then?" "I don't know. I'm confused. It feels good, you and me, but I do have feelings for Martin. When he asked me out, that felt good as well, and he and Kim have really bonded." "It sounds to me like you've already made your mind up." We talked some more, the conversation drifting back and forth. I knew it was over. The reality was it never really started. If this was important, it would hurt. Strangely, it was almost a relief. At least I knew where I stood. Having all my time to myself, it made me think. How could she forgive Martin? He was such a cruel bastard. Some of the beatings he gave her. He destroyed their marriage with his drinking and anger. Now here she was going back to him. Okay, I got it. He seemed nice. Nothing like the evil, angry drunkard she depicted. So that was it, sexually. It started like a forest fire but went out like a match. Life can be cruel. Work became my focus. I still had my football and mates. My life, though, felt empty. Little did I know, but there were other forces at play. Mum's health wasn't that great, even after the bypass. She had been diagnosed with diabetes. She was supposed to be dieting, but food was a big thing in Samoan culture, and Mum was the matriarch of our family. Feasts were a big thing. The whole family there. What I didn't know was Dad was also suffering. He had always been a big man, strong, physical, so heavily respected in the local community. The demands on him were huge. Sione and I hadn't talked since the fight, so when I answered a call one night, I was shocked. "Hey, bro! Hey, Sione, what's happening?" "I wanted to talk about Mum and Dad." "Is something wrong?" "Yeah, bro, it's not an emergency, but it is important." "Explain." "Mum's not doing so well. She refuses to take the diabetes seriously. She won't stick to her diet." "Yeah, I saw it the weekend I was home." "Dad, he's struggling as well. He's got a herniated disc in his back. They want to operate, but he has refused. He's worried if they fuse the discs, he'll lose his strength and his job." "Bullshit. They couldn't do without him." "Yeah, You and I know that, but you try and tell him. He won't listen. The phone went silent. Bro, they need you home. Dad always listens to you. Plus, if you were around more, he would have the op. What I'm saying is, we need you, all of us. After the call disconnected, I sat back on the sofa, a silent curse before reflecting. My life here in Auckland hadn't turned out the way I planned. It was empty. Breaking up with Taylor just reinforced that. Once she was gone, I had nothing. I called Mum, and she played down her illness as always. When I asked how Dad was, she never even mentioned his problems. I made the decision quickly. I was going home. At first, it felt like I was being trapped, but the more I thought about it, I knew it was the right thing to do. Monday morning, I approached my boss about my choice. He didn't try too hard to talk me out of it, but did say to take my time. Good advice, which I ignored. I signed off on closing out my lease at the flat. The real estate company were pretty good. They had tenants queuing up looking for places. The furniture was easy to get rid of. The only real quality stuff was the TV, sound system, and some of the cooking stuff. I boxed it up, gave in my notice, which was going to be 1 month. The boss was okay. He actually recommended me to another company that had its head office in Wellington. It was a long month. Time dragged. I bumped into Taylor in the supermarket. She looked embarrassed, but we said hi. How have you been, Fetu? Fine. What about you? She smiled, a warm, embracing glow. Really good. Martin is home. How's that working out? It is wonderful. He's a changed man, Fetu. He is kind and considerate. He has really tried hard. That's good. I'm pleased for you, Kim, as well. She needed her father. She nodded. Fetu, every child needs their father. She loves having Martin home. It feels right. Have you been talking to your son? He isn't my son. Funny, I know you say that, but it's not the feeling I get when I hear you talk about him. Her knowing look confused me. It's not that simple, Taylor. You're wrong, Fetu. I know how hard it must be. Trust me, I better than most know what you're going through. Plenty of my friends and family have told me I'm a fool for taking Martin back. I promise you, Fetu, it is the best decision I have made. The only hard part was losing you. My solace was, you were never mine. You still belong to your wife. I shook my head. Confused thoughts flooded my overworked brain. Let go of the past, Fetu. I had to, and it's the hardest part. You can't forget, but you can forgive. We hugged, and she gave me a very sweet kiss. Live well, Fetu, not in the past. You can't enjoy the future if you live in the past. Wow, suddenly she's Confucius or something. Easy to give advice. I paid for my items and left. The day finally arrived. I loaded the stuff into my car and headed south. It was a 10-hour drive and gave me plenty of time to consider everything. Bloody Taylor and her fortune cookie advice. Easy words to say, but much harder to live. As the kilometers clicked by, a dark mood descended. Taylor was allowed to say what she did because she was living proof it could work. For her, at least. If she could do it, could I? Luce and I hadn't talked for a while, and I was pretty brutal on my last visit. She had probably moved on. It wasn't a flash of lightning or a light bulb moment. As I drove, it was more a sinking reality. Luce had never really left me. I had never been able to completely expunge her from my head or heart. My mood lifted as I got closer to Wellington. The sun set over Kapiti as I drove through Pekakariki. There were some good tunes playing on the radio. I started singing along, then before I knew it, I was singing to the top of my lungs and I was feeling pretty good. I had a room booked at a hotel not far from home. I wanted to have things sorted before going home. First was a place to stay. I looked the next day, and it took almost all day. I must have looked through a dozen places. Thankfully, the last one turned out to be all right. A little more than I wanted to pay, but it had a lockable garage, 3 bedrooms, and it was close to my parents' place. The firm my boss recommended had a position going, and I was booked in for an interview the next day. Walking into the office tower, I did feel a little anxious. This was a big firm, and the position came with more responsibility than my previous position. I had to pump myself up a little before being called in. I don't know why I was so nervous. It went great, and I was offered the position following the interview. A day shopping, not new stuff, but after hunting around op shops and second-hand stores, I had enough to get me started. With the house tidy enough for my mother's inspection, I drove to their place and knocked on the door. Mum opened the door, looking worn out. The shock on her face slowly dissolved into a big smile. Fetu. She stepped forward, her arms open wide. What are you doing here? Shipping into her embrace, I said, I was hoping to be invited in for dinner. She squeezed me tightly. Oh, Pele, it is so good to see you. As we hugged, a little face appeared beside Mum. He reached out his arms. Uncle Fetu, cuddle. Mum's scowl made me reach down and pull him up into a cuddle. How you been, little guy? He just giggled. Mum gave his rosy cheeks a little pat. Come inside, Fetu. I am getting dinner. I followed her into the kitchen where she was preparing the food. Where's Luce? She gave me a tired sigh. She is at work. She will not be home until 6. Yeah? What's she doing? She works as office administrator at the school. She handed Luca a cookie and started nibbling one herself. Aren't you supposed to be on a diet? She scoffed. Who told you that? Sione called the other night. Her scoff turned into a smile. He called you? She couldn't hide the glee. Yeah, he called to tell me you haven't been looking after yourself. Ha, I'm okay. He worries about nothing. Mum, I'm worried. Diabetes is serious. You need to be careful. I snatched the cookie out of her hand. No more of these. I stuffed the cookie in my mouth and gave her a smile. What do you care? You visit once a year, stay 2 days, and vanish again. Wow, she knew how to lay down the guilt. Mum, I have moved back to Wellington. I am back living here now. Why didn't you say something? It just happened. I didn't plan it. What about your girlfriend? She asked accusingly. We broke up. Her frown returned. What happened? Mum, I don't want to talk about it. It wasn't meant to be. Fetu, I am your mother. I want to be part of your life. I want to know what is going on in your life. I can help. I know, but when Luce and I divorced, you chose her side. You put her interests above my own, and then you kept trying to push us back together. We were just trying to keep our family together. Mum, you don't get it. You treated me like the bad guy. Sione, who was the bad guy, you treated like he did no wrong. That is not true, she snapped back. Your father beat Sione. It was the first time I was ever worried. I thought he had gone too far. Sione knew he did wrong. But all those things he said to me, he goaded me, tried to humiliate me. Dad never said anything. That's because he holds you to higher principles. Sione has always been a cheeky boy. I hate to say it, but I have seen a new side of him since your fight. He has been far more respectful. Things went a bit quiet as we both stood staring at each other. Dad got home first, and when he saw me, he opened his arms wide and welcomed me into one of his bear hug greetings. Although this time, as I squeezed him in return, I felt him wince. You all right, Dad? Shaking it off, he gave me a reassuring smile. It is nothing, a pulled muscle. Why are you here? He has moved back to Wellington, Mum stated accusingly. Why is this the first we are hearing of this? It was time. I wanted to come home. Things didn't work out with Taylor. Guess I needed my family. I wasn't complaining, Fetu. I am glad you have returned. Had we known, we could have helped. Your bedroom is in use for a couple of weeks. Dad, I have my own place. I got a place up on Leonardo's Way. Are you staying for dinner? Yes, Mum called. He most definitely is. What are you going to do for work? If you need money, we will help. I don't need money, Dad. I have a job. I'm working for Stevenson's on Key Street. Oh, very posh, he said with a friendly chuckle. Luca came running back inside, yelling, Mummy's home! He rushed past us, headed for the door. That boy is a mummy's boy. He said it with a smile, but I could see the serious concern. He turned to look at me. He needs a male influence. Dad, there's no bigger man than you. No, Fetu, I'm not here enough. We are working long hours at work at the moment. He needs a father. He has Sione. I said, trying to hide my disdain. What use is he? He hates the boy. We try to keep him involved, but there is too much anger in him regarding Luca. Safina doesn't help. She resents his presence as well, and she makes it hard on Sione. It was her fault, Dad. She came up with the stupid idea. I think that's why it hurts so much. Guilt is a terrible thing. Dad might not say a lot, but he had a way of hitting the nail on the head. Let's not talk of that. The past is behind us. You are home. The future is in front of us. Luce looked confused. Luca had obviously told her I was there. Fetu, what's wrong? Why are you here? She looked around. Is something wrong? Mom walked over and gave her a hug. Nothing is wrong. Fetu has moved back to Wellington. She looked bewildered. Moved home, but it was time. I said softly, hoping Mom and Dad would keep quiet about Taylor. I saw the uncomfortable look on her face as she asked, Are you staying for dinner? I had no choice, I replied. Dad added a hearty laugh. I saw a questioning expression pass between Luce and Mom. Luce reached for her phone, but Mom interrupted, saying, Is there a problem? Luce turned and walked for the door. No, I had a date tonight. I'll cancel. Not on my behalf, I hope. I'm only here for dinner. But I wanted to catch up, see what you're doing. There'll be other times, I replied. Why shouldn't she have a date? I had no claim on her, but damn, it still hurt. She rushed out to get changed for her date. Mom scowled. Why did you say that? She was going to stay. Mom, I haven't come home for Luce. I came home to be closer to you. You're not well, and neither are you, Dad. I'm going to be around a lot, so get used to it. Who told you this nonsense? Dad grumbled. Sione, Mom spat out. Dad smirked. You have been talking to Sione? Only the once. He told me you had a serious back condition, but won't get it fixed. Huh, he spluttered. That boy needs to learn to keep his mouth shut. Dad, I'm not going to lecture you. It is your decision. I'm here to take the load off. I'll do as much as I can. He nodded, scowled, but said lightly with respect, Thank you, son. Luce came in looking pretty damn sexy, a nice green dress that seemed to merge with her sparkling eyes. Her makeup was nice, not slutty, but it certainly worked. She looked hot. Mom gave her a severe glance but gave her a kiss as she set the table. Be careful, daughter. Mom said, as much for my benefit as Luce's. She was gone, and we were left alone. Alone except for Luca, I asked. Has she been dating this guy for a while? A little while. Mom said, not committing to any term. I spent some time with Luca before taking over cleaning up the dishes. Mom scolded. Get away, what are you doing? In Mom's eyes, men didn't do housework. That was her role and felt compromised. Mom, go and sit down. Luca and I have this. She looked to Dad for support, but he just shrugged. Come and sit with me. Tell me about your day. Luca seemed confused as well, but he never quibbled. He stood on a chair beside me, drying as I washed. Back at my own place, I stretched out on the bed. That look of pain on my father's face was telling. He never showed or admitted to pain. He was the rock, and rocks never budged. Saturday morning, I rocked up to Mom and Dad's. I pulled the lawnmower out and started mowing. It was the first thing that stood out to me. Mom and Dad were incredibly proud that they were one of the few island families that could afford to own a home. Their lawns and gardens were always pristine. Now, they looked overgrown. This was my first step in helping take the load off. The lawnmower brought Dad running outside. What are you doing? He complained. Go back inside and rest. I said I'm here to help. This is my job, Fetu. Not anymore, Dad. From now on, I will be here every week. I want you to relax, put your feet up. He moaned loudly, but I saw the relief in his eyes. He came back a bit later with a drink. After the lawns, I started on the gardens. I'm not gardener, but anything that looked like a weed came out. I was on my knees weeding, and when I looked sideways, there was Luca. I had to keep an eye on him because he was just going like a maniac. I tackled him, laughing quietly. Are you trying to get us in trouble? If Granddad sees this, we will get the chop. As we worked, I showed him the ones that looked like weeds. At lunchtime, Luce brought us out a plate of food. Wow, you boys are going for it. Yeah, it's all happening out here. She sat with us, and it was tense. How's the new job going? I threw out as a door opener. It's okay. The money isn't great. I still need the benefit, but it helps. Sweet. I'm happy for you. Fetu, the date. I put my hand up. Luce, you don't have to explain. Is it serious? What? Oh, hell no. She said softly to Luca. Honey, could you get me a glass of water? He scampered off, and she said, Fetu, it was a booty call. I have needs, I'm still young. Booty call, huh? Mom said you've been out with him a few times. Yeah, a couple. He must be doing okay then, pressing the right buttons. I'm lonely, Fetu. I just wanted some affection and somebody to talk to. I am so grateful to your parents for taking me in when nobody else would. But it's hard. I know they resented me for a long time. They blamed me for breaking up the family. I felt so low because they were right. But they stuck by me, and I love them so much for doing that. She burst out crying, just as Luca arrived with her water. Are you sad, Mummy? Yeah, babe. I'm sad. Thank you for the water. Luca and I went back to work, and Luce stayed to help. By dinner time, we had a massive pile of rubbish heaped up, but the gardens looked great. Sunday, I borrowed an old mate's ute and took all the rubbish to the refuse center. There was no escaping the family dinner. Safina and Sione turned up as well. Bro, you missed your calling. You should have been gardener. It would have gone quicker if I had a hand. He frowned. Yeah, sorry, bro. I had footy. After dinner, I jumped in to help Mum, but she wasn't having that. Not with Safina there. She pushed me away angrily. What in heaven's name are you doing, boy? Get out and talk to your father. Dad was outside walking around, chatting with Sione. They were looking at a big pile of Sione's old car parts piled in the corner. I'll get rid of them, Pop. Give me a week. Yep, there was a pile of shit, a real mountain. I can grab the ute again. Sione gave me a grim look. Nah, I got it, bro. Sione walked off in a guff and Dad grumbled. He's been saying that for over a year. I'll do it, Dad. If it's still here next week, I will take it to the wreckers. Fetu, you don't have to do this. I am all right. Don't lie to me, Dad. I'm not an idiot. I see the pain. Sione told me you have a herniated disc. He also said the hospital want to operate, but you're scared you'll lose your job. He didn't say anything, but I saw him searching for words. Dad, you can be honest with me. I'm not here to lecture, just help. Why don't you talk to the boss about taking on a supervisory position? I know they respect you. They offered you something like it once before, as I remember. He nodded. Fetu, they showed me the application forms. It is not easy. To be a supervisor, you must have school cert as a minimum. I never stayed in school. I had to get a job to help out the family. School was not a priority. Then get school cert. Fetu, I'm 55 years old. Far too old for that. Dad, you are a clever guy. I could help. Do it online. I could see his mind going round and round. Dad, there's more to life than breaking your arse day in, day out. At the rate you're going, you will be in a wheelchair before you're 60. What use would you be to the family then? I don't know, Fetu. I'm not good with numbers. We don't even have a computer. Bullshit. I've seen you working with numbers every day of your life. Valve clearances, bearing sizes, compression ratios. You use them all the time. As for the computer, we can use mine. That is different. No, it's not. If you take the classes, I'll come around every night and help. You'll get recognition for prior learning for some work. That's how I became my father's teacher. Every night we sat side by side. Luce managed to get an old computer from the school. It cost me $200, but they didn't have to know that. Friday night, I stopped by Sione's house. Safina opened the door and looked shocked to see me. Fetu. Is Sione home? Yes, come in. I found him with his feet up, having a beer. Hey, bro, what's up? Those car parts at Dad's. I'm taking them to the wreckers tomorrow. I would like your help. He slammed his beer down on the coffee table. Oh, fuck, bro, he barked angrily. Safina screamed, Language, Sione. He turned and gave her an evil stare. Come on, bro. I have footy in the afternoon. The only time I get with the family is in the morning. You're the one who wanted me to come home and do my bit. Well, I'm here and trying. Yeah, all right, it'll have to be early, though. 8. Can you get a trailer? Yeah, I can organize it, just don't be late. 8 o'clock, I was backing the ute down the back and lifting parts onto the ute. Sione at least turned up. Luce was first up and she came out to help, followed by Luca. Luca came for a ride as we took the first load to the scrap metal dealer. On the way back, he asked, Could we get ice cream? I nodded. Yeah, on the next load, He looked pretty happy. I saw him rush over to Luce, who looked up smiling broadly. We loaded the last of it, and Sione said, "Bro, I gotta go. I'm already running late." As we were getting in the ute, Luca wriggled his way into the middle of the seat, and Luce squeezed in beside him. "What are you doing?" I asked. She looked at me, confused. "Luca said you invited us for ice cream." He had a mischievous grin on his face. "He did he?" I said with a chuckle, ruffling his jet-black frizzy hair. "Would you rather I stayed here?" Luce asked with a sad face. "No, come with us, although you'll have to do your share if you want ice cream." At the scrap dealer's, Luca worked extra hard. I think he thought I was serious about Luce having to do her share. At the dairy, Luca rushed inside and was already ordering his. Luce laughed, giving me a happy grin. It's nice to see a smile on his face. He loves being around you. He's a good kid. You've done a wonderful job raising him on your own. I wasn't alone. Fetu, Mom and Dad, they've been amazing. I couldn't have done it without them. Maybe, but his nature, that's down to you. We sat in the ute, slurping away on our ice cream cones. "Mummy, could we go to the beach?" She looked at me anxiously. "Honey, Fetu has to go home. He's busy." Seeing the sad look on his face, I said, "I'm not in a hurry, although I have to drop the ute and pick up my car." "Yay," Luca screeched. After dropping off the ute, Luce asked, "What's you new house like?" "Nothing flash, just a house." "Could we go and have a look?" she asked. As we walked in through the front door, she sighed. "Bloody hell, it's awesome." Luca ran straight inside and sprinted from room to room. "It's a bit sparse. I only got enough basic furniture so I could move in." "Fetu, you're lucky. God, I'd kill for this space." I felt bad. She lived in that tiny converted shed. "Yeah, I don't know why I got this place. I should have just got a flat. I'm a bit lost in here." "I will swap you anytime you want," she said with a playful giggle. "Yeah, I bet you would. Then I would have to put up with my mother." "Don't say it like that, Fetu. She might get a bit carried away, but she loves you." "I love her as well, but I couldn't live there." The sun was getting a bit low in the sky by the time Luca was finished at the beach. "Bloody hell, we're late. Mum will be angry," Luce whined. "Ring her and tell her you won't be home for dinner. We could go to KFC or something." Luca seemed pretty happy with that outcome. It was a special treat for him. Mom and Dad never had fast food or takeaways. Over our dinner, Luce and I talked. It was just so nice. The tension and anger was gone. We were laughing and joking like old times, Luca giggling at some of the stories. Pulling up outside Mom and Dad's, I turned off the car. Luca was asleep in the back. Luce slid her hand into mine and gave it a little squeeze. "Thanks for today. It was so nice. I haven't seen Luca this happy in a very long time." I reached over and covered her hand with mine. "It was a nice day. I've missed you." "God, not as much as I missed you. I still love you, Fetu. I always will." When she leaned across to kiss me, I didn't fight. It felt right. Her beautiful, sensual lips sliding wetly over mine, her tongue cuddling mine. Her kisses were always like that, sweet and juicy. During the week, Luca sat with Dad and I as we worked on his school cert. He giggled when I scolded Dad, and Dad played along. Mom and Luce were watching TV, chatting. It felt like we were playing happy families, especially when Luca begged me to tuck him in and read him a bedtime story. It was a special moment, laying on the bed, reading to him. Luce always came in and sat with us, and then we snuggled. The kisses became more urgent with every day. The caresses lasted longer, and it made me feel like we were horny teenagers carrying on, trying to make sure my parents didn't hear. It sort of made it a little naughty. I didn't know about Luce, but I went home every night with a hard-on that wouldn't go down. It was becoming impossible to keep it a secret. I could see Mom becoming uneasy. It was hard for me. I couldn't stop the emotions. I needed to make a decision. Living like we were wasn't fair. I could see the hope growing in Luce's eyes. Every time we kissed like horny teenagers, she was waiting for the next step. It took me a couple of months to build up the courage. In the end, it just felt right. Luca was the glue holding it all together. We had a bond. I may not have supplied the seed, but we had something only father and son can share. I didn't want to do it at Mom and Dad's. That would be too embarrassing. "Luce, Would you like to go out for dinner tonight? Oh, hell yes. Can Luca come with us? I wouldn't have it any other way. We went to a hotel. Okay, it might not have been a flash fancy restaurant, but it was nice. We ordered our drinks and sat talking about the day's events. As our orders arrived, things went quiet, and a sense of expectancy filled the table. Luce kept taking sidelong glances at me, her eyes anxious. Fetu, can I ask, is this a date? Yes, I mumbled nervously. Luce, I invited you out because I have something to say to you. I need to know if you want to try again? Her face flushed, and she quickly swallowed her chip. Yes, I love you, Fetu. I would love nothing more than to be your wife again. Luca didn't understand all the words, but when he saw us kissing, he giggled insanely. What are we going to do, Fetu? Are you going to tell Mom and Dad? If you're sure, then yes. I will tell them tonight. And then what? Then we go home. I know the place doesn't have a lot of furniture yet, but I have bought a bed for Luca. You have? I nodded. Yep, sure have. She turned to Luca. Honey, would you like it if we moved in with Fetu? He nodded, his bug-toothy grin saying it all. With the words out, he walked around and jumped onto my knee for a cuddle. It was a late night, and he fell asleep in his new car seat as we drove back to Mom and Dad's. Fetu, I don't want to start a war before we even get started. But what is Luca going to call you? He is confused. He never calls you uncle. He hears the other nephews call you that, but I have never once heard him call you that. I have no expectations, Luce. I will leave it to him, but please don't coach him. He will call me. What he thinks is right. Mom and Dad knew something was up when we left Luca asleep in the car. What's going on, Fetu? Mom said with a strange look on her face. Mom, Dad, Luce and I are moving in together. We're going to try again. Dad, who had been watching TV, stood quickly, his face twisted in pain. Fetu, that is good news, but I have something to say. This was unexpected. I thought they would be happy. Fetu, I love you, son, but I love Luca. He is our grandchild, and I don't want to see him get hurt. You can't change your mind. This must be a permanent move. He can't go back and forth. If you both don't understand that, we will not give it our blessing. Luce looked devastated. She was about to say something when Mom had her say, Lucy, we love you, child, but if you are going to do this, it must be as husband and wife. Forever, not just today. This must be forever, I interrupted. Mom, stop. Don't say another word. I have just about had enough of your interfering. You get it wrong every single time. I wouldn't be here right now saying this if that wasn't how we felt. We want your blessing, but you have to stop meddling. Let us live our lives. Mom looked hurt, but rather than softening, she did what she always did. She snapped back with the guilt. Fetu, stop. You are my son, and I do love you. It broke my heart when you abandoned your family. We cannot go through that again. Your mother is right. Both of you need to make a commitment. Right here. Dad said loudly, adding his weight to Mom's statement. Luce, who had been holding my hand, said, Yes, I agree. I'm ready. This whole thing was my stupid mistake, and I will try and make up for it for the rest of my life. I promise you, Fetu. I will never do anything to bring your love into question. I will be yours. I gave her hand a tight squeeze. I was a little taken aback by Mom and Dad's stance. Standing tall, I said, I am ready to make that commitment. Turning to face Luce, I swallowed hard and said, I love you, Luce. Love you like nothing on earth, and I love Luca. It took me a long time, but I am there. I am ready. Mom, who was now crying her eyes out, said, Who is Luca Fetu? Swallowing hard, I said, He is my son. Dad walked into my arms, and even with him groaning under the pain, we hugged. You make me very proud, Fetu. That is all we wanted to hear. Mom and Luce joined us in our embrace. There were no dry eyes. As we separated, I said, We are going home. Life, definitely not easy. The next few months were hard. We had a new house to make into a home. First, we moved all Luce and Luca's stuff. We cleaned out the flat because Mom and Dad had another couple moving in. Sione and Safina were happy because I absolved them of the financial burden of Luca's entitlement. Dad passed his school cert and was given his promotion. That gave him the confidence to have the back surgery. We constantly had to stay on Mom's case about her diet. Luce has taken to going for an evening walk with her. Every weekend, we went around to Mom and Dad's to do gardens and mow lawns. It was on one of those occasions, an unusually hot summer's day, Luca and I had been sweating away in the garden, and Dad had been helping, but was feeling it. He had to sit down on the grass to take the pressure off his back. Luce and Mum had just returned from their walk and were milling around, looking at the freshly weeded flower beds. "Luca, could you rush in and get Grandad a glass, if water?" He rushed off inside with Mum saying, "That boy, Lord knows where he gets his energy from." He came barreling down the steps, glass in hand. "Got it, Dad." He slid to a halt and passed the glass to his granddad. He smiled at me and I said, "Thanks, son." Luce rushed to our side and gasped, "What did you say, Luca?" Confused, he replied, "I told Dad I did as he asked." "Oh, baby, I love you so much." She hugged him so tightly she lifted him off his feet. Dad just chuckled and Mum said, "Finally, somebody has said something sensible." That was a changing point in our relationship. The bond between Luca and I was sealed, and I became a father again. Except this time it would be forever. Luce and I made love like we were newlyweds, which I suppose we were. She stopped taking the pill. I guess we were both hopeful, but expected nothing. It was a shock when 6 months later, she announced at the dinner table at Mom and Dad's, "Luca, how would you like a sibling?" Confused, he replied, "What's a sibling? A brother or sister?" Mum gasped, and Dad choked on his food. I don't know if I stopped breathing, but it certainly felt like it. "A brother would be nice," Luca said, unconcerned. "What are you saying, Luce?" I blurted out. "I'm pregnant," she whispered. Mum threw back her chair and rushed into her arms. "Oh, heavens, thank the Lord." Dad reached across the table. "Congratulations, son, you will have 2 children." I picked up on his sentiment. "Yes, Dad, 2. The end. Story 2. The Party and the Indecent Proposal. I couldn't help but sigh. Watching Allie get ready for a party was always fun. She may not be a spectacular supermodel/actress, but she was very pretty. Watching her dress when we went out made me wish that we're staying home. I heard her giggle. "Well, are you going to sit there all night, or are you actually going to put some damn clothes on? If you'd put on something a little less revealing, then I might be able to concentrate." Her sexy, coquettish smile made my heart beat a little faster than usual. "What, you think this is revealing?" she said with an overstated hint of astonishment. "Really? I thought you liked this dress." "Honey, I like it, but it's hardly a dress. We have pillowcases with more fabric in them." She stood with hands on hips and a frown. "Do you want me to change?" She sighed. "Nope, no damn way. I like it, I was just saying. While you're dressed like that, there's no way I can concentrate on anything." "Oh, for heaven's sake, you've seen this dress 100 times. "Yep, sure have, and I have to say, sweetheart, you make it look better every time." "Phooey, it's old. I should wear something else." Standing up, I turned away to actually get myself ready. "If you change, you'll spoil the party for all the attending men." "What in hell's name do you mean by that, Adam?" "Just that, you know damn well how many erection-building stares you're gonna get tonight. Don't spoil their fun." She shook her head as she went on with getting ready. She might not be a ravishing beauty, but she sure as hell was sexy. I hated these parties. Jeff had probably invited Brett. I disliked Brett. He was such a big-headed fucker. Brett was a big shot in the movie business, a producer or some shit, and he loved rubbing at everybody's face. Jeff only invited him so he could show him off to everybody. Being Brett's buddy was his thing. He loved it. Jeff and I went back a long way. We met at college and became firm friends. We had stayed in touch, even after getting married and having kids. His didn't go so well. In fact, he had failed 3 times at marriage, each one a little more acrimonious than the last. I considered myself lucky. Allie and I had a good marriage. Yeah, we had our ups and downs, but it was a good, solid marriage. There was no shortage of love, although sometimes we let the pressures of the world get to us. We weren't wealthy, we had our money issues. All in all, though, we had a happy marriage. As we drove over to Jeff's place, Allie said, "I'm picking Brett's going to be there?" "I guess so. You know how it works. Jeff likes to show him off. Soak up all that reflected light. Uh-huh. Pity he's such a dick. I mean, he's nice, but God, he can be a bit overpowering. Yeah, you got that right, honey. I'm hearing you. It was hard to find a parking space. We had to park way up the street. As we walked up Jeff's driveway, there was Brett's Porsche convertible parked in the prime location. It was one hell of a car, and as we walked past, Allie ran her hands over the sexy curves. Hell, this is one beautiful car. Panties getting wet, are they? She gave me a playful nudge. Might be. Holy shit, babe. Imagine what it must be like to drive. I bet it's fast as fuck. Oh, hell yeah, and it's probably worth at least 300 grand. She grabbed my arm and squeezed tightly. With that teasing giggle, she whispered wetly in my ear. Now my panties are wet. Sure enough, the moment we walked in, we could hear Brett holding center stage. God, he could be so obnoxious and loud. Allie gave me a nudge before saying, I'm going to get a drink and catch up with the girls. Have a fun gossip fest. She gave me an offhand, derogatory wave of her hand as she wandered into the sea of bodies in search of her friends. I wandered off to the bar and picked up a beer. There were plenty of people I knew. With beer in hand, I mingled, chatted, and listened to conversation. Jeff was standing with his hanger-on buddies, who were all hanging on to everything Brett said. I did my best to stay away from that particular group. Listening to Brett tell us how great he was didn't sit high on my priority list. I was already regretting coming. I liked Jeff, we were pals. But when he was with Brett, he could be as insufferable as Brett. It was on my third trip to the bar that I bumped into Jeff. Adam, where have you been hiding, pal? I bumped into Ali earlier. With a casual shrug, I replied, just talking to folks. You know how it goes. I flipped the lid off my replacement beer. Do you want one? Nope, not for me, pal. I'm sticking to the bourbon tonight. I waited for him to drop some ice in his drink, and we wandered off together. Brett's here. Come on over and say hi. He asked whether you were going to be here. I doubted that Brett would ask after me, but I let him lead me over to the group. Brett was, as always, trying to sell his brand of horse shit. Look who I found at the bar, Jeff announced to the group. A couple of the guys I recognized, and we shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Brett, though, didn't even stop talking long enough to say hello. He was going on about his car, and of course all the guys were listening. He sure knew how to pull in a crowd. I'm telling you, boys, she'll top 150 miles an hour. Must cost you a fortune in speeding tickets, I threw in sarcastically. He looked up to see me. Hey, Adam. Yeah, it does earn me a few. It has cost me a few donations to the policeman's ball. Just then, Allie slipped up beside me. What are you boys bullshitting about? Her arms slipped through mine as I replied. Brett was just telling us about his collection of speeding tickets. She giggled. Yeah, you must get a lot. I know if it was my car, I'd have hundreds. It must be fun to drive. He stared at her with a look I didn't like, hunger, desire. His eyes ran up and down her body, the dress showing off her gorgeous figure. Can you drive a stick? She laughed with a hint of pride. I love stick. My current car is manual. He reached into his pocket and threw her the keys. Come on then. Let's go for a spin. I thought she was going to faint. Really? Yeah, it'll be a bit of fun. She turned and peeked up at me. Would you mind, babe? Nah, go for it. But if you lose your license, you'll be bussing it to work. How much have you had to drink? She patted my bum. I've only had a couple of mojitos. How the hell you can get it out is anybody's guess, I added. Jeff yelled out loudly. Hey guys! Anybody parked behind Brett's Porsche, could you move them? There was scampering, as guys went to move cars and make space. I walked out, and watching Allie slide into the driver's seat was something else. The dress slid up and her long, sexy legs looked better than ever. The light shimmering off her stockings looked hot, especially with the lacy tops showing. I leaned in and kissed her. Drive careful, honey. Brett, ignoring my advice, said loudly, Fuck that shit. Drive it like you stole it. She turned to him and said, Careful what you wish for. She reversed out carefully, and as she came to a rest, she hit the go pedal and the engine screamed. The tires smoked as the Porsche snaked away. We all walked back inside, and Jeff laughed beside me, his arm draped over my shoulder. Shit, dude, she's a friggin' speed freak. I never knew that. Oh yeah, she grew up in a family of car nuts. Her father is a fanatical hot rodder. It's how we met, actually. She loves cars as much as me. Man, the way she sped off, I wonder if we will hear the sirens. She'll give them a run for their money. Back inside, I needed a beer. I bumped into some guys I play golf with occasionally, and we started talking. It must have been about half an hour before I got back to Jeff's group. As I approached, I heard Jeff saying loudly, "I tell you, boys, she's probably on her knees now polishing his knob. She was fucking hot for that car." A couple of the guys nudged him, and he looked up guiltily. "Oh, hey, buddy. We were just talking about Ali wearing out Brett's car." "Yeah, I heard." He patted my shoulder. "Come on, dude. I was just joking, you know. Talking shit." "Yeah, I got that. Just remember who you're talking about." "Yeah, sorry, buddy. It was out of line." I wandered off, leaving him to his Klingon pals. A while later, I was outside talking to some friends when I was assaulted. Before I knew what was happening, Allie was wrapped around me, her legs wrapped around my waist and her arms around my neck. Her wet, slippery lips were all over my neck as she squealed, "Oh my God, babe. That car is amazing. We were doing over 80 before we got on the motorway." I laughed loudly. "How many tickets?" "None. They couldn't catch me," she said with a playful giggle. "Seriously, babe, we have to get one. It was stunning." "Shit, it just goes around corners like they weren't even there, and the gear shift. It is just so slick." "Glad you had fun," I mumbled softly, trying not to sound like a jealous jerk. "Oh, heck yeah. Thanks for letting me go." She untangled her limbs, gave me a long, deep, sexy kiss, and sighed. "I need a drink." She sauntered off sexily. I noticed I wasn't the only one staring at her ass as it swayed poetically on her way back inside. When I walked inside later, Jeff intercepted me on the way to the bar. "Buddy, I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have said that. It was pretty lame." "Yeah, it was, Jesus, man. How many nights has Allie chauffeured us home after we trashed ourselves? How many meals have you had at our place? How many nights have you crashed on our sofa?" "Yeah, sorry, buddy. It was shitty." He wrapped me in a big hug. "Come on, let's just chill." He dragged me over to Brett's group. As always, he was playing the big man. He was in the middle of selling the guys on his hot topic of the moment. "Guys, I'm telling you, everything is for sale. The only thing in question is the price." There were a few raised eyebrows as he tried to convince them. I had heard this conversation from him before, and like last time, it pissed me off. This time, maybe because of the way he stared at Allie earlier, I let my emotions take over. "Bullshit. Some things aren't for sale," I stated firmly. Brett sucked in a deep breath and glared at me. "You're wrong, pal. Everything's for sale." I shrugged, already wishing I had kept my big mouth shut. His words just irked me, and I was battling to keep my anger in check. Brett hated having anything he said questioned, and took me to task. "I know you're wrong, and I can prove it." Yeah, horse shit to that." I decided to take it to the next level. Stupid, but idiots like Brett irritated me. "How much would it cost me to get you to suck my dick?" His thin smile evaporated quickly as my words sank in, and the gentle hum of conversation evaporated. The group went silent. "1,000,000 would be my price," he hissed at me. "Fuck off, dude. No way would a blowjob from you be worth that. Fuck, you've got no lips. If I was paying that much, I'd want something pretty good. For $1,000,000, I could get Demi Moore." He pulled himself up tall as he stared back at me. "That's my price, but let's talk about you. We both know you couldn't afford it, whereas I can. How much is it going to cost me to get your mouth around my dick?" "You couldn't afford it." "Come on, smart ass, how much?" he hissed. "I gave you my price." "Oh, I don't know. 20 million. But for that, I'd swallow." He was peeved. I could see it in his angry stare. He was trying to get his army of fans back on side. "You're damn right you'd swallow." There were plenty of laughs as the others tried to diffuse the tension. Jeff shook his head with a dissatisfied sigh. He didn't like the fact I made fun of the star attraction. Just at that moment, Allie slipped her arm through mine and said with her soft, sexy voice, "Brett's still complaining about me thrashing his Porsche?" Jeff laughed loudly and tried to make a joke. "Adam just told Brett it would cost him 20 mil for him to give Brett a blowjob." She frowned. 20 million? You'd do it for that? Her frown was a mock one. I saw the smile hiding underneath. I'm just waiting for him to flash the cash. Brett was quick to respond. Actually, I changed my mind. He turned to Allie. I think if I was going to pay, I'd rather pay this gorgeous creature. How much would you charge, pretty lady? His words flipped my switch. She's not a fucking hooker, asshole, so don't go there. One more word and you and me will be going at it outside. Allie picked up on my anger immediately. Wow, calm down. What got you all fired up? Jeff interrupted before I could respond. It's nothing, Allie. We were just talking shit. Brett made a statement about everything being for sale and things got a bit heated. There's no issue. She gave me a quick glance and tried to make a joke. Well, Brett, if you were going to take something he loves, why didn't you buy his car? Now that would make my day. That would make me very grateful. She batted her eyes as she flashed him the $1,000,000 smile. Brett looked confused. What are you talking about? What car? It's Adam's baby. He loves that damn car more than he loves me. He's out there in the garage every night, spanners in hand. He loves the damn thing. He'd sleep with the damn thing if he could. Brett was suddenly interested. What sort of car is it? He asked. A '56 Bel Air two-door coupe, Jeff stated rather proudly. Doesn't sound like much. Brett muttered, obviously not a car buff. Oh, they're quite hard to find in original condition. I replied with more intensity than was required. So what is so important about the car? Brett said again. Allie giggled warmly, giving him another dose of her big, fluttery eyes. It's his baby. He adores the damn thing. I tell you, if he had to choose between me and the friggin' car, that car might win. There was lots of laughter, and I poked my tongue out at her. It would be no competition. I would keep the car, I said, staring intently at her. She giggled, knowing I was joking. I knew it. She sighed in mock shame. Brett was vexed. He watched the interaction between us and couldn't figure it out. To make it worse, he had lost the crowd. Everybody was enjoying the repartee between Allie and I. I still don't get it. Is the car collectible in good condition? What's so damn special about it? Brett asked. Seeing the look on his face, I got a bad feeling. Nope, it's a piece of shit, Jeff said derogatorily. Christ, man, it's not even painted yet, is it? Soon, once I have some spare cash, I moaned. How much is it worth? Brett asked. Oh, it's quite valuable. I mean, it's a piece of shit, but they are getting hard to find in original condition. Like 10 grand or something? Brett inquired. Fuck off, I scoffed. More like 50. Brett looked more confused than ever. Jeff, just said it was a piece of shit. Brett, the value is in what it is, not in what condition it's in. I'm restoring it. When I'm finished, it'll be worth a hell of a lot more than that. Yeah, but at the moment it's not finished. Tell you what, I'm gonna do Allie a favor and take it off your hands. I'll give you 20 grand for it. I heard Allie suck in a deep breath. She knew how much I loved the car, and I think she for the first time recognized she might have started something. Forget it, Brett. He won't sell it. No, everything's for sale. This is what I have been saying. I'll make it 30. You heard her. It's not for sale. I spat back quickly. His attitude just rubbed me raw. I wanted to punch him. I grabbed Allie's elbow and went to lead her away. I need a beer. Do you want another wine? Wine? We have been drinking margaritas, but yes, I could use a top-up. Brett didn't want to let go. Jesus, you drive a hard bargain, pal. I'll make it 40 grand. You're not listening. I said it's not for sale, I hissed caustically. 50. He growled. I saw the determination on his face. He was going to keep pushing. I just knew it. He wasn't going to let go. I said no thanks. Stop trying to make a fool of yourself. 80 grand, he snarled. I felt Allie stagger a little. She turned back to face him, mumbling, Are you serious? Yeah, you want rid of it. I'll play his stupid game. Allie tugged on my arm, leading me out of earshot. Adam, shit, that's a lot of money. We could get Damon into a really good college. I know you love that car, but honestly, babe, it could be years before we have the money so you can finish it. It's not important. He's just being a dick. He doesn't want the car. He's just trying to prove his point and show everybody he's got more money than me. He's trying to humiliate me, make me eat my words. Adam, don't let your silly pride get in the way of making a decision that could really change our son's life. I know he's being an ass and he's just trying to prove something, but who cares? We win, and he's stuck with something he can't do anything with. Allie, we can get Damon into a good school without his money. I turned back to the group. It's not for sale, Brett. The hell it isn't. We haven't finished here, not by a long stretch. Hell, I'm only just getting warmed up. 100 grand, right here, right now. Cash. He was definitely going to win this pissing contest, come hell or high water. I was starting to question my resolve. I felt Ali squeezing my elbow. Adam, why do you care, Brett? You heard how much the car is worth. It's the principle. I said everything's for sale, and god damn it, I believe that. Your precious car is for sale. The fact we're still talking proves that. All we are arguing at the moment is the price. You're wrong. Not everything is for sale. You have more money than me, big deal. I don't care. Money means shit to me. The car's not for sale. 120, he replied. Cash money. Allie hissed softly. Don't be a fool, Adam. Take the money. Shit, we could pay Damon's tuition and there'd be enough left to buy another damn car. We win. He loses. Shit, babe. We could even go on holiday as well. Don't be a stubborn ass. He's the asshat, can't you see it? He's just doing this to prove he's a big man. He's trying to put me back in my box. Honey, he is being a dick. Everybody here can see it. They're all thinking, take the money. They won't think any less of you. They're laughing inside at Brett. We will get the last laugh out of this. Turning back to Brett, I sucked in a big breath. You want it, the price is 200 grand, cash right here, right now, one-time offer. 130. He countered. Nope, I told you the price. Take it or leave it. I don't care either way. I don't want you to have the car, but if you're so bowed and determined, the price is $200,000. Nope, I'm not paying that much, he snarled. I could see the anger was building within him. Cool, discussion's done then, I said loudly. Come on, Ali, let's go and get a couple of margaritas. Adam, you're being stubborn. Leaning closer so only she could hear, I whispered softly. No, I'm just negotiating. She shook her head. I'm not sure if it was derision or disbelief. Christ, you're a stubborn shit. I leaned closer and kissed her. But you love me. Yes, I love you, although it's wearing thin. You might really love that damn car more than me. We took a couple of steps before Brett called out. 150, and not a cent more. I turned, walked towards him, and stuck out my hand. Deal. You said cash, right? We shook hands and he smiled. The smile was a horrible sneer. Yep, cash. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. I knew there was no way he had 150 grand in his wallet. He pulled out 10 grand in crisp new bills. There's 10 grand there. I'll bring you the rest tomorrow when I pick up the car. I shook my head and sneered. You said cash, here and now. Your words, not mine. Don't be ridiculous. You know I can't carry that much cash. It's physically impossible. Then why'd you say it? I thought you were a man of your word. Allie grabbed my arm and she was no longer being gentle. Adam, don't be a dick. Brett laughed. You want the cash here and now? He turned to Allie. Want to drive me to an ATM? She giggled, not even trying to hide her enthusiasm to get behind the wheel of the Porsche again. Oh, hell yeah, let's go. She turned back to me, but I saw her happy smile disappear. She picked up on my dissatisfaction quickly. Actually, sadly, I've had too much to drink. She reached out and took Brett's money from his still outstretched hand. Tomorrow will be fine. We both get home about 5. She stashed the bills in her handbag and dragged me away. Once we were out of earshot, she squealed. Oh my God, $150,000. She kissed me, and it was a passionate, spine-tingling kiss that transcended time or space. Thank you, Adam. I know you could have kept saying no just to get under his skin. You did the right thing, babe. You can buy another straight away, and we will still have enough for Damon's college. We got our drinks and wandered off among the other guests. It was pretty funny listening to the comments. Brett might think he was impressing people. The reality was far different. Most people were laughing at him, behind his back, mind you, but still laughing. I got a few slaps on the back for pretty much letting him rip himself off. I mean, I did say no. It was also apparent that he wasn't finished. We heard the laughter, and then a few heated voices. What now? I asked Bruce, one of the guys who had watched the argument between Brett and I. He just shook his head. The man has no sense of propriety. He's over there now offering Craig's wife, Janice, $100 grand to go away with him for the weekend. I had to leave. I couldn't listen to him. The guy's a nut job. Allie let out a little titter. Oh my God, I have to see that. She dragged me along with her as we neared the group. We knew Craig and Janice. They were nice people. We often socialized with them. If what Bruce said was true, Craig would lose the plot and haul off and punch the dick. When we arrived, the conversation was already well into it. Strangely, Brett was still standing. I expected to see him laying on the ground with a black eye. You expect me to actually let Janice go off with you for the weekend? Are you fucking mad? Craig hissed, his voice shaking with emotion. Craig, don't get your panties knotted, buddy. I'm offering you $200,000. We'll be back in a couple of days. Janice will get a relaxing weekend away and she'll be back, no harm done, and you would have made some extra cash. Where's the problem? I could see the disbelief etched into Craig's face, and he was struggling to hold back his anger. Sometimes you have absolutely no idea. If you don't know what's wrong with what you are suggesting, then I think you need to reassess your involvement with the human race. Brett gave a snicker before looking into Janice's eyes with a cursive wink. Come on. It's not like I'm asking you to do something terrible that you wouldn't enjoy. We'll take my private jet. You'll accompany me to the gala, walk the red carpet. Then Sunday night we'll fly back home, no harm done. No harm, Craig snapped sarcastically. You are asking me to sell you my wife. I don't want to keep her. Come on, dude. At best, I'd be borrowing her. You get to keep her. All I want is an escort to the gala. Christ, man, I'm giving you $200 grand. Craig glared at me as if asking for support. You gave Adam $150 for that shitty old car. Janice is a human being. How could you be so callous, so unfeeling? It was Janice who answered. The answer's no, Brett. I'm not interested. It's a lot of money, but I have more self-respect than that. Oh, for the love of God, all this talk about principles and self-respect, it's stupid. What do you lose by accompanying me to the gala? Where's this loss of self-respect? What goddamned harm is there in that? You're paying me for sex. You are asking me to prostitute myself, Janice hissed angrily. Janice, let's be straight about this. I'm not paying for sex. If we have sex, then so be it. If not, who cares? All I'm asking you to do is accompany me. So you wouldn't try to have sex with me? Janice snapped incredulously. I didn't say that. I'm only human and you're a very sexy woman. Of course I'm going to ask, but you are free to say no. Craig was about to bust a boiler. Janice stared at him. What do you think? You already know what I think. The answer's no. I couldn't believe Janice was suddenly contemplating it. But as I stared at her facial expression, it was obvious she was actually considering it. After a few moments' silence, she reached for Craig's hand. Let's go somewhere quiet and talk. They walked away together, and Allie and I shared our skepticism. We walked away. It was like watching a train wreck in slow motion, like some crazy Jerry Springer show, or a reality TV show. Janice wouldn't go for it, surely not. She wouldn't, would she? Allie asked. I shrugged. God, I hope not. Craig will be shattered. She must have more self-esteem than that. At least she doesn't have to have sex with him, Allie gushed. You didn't believe that, did you? She looked at me with an indignant wince. He said she didn't have to. Oh yeah, he's just gonna buy her shit. Catch her after they've been to the gala. She'll be so wrapped up in it all, she will just do it. You think so little of her. She has a mind of her own. She could say no. I think she would be crazy if she accepts. It'll be the end of her and Craig's relationship if she accepts. God damn it, what a slut. Oh my God, please tell me you are not serious? Janice is a nice person. How dare you judge her like that? We don't know anything about their situation. Yeah, well, you know what they say. If it walks and talks like a duck. I'm just saying, their marriage is dead in the water. He's gonna be out of there so fast, all she'll see is dust. She shook her head cynically. I think you aren't giving Craig any credit here. You're underestimating him, Adam. $200,000. That's a hell of a lot of money. She squeezed my arm. Think about it, babe. How long would they have to work to save that amount of money? They could pay off their mortgage. It could really set them up. God, it's only a weekend. This isn't the dark ages anymore. Nobody will care. Her words shocked me. Christ, Allie, we're talking about sex. No, we're not, she said firmly. Janice has the power. She could say no. Then he would get left high and dry. She would have the last laugh, just like the car. That's a dangerous way to look at it, Allie. If I was in Craig's boots, Brett and me would already be having at it. That's crazy talk. I think Brett's one of those guys. He would be on the phone to the cops and then your ass would be in jail. Who wins in that scenario? Brett does. That's who. I don't care. It would be worth it. She shook her head in bewilderment. You don't mean that. We could lose everything. Would that be worth it? Okay, you're probably right, but geez, Allie, this is what I was saying earlier. The guy has no scruples. Adam, I'm not saying what he's doing is right, but think about it. If he has to pay women to go with him, he's the loser. Allie, you missed the point. It's not about him getting Janice to go with him. I always thought she was a lovely person, and up till now I liked her. But let's face it, 200 grand buys a lot of hookers. No, this is about getting one over on Craig. Brett loves having that power, knowing that he can just take stuff from people. It turns him on, he's sick, he loves it. She didn't look convinced, but we finished our drinks, and I said, let's go. I'm gonna have to get up early in the morning and get the car ready. She kissed me. Yes, the car. I almost forgot. Thank you for doing that, Adam. I cannot believe how much you got for it. You are such a clever man. And the look on Brett's face. That was a picture. You realize once I finished it, that it would be worth nearly that anyway. Maybe. But you would have had to spend most of that on it. This way, you get the money for nothing. No, not nothing. Let's not lose sight of the fact. I'm losing my baby. She giggled before kissing me again. I'll make it up to you. Don't panic. I'll shower you with so much love you'll not even notice it's gone. I'm gonna hold you to that, little lady. I hope you do, she squealed delightedly. It was sad watching the car get loaded on the tow truck, but the money did feel good in my hands. Brett was all full of himself as I helped the tow truck driver. Sorry to rush off, buddy. I gotta pick up Janice from her place, and I'm already late. Brett snickered. It was like a slap in the face. You mean she's actually going with you? He looked smug. Of course, as if there was ever any doubt. Chicks love it. I'll buy her some expensive clothes, maybe even throw in some jewelry. She'll get dolled up, walk the red carpet, I tell you, dude. By the time we get back to the hotel room, she'll be begging for it. Don't you care what you're doing to their marriage? Jesus, Brett, she's married. Christ, don't you get all fucking high and mighty. So what? I'm not breaking up their marriage. We'll have a nice sexy getaway. She'll come home all buzzed out and fuck his brains out for a year to make up for it. Nobody loses. He was gone before I could say anything else. I cleaned out the garage and sulked a little. Damn, I loved that car. I had such high hopes for it. Oh well, I'd just have to start looking for a replacement. Ali got home a little later and I was still sweeping out the empty space when she climbed out of her car. Look at all that space. I might turn it into a yoga room, she said with a teasing giggle. Like hell. I already started looking for another project. We shared a loving hug and kiss. Honey, there are some grocery bags in the boot. If you could help me with them, it would be nice. I carried the bags inside for her and even put them away. You should have invited Brett to stay for dinner, babe. I mean, you stole all that money off him. It's the least we could do. He was too busy. He was on his way to pick up Janice. She looked shocked. You're kidding, right? Nope. Well, according to him anyway. Holy shit. I didn't think she would do it, Allie said with a thoughtful glance. Yeah, I was wondering about inviting Craig over for dinner. See if we could take his mind off shit. She looked horrified. What the hell would we say? I don't know. I have no clue how he feels about it. He seemed pretty angry last night. Yes, he certainly was, but we don't know what happened after we left. He must have agreed to it. I suppose. I just feel sorry for him. If you want to talk to him, why not go out somewhere for a drink? Take him to McNally's. I might leave it. He might actually prefer to be left alone, try to figure shit out. Christ, the poor bastard's probably busy packing up her shit. God, Adam, he may be okay with it. You're projecting your fears on him. That seemed like a strange thing to say. In the end, I decided to leave him to figure out his own life. He might not like me sticking my nose in his business. If I was in his position, I would want to be alone. The last thing I would want is somebody trying to make things better. The weekend came and went. Allie went off shopping with her gal pals, and I dived into the internet looking for a replacement for the 56. There were plenty of options. We agreed that I could spend 20 grand on the new project. That might sound a lot, but when you're talking classic cars, it really isn't. Allie got home about 5 that afternoon, and I was still buried in the internet, scrolling through pages and pages of cars. "Oh my God, you haven't been sat there all day, have you?" she gasped good-naturedly. "No, I had to get myself lunch. Looking at all them bags, I wonder if there's any money left for a car." God, I loved watching her smile. When she smiled, the whole world brightened up. She can be a tease, though. "How much did we save for a car? 5 grand, right?" she said with a flippant giggle. "I reckon I left enough for that." "Holy shit, it looks like it too." "Oh, stop it. I didn't go crazy. Just a few things." A few. I couldn't hide my dismay. When she shops, she does tend to get carried away. I went back to my beer and the internet as she modeled all the clothes she brought, which led to a real pleasant evening. She cooked us a nice dinner. Damon was off with his buddies doing what all 16-year-old boys do, chasing girls. That meant we had the place to ourselves. We had some fun making cocktails and listening to some old music. I loved those nights. We made love twice, not something we did often anymore. With work for both of us, Damon being around and then chores around the house, we sometimes went days without spending time like this together. Yeah, I accept some of that was my fault. I did spend an inordinate amount of time working on the old 56. It took me the best part of a month to find a replacement car. I couldn't find another 56, not within my budget, but I did find a 55. The body was in fantastic condition, although it had been modified. The original 6-cylinder motor was stripped out, and the mounts altered to fit a 350 Vate. The motor was brand new and still in the crate, the body sanded and prepped for painting. I got the whole thing for only 15 grand. Other stuff was happening as well. I played golf with Craig and Jeff. It was a nice day. Craig seemed pretty happy. I wanted to ask if things were okay at home, but how the hell do you ask something like that? Jeff, though, had no hesitancy. He just dived right on in. Any chance to work Brett into the conversation. "How did Janice enjoy her weekend away with Brett?" he asked, as if he was asking about the weather. "She had fun, I guess," Craig muttered. "I saw some photos on the internet. She certainly seemed to enjoy herself on the red carpet." "Yeah, she had fun." He cut Jeff off pretty quick, and I jumped in to change the subject. "You boys want to have a bet? $1 a hole?" $1, sheesh, you're a cheapskate." "Let's make it 5, Jeff complained jokingly. "If you want to throw your money away, I'll take it," I replied lightheartedly. As we played on, Jeff couldn't help going back to the well. I couldn't figure out if he was purposely trying to rile up Craig or if he was just totally unaware. Brett said Janice enjoyed herself. Apparently the hotel they stayed at was pretty swish. "Uh-huh," Craig replied. "I see you got yourself a new car," Jeff added. "Making the most of Brett's money, huh?" Craig shrugged as he lined up his drive. "We were always getting a new one anyway." "What did you get?" I asked. "A Chrysler 300S. Christ, it's fast. We chose the updated model. It's got a special computer chip that adds plenty of zip." "Wow, sounds good. It's a 5. 7 Hemi, isn't it?" "Yep, that's the one." Craig, if he was upset, was hiding it well. We were both kicking Jeff's ass, as we always did. I don't know why he always pushed the bets up. Maybe he thought this time he might get the better of Craig, which would explain why he kept going back to talking about Janice and her weekend with Brett. Usually we all gave each other a hard time, but I couldn't get into it. I felt bad for Craig. I can't explain why. The whole thing just made me uncomfortable. My relationship with Jeff was going down the toilet. I lost respect for him right then, taunting Craig, making fun of him. To Craig's credit, he let it all go over his head, which, if anything, vexed Jeff even more, especially seeing as how we were both kicking his ass. Once we were back at the clubhouse, Jeff asked, "You guys coming in for a drink? I guess I'm gonna be buying." "No, sorry, pal. I have to go. Allie is expecting me." "I have to go as well. Lots to do." "I don't think I can listen to more of your shit," Craig rasped, sarcastically. "Oh, don't be like that, pal. It's all in the past, right?" "Yeah, no thanks to you, though. Might be best if you stayed out of my life for a while." Craig grumbled, holding out his hand. $90, please. Oh, for fuck's sake, Craig, don't be a dick. Listen, Jeff, you wanted to raise the stakes, not me. Jesus, I didn't realize what a bad loser you are. He handed over a $100 bill. Close enough. Oh, and by the way, you're the loser here, pal, Craig said, as he walked off towards his car. I suppose you want your money as well, Jeff muttered. Nope, you can keep it. I don't want your money. Fuck, bruh. Allie got you so under the thumb you can't even have a drink with a buddy? It's not that, Jeff. That was pretty low. Baiting Craig about what happened. That was pretty shitty. Sheesh. Get over yourself. It was just a bit of fun. Yeah, for you maybe. See you around. I was hoping to catch Craig in the car park, but he was gone by the time I got there. The drive home gave me a chance to think. This whole mess was so avoidable. Walking into the kitchen at home, I found Allie preparing dinner. Sneaking up behind her, I slipped my arms around her waist and my lips fastened onto her neck. Hey, lover, we will have to be quick. My husband will be home from golf soon. Too late, tramp. You've been caught out. She giggled with mock horror. Oh no, what shall I do? Beg forgiveness. Oh, and a nice blowjob would be nice. Typical. What is it with you guys and blowjobs? The look on her face told me she was joking, so I played along. Oh, come on, Ali. We both know if you had your choice of sexual favors from me, it'd be oral. She shrugged. True, I do like your tongue. And I like your pussy, but why shouldn't I like blowjobs? Oh, no reason, babe. I was just messing with you. You know I like to suck your dick. As we hugged, I asked, have you seen much of Janice lately? Yeah, about the same as always. Why, what's going on? As I flipped the lid off a beer, I asked, has she ever talked about what happened on that weekend with Brett? I saw the hesitancy, her reticent to answer directly. She skirted the question. Why do you ask? Today at golf, Jeff was a real dick and taunted Craig. Made me feel like shit. I was just wondering if they were having problems. She frowned, confused. No. Problems I'm aware of, Adam. As far as I know, they are doing okay. Has she talked to you about what happened? After snatching my beer and taking a large gulp, she replied, Yeah, we talked about it. But I can't tell you, it was private. Jesus, Allie, I don't want details. I was just wondering. Surely we can talk about this. She handed my beer back and reached into the refrigerator for another, picking one up for herself. Adam, I shouldn't say anything. It was said to me in confidence. With a deep sigh, I replied, Yeah, I got it. Can you at least tell me how Craig took it? Apparently, they did reach agreement before she left with Brett, and Craig was cool with it. You're joking. That doesn't sound like him at all. Geez, today at golf he seemed really irritated. That was probably more to do with Jeff than what happened. He can be a real dick. No arguments there. If he was okay with it, though, why would he get so upset? Allie finished her beer and shrugged. I can't speak for him, Adam, but according to Janice, they are doing okay. She did say they had a rocky patch when she got home, but Craig has been okay since. What I do know is, the money really helped them out of a bind. They were overstretched financially. Did you know they were close to losing their house? Not convinced at how that made things better, but not wanting an argument, I replied with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, right. I guess that makes it all good then. As I finished my beer, she said, Hey, go and have a shower. You're all sweaty. By the time you finish, dinner will be ready. Dress nice. Damon tells me he's inviting his new girlfriend over for dinner. Dinner was nice. It brightened my mood immensely. Damon's girlfriend seemed nice, if a little ditzy. I could see why he was attracted. She was totally stunningly beautiful. She certainly gave us lots to laugh at with her girlish humor. Even Allie had to laugh. In bed, with our moods elevated, we finished the day with a passionate lovemaking. Lying together in post-coital bliss, I had to ask, it had been eating away at me since the day. I know you said you shouldn't tell me, but did Janice sleep with Brett? Oh God, this has really got to you, hasn't it? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, she just doesn't seem the type. Oh, there's a type, is there? So who of our friends is the type? As usual, I had managed to stick my foot in my mouth. I don't know, Allie. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant Janice is a nice person. At least I thought she was. Pouting sulkily, Allie nodded. Yes, she is. If they weren't in a hole financially, I don't think she would have gone off with him. Self-preservation makes you do crazy things. Did she sleep with him? She had the option not to. Okay, Mr. Detective. Yes, they had sex, okay? Flopping back on my pillow, I sighed. Damn, she didn't have to. Does Craig know? Yes, Craig knows. Janice is a nice person. She wouldn't lie to him. Nice people don't have sex, cheat with other people. Wow, you live in a black and white world. People do things. Maybe it was a mistake. I don't know. All I can say is, it saved them losing their home and has given them a future. Maybe it was the right thing to do. At least they're both still together, and they seem happier than ever. In my book, that's a good thing. Yeah, I guess so. I felt the bed shift as she rolled over to stare at me. Adam, what if it had been me, he asked. What would you have said? I told you already, Brett and I would have been going at it. Yes, I remember, but what would that have achieved? He would have called the cops, and I would have had to sleep with him to get him to drop the charges and save your ass. I don't care. There's no way I'd put up with that shit. Living like Craig, with everybody talking about him behind his back, making snide comments. Nope. If you did that to me, our marriage would be over. Her face took on a horrified pall. Are you saying you would throw everything away? Our whole marriage? Of course. Jesus, Allie, no way would I stand for it. What if I went with him but didn't do anything? Doesn't matter. Nobody would believe you. He would tell everybody that he did, and they would believe him. Why? It would be his word against mine. Don't be so juvenile. You packed up your sexy lingerie and went off on his private jet for a whole weekend. Does that sound like the actions of somebody who planned to sleep in separate beds? No, it doesn't. Nobody would believe you, Allie. We lay in silence. The only sounds was that of our breathing. Allie, did you ever play spin the bottle when you were younger? Her sexy little giggle filled my ears. Yes, everybody did. Yeah, I guess so. I did as well. I ruined a girl's reputation. We ended up going into the closet together for 5 minutes. Uh-huh. We did something similar, she admitted. Yep, well, I fucked up. The moment the door closed and Missy and I were cloaked in darkness, I froze. I had dreamed about that moment forever. The most beautiful girl in school in there with me. Biting back my shame, I added, Yep, I froze, and I was so embarrassed. I didn't even kiss her. Who cares? I think most people chicken out. Allie laughed softly. Yeah, well, later when the boys asked me what happened, I lied through my teeth. I said we made out and I fingered her, and she played with my cock. You bastard! Allie spluttered. Why did you say that? Because I didn't want anyone to know I'd chickened out. Anyway, word got around. I didn't tell anyone, but the guys spread the word. Missy was devastated. She never ever spoke to me again. I don't blame her. She denied it. But everybody believed me. Jesus, you dick, you goddamned bastard. She might have done something stupid. Yeah, I know, I'm not proud. All I'm trying to say is, if you went off with Brett, it would be exactly the same. He would tell Jeff and anybody who would listen how you sucked his cock, begged him to fuck you. He'd probably tell them he fucked you in the ass as well. Christ, men. You are a disgusting species. Maybe, but that's the way we are. The conversation was forgotten as we focused on getting Damon off to college. It was quiet around the house with him gone. I got stuck into my car, enjoying the solitude. The bodywork was finished. Craig spent a few hours helping me get it ready for the paint shop. Craig was a nice guy, but we never talked about personal stuff. It was always family and work and cars. That was our thing. The one thing that changed was Jeff and I. He still came around like always. He'd just rock up with beers when I was in the garage working on the car. Our relationship was damaged. He invited me to his parties, as always, but I always had an excuse. It was Ali who asked one day, "How come Jeff doesn't invite us to his parties anymore?" He does. I just don't accept. I replied hesitantly. I expected her to be irritated, and she didn't disappoint. Wow, you never told me that. I like those parties. It gave me a chance to dress up and catch up with some of the girls that I don't see every day. We still go out. You see your friends all the time, I replied. Yeah, we go out, but at Jeff's parties it was different. All the girls took it up a level. It was our chance to bump into a few celebrities. Damn it, Adam, it was fun. I don't know, Allie. I actually don't miss them. I do. If this is about Janice and Craig, they still go to those parties, I know they do. Sheesh, if Craig can get past it, why can't you? Settle down, Allie. We can go next time. Life, work, and families took up our time. A year slipped by easily. It was Janice who threw me under the bus. Her and Craig were at our place for dinner one night, when Janice asked, "Are you guys going to Jeff's party next weekend?" Allie glanced at me before saying, "I don't know. Are we, Adam?" "We haven't been invited. I haven't seen Jeff for a few months." "Maybe it's because you keep turning him down," Craig threw in. He wasn't trying to make trouble. It was just a casual comment. "He told me he stopped calling you because you just blew him off." "I'll fix that," Allie commented as she picked up my phone, which was lying on the table. She scrolled through my contacts and hit dial. She had it on loudspeaker, so we all heard. "Hey, what's up, brah?" came Jeff's voice. "Hi, Jeff, it's me, Allie. Just wondering why we hadn't been invited to your party next Saturday?" "Geez, girl, you guys don't need an invite, although I stopped asking because Adam keeps giving me excuses." Allie smiled at us all before saying, "See you there." Janice and Allie quickly fell into conversation about what they would wear. Craig and I focused on the 55. It was due back from paint this week. I had all the new disc brake setup and new suspension ready and waiting. I think Craig was every bit as enthusiastic as I was. The party rolled around, and Allie seemed to take the opportunity to get dressed up to the max. A new outfit that looked very damn sexy. As always, I watched on in admiration as she wriggled her way into that damn dress. It hugged her sexy body in all the right places, not that there were any wrong places. Her body was a picture of curves, all beautiful. It amazed me. She wasn't a fanatical gym junkie, she worked out, but it wasn't a religion with her. Maybe 2 or 3 nights a week. How the hell she kept her figure, I have no idea. She wasn't the sort to watch what she ate. In fact, sometimes she was a pig. Anyway, she looked stunning. Walking into the party gave me a surge of pride. The moment we walked in, the nice warm feeling from having her on my arm evaporated. I could already hear Brett and Jeff. Brett was as obnoxious as ever, with his entourage gathered around him. Allie slipped out of my grip and made a blind for her friends, who all squealed with delight as she sauntered into their fold. I headed for the bar, where I found Craig. I ordered my bourbon and we chatted about the car. I showed him some photos of the new paint job. "Holy shit, Adam. It looks amazing. I love the yellow." "Yeah, it sets it apart. I like it too. I'll spend the weekend putting all the chrome back on and fitting these bad boys." I scrolled to a new photo of a set of custom mag wheels. "Oh shit, yeah. They're going to look amazing. I might come over. I'll put some extra beers in the refrigerator." He excused himself to take a drink over to Janice. It gave me a chance to glance around the room. A few friends waved, and I was dragged into their group for conversation. It was nice. We had a great bunch of friends. The only bad part was listening to Brett. He had always irritated me, but now, just hearing his voice made me want to grab him by the throat and squeeze the last vestiges of life from his dying corpse. I wandered outside. The evening was warm, and there was a group standing by the pool talking. I meandered into their midst and reacquainted myself with some people I hadn't spoken to for a long time. It was nice. The air was warm, a little close, but still pleasant. We talked for a while before I ventured back inside for another drink. As I ordered my drink, Jeff appeared beside me, his arm draped over my shoulder. "Hey, buddy. Nice to see you. Come on over. Brett will be happy to catch up." "Actually, I'm outside chatting with Tom and Andy. Haven't seen them for ages." It was a feeble excuse. "All good, brah. Come over when you're all caught up. If you weren't such an unsociable bastard, you wouldn't need to catch up." "Yeah, sorry, pal. Life, you know." "Yeah, you poor hen-pecked bastard. I thought once Damon left, you'd wriggle out from beneath her thumb." "Fuck you, asshat." He laughed and wandered away. I got Ali a margarita and took it over to her. She gave me a sloppy kiss as she grabbed her drink. "Adam, what a great night. It's been too long. We need to do this more often." "Yep, I agree." I stayed and talked to her friends for a while, but eventually went back outside. It was later, when I walked inside, that I found, much to my dissatisfaction, Brett was hanging all over Allie. He had her trapped by herself, and he was draped over her like a wet blanket. I walked straight up and pushed his arm off her shoulder. He looked stunned at my intrusion, but not as shocked as Allie. "Take your goddamned hands on my wife, asshole." "Whoa, settle down, man. We were just talking." "Yeah, well, go and find somebody else to talk to. If I find you hanging around my wife again, you're gonna be in big trouble, dickhead." "Jesus, lighten up, dude. Fuck, we're only talking." "Adam, stop it. You're making a scene," Allie hissed quietly. I grabbed her hand and dragged her away with her yelling at my back. "Adam, stop it! You're hurting my hand!" Everybody was glaring at us as I dragged her staggering and reeling on her stilettos behind me. "Adam, stop it! Have you gone crazy?" She finally managed to grab the doorframe and snatched her hand from mine. We were now standing outside, where we were free from laughing, staring eyes. Jesus Christ, Adam. What the fuck was that all about? "I've told you how I feel about that dickhead, and right there in front of all our friends, you let him hang over you like a fucking leech." "Good God almighty, Adam. Sheesh, there was nothing going on. You know what he's like." "Yeah, I do, which is why I'm so angry." "Shit, Allie, you know what happened with Janice?" "We were just talking," she hissed through gritted teeth. "Funny, none of the other guys had to hang all over you to talk. Good Lord, we were just talking. Plenty of guys have been closer than that, and you don't turn into a crazy man. None of our other friends would disrespect you like that." "I wasn't being disrespected. We were just talking." "Well, stay away from him. I'm warning you, Allie. If you don't, then there's gonna be trouble like you never seen." She poked her head back in the door. "They're all laughing at you. You realize that, don't you? What they're laughing at is you. You're a married woman, Allie. So what? I don't go crazy when you talk to my friends. That's because I've got the good sense not to carry on like a sleazy shithead." She gave me an angry glare. "I'm going back inside to try and enjoy what's left of the evening. Please try to keep your crazy anger under control." She walked back inside, but my anger attacked my guts, the black bile turning to an acidic, burning mess. Jealousy, fury, disgust, they all raged inside me. I watched as she walked back to her friends, and they all grouped around her, circled the wagons. I saw her eyes across the room lock onto mine. She never flinched, just stared at me. There was no way I could walk back inside. I could feel the weight of expectation as all eyes were staring at the door, waiting for my return. I stormed up the road, my hands in my pockets to stop me hitting out at innocent, breakable things. Damn it, how could she not care enough to stay out of his way? She damn well knew how I felt. I walked around the block and calmed down suitably. I felt the weight of the eyes as I walked in. I saw Allie talking to Brett the moment I walked in, but at least he had the decency to keep a respectful distance. As I walked purposely towards them, I was grabbed from behind. "Hey, buddy," Jeff said in my ear. "Why don't we grab a beer? You must be thirsty." "Jeff, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to let my arm go. If you don't, I'm going to break it, okay?" He let me go, and I was about to carry on when he said, "Pal, don't make a scene, believe me, Brett will call the cops." "That's assuming he's still alive when I'm done, you mean?" "Jesus, Adam, don't overreact, pal." As I approached them, I saw the sleazy smile vanishing from Brett's face, and Allie looked concerned. "Having fun, are we?" I asked. "Allie, I've had enough of this shithole. There's something that stinks here. Are you ready to leave?" "Adam, we're talking, pal," Brett said softly but with meaning. "Why don't you head on home, if you want? I can drop off Allie when we're done." I was about to say something when Allie intervened. "I'm ready, Adam. I'll just go and say bye to the girls." "But what about what we were talking about?" Brett gasped. "Brett, it's a very generous offer, but—" I already said no. With a smile and a wink at me, she said, "It was flattering, but no thanks." She walked off to talk to her friends, leaving Brett looking very uncomfortable. I walked off, leaving him fuming. He was clearly not used to hearing the word no. I waited by the door. As she approached, she reached out and slid her hand in mine. "What happened? Where did you go?" "Just a walk around the block. I needed to calm down." She leaned in and we shared a little kiss. "Yes, you sure did." "I'm sorry for exploding like that, but you know how he affects me. I hate the sleazy shit." "Adam, I know that, honey, but you have to trust me. Forget him." I opened the car door for her as she slid in. Why was he hanging all over you? I asked as I slipped my seatbelt on. He just appeared out of nowhere. I didn't see him coming. I just didn't want to make a scene. Fair enough. Why did you get upset when I dragged you away? Because you made me look like an idiot in front of everybody. I had it under control. Didn't look like it to me. Damn it, you have to trust me. The reason I got angry is you treated me like property. I had it under control, and by grabbing me like that, everybody was laughing. Not just at you, but at me as well. The girls were horrified by your behavior. I said I was sorry. I admit I overreacted. Apology accepted. He is a smoothie, though. Yeah, polite way to say it. What were you talking about when I walked up at the end? She grimaced and swallowed hard before replying. Do you promise not to get upset? No, not at all. Sounds like I might have had good reason. No, you don't. All right then. What the hell was going on? Pensively, she answered with a trembling voice. He offered me money to go away for a weekend with him, like he did with Janice. Yeah, figured as much. Sleazy shit. I knew damn well not to trust him. Hey, this isn't about him, it's about me. If you trust me, then what he does doesn't matter. How much did he offer? She giggled, but again her face was flooded with guilt. He offered 100,000. And? I said no, obviously. Shit, I told him I was worth way more than that. What? I gasped. You were negotiating with him? Hey, if I remember you said you'd suck his dick for $1 million, you're not exactly on solid ground. That was never serious, and you know it. Yes, I know, but you're being silly. I was just having some fun at his expense, just like you were. No, Allie, you don't understand. He would have seen it entirely differently. The moment you talk money with him, he knows you're hooked, and the only thing in question is the price. He was playing you. She sighed. No, I was playing him. Jesus, you're naive, Allie. Don't talk to me like that, Adam. I'm not a child. Yeah, then why the fuck were you negotiating how much it would cost him to fuck you? Stop it, Adam, she barked angrily. You make it sound like I was serious. If you weren't interested, why didn't you just say no? I did, sheesh. I said no, I was just having some fun. That's not the way he sees it either. It's just like the car. Once you start talking money, he knows you're interested. He thinks he has a shot with you. Well, he doesn't, she said grumpily, with her arms folded tightly across her breasts. Once we were home, she stormed off to bed. I reclined on the settee with a bourbon. What a goddamn night. I was furious and relieved at the same time. The whole situation made my skin crawl. Jeff, the degenerate bastard. Our friendship was dead in the water now. The way he ran interference for Brett. He knew damned well what was going on. By my third bourbon, I was feeling it. The last thing I wanted was another fight. Pulling my legs up on the settee, I lay my head back, and the darkness overwhelmed me. When I woke in the morning, there as a blanket tucked up over me, the sun was fairly high in the sky, so it was late. The smell of coffee was strong, so Allie was up. I wandered into the kitchen to find a note. Gone for a walk. Back soon. With a hot cup of coffee, I started to feel a little better. A shower helped, and I started to feel better. I walked out to the garage and started to work on the car when I heard Allie call out, Hey, I'm home! I had all the bright work back on the car and was fitting the sway bar. Hey to you. Good walk, was it? Yes, I feel much better. Look, Adam, I'm sorry for what happened last night. The whole thing got way out of hand. I tried to smile, but somehow it still came out as a grimace. Yeah, agreed. I just wanted to say sorry. I was never serious about going away with him. I didn't think you were. I just know how he operates. Once he's in your head, he keeps chipping away. Then before you know it, you've agreed to something you never planned to. I'm not an idiot, Adam. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. To show that he's not all that, I was waiting for him to realize I was just toying with him. I don't think that would happen. He doesn't give up, Allie. It's what I'm trying to say. He will just keep going, and eventually he wears you down. Every time you raise the bar, he just lifts it a little higher. Money means nothing to him. It's like playing poker with the devil. Whenever he feels like it, he can grow the pot to such a level you can't afford the last bet, even if you know you've got the cards. She winced at my words. But, stop, Allie. People like Brett are different. They have a different take on life. They expect to win. They think they deserve it. They spend their whole lives getting whatever they want. They have no boundaries. It's just not right, Adam. Come on, it's always been that way. We get wins occasionally, like the car. He was so keen to get one over me, to prove his point, that he fucked himself over. That's a win. That's all I was trying to do. She sighed sadly. Grabbing her hand and pulling her towards me, I said, "It's completely different. I didn't really care about the car." "Liar," she sniffled. "You loved that car." "No, Allie, I enjoyed the car and I loved working on it. At the end of the day, it was working on it with my buddies that was the fun part. The car was just a car, a thing, a possession. It's replaceable. You are not replaceable. I love you, and only you." The kiss we shared was warm and loving. "I love you too, Adam. You have to know that. All's well that ends well. If only it was that simple." Things settled down into our usual routine, but I had this uneasy fear gnawing away at me. You have probably all felt it, where on the surface everything seems good, but there is something you can't quite put your finger on. This was one of those moments where I just knew something was wrong. The days slipped by, and with every passing day, the feeling gripped a little tighter, like a noose slowly cutting into you, robbing you of the ability to just breathe. Allie became distant. There was something going on, but she wouldn't talk. Every time I tried to get her to open up, she clammed up, spluttering and changing the subject. I guess it was a spiraling descent. The more distant she became, the harder I pushed, until it just blew up in our faces. It happened so quickly it scared me. It started with me throwing down the gauntlet. "Okay, Allie, what the hell is going on? You either tell me what's happening or we're going to have the fight of a goddamn lifetime right here, right now." She quickly averted her eyes, unable to hold my inquiring stare. "It's nothing, Adam. I just need you to trust me and give me some space." "No, sorry, Allie, but that's not how this works. We have always been able to share everything. Whatever the hell is eating away at you is making you impossible to live with. That makes it my business." "Adam, babe, I just need some time to work this out. Can't you just cut me some slack until I get my head around it?" Nodding my head, I murmured, "I could, yes. All I need to know what it's about. Tell me that much, at least." As I talked, I started walking, my thoughts a mixture of fear and concern. "Is this medical? Do you have a problem or condition?" "No, it's nothing like that. I can't tell you because I know you're gonna flip out." "Why would I flip?" Right at that moment, an icy cold shiver ran down my spine. "Brett, oh my God, this is about him, isn't it?" Her face lost all its color, as what was obviously shame and guilt flooded her. She grabbed for the table edge for support. "Adam, it's not what you're thinking." "Really? Then you better tell me right now what the hell is going on." She nodded as she sat down holding the table. "Brett has been trying to convince me to go away with him. I guess what you said was right. He has become a little obsessed." Now I was more than scared. "Do I need to ring the police? Get a restraining order?" "What? Oh God, no. He has done nothing wrong. Just sends me flowers and gifts. Calls a lot to try and coax. No, that's not the right word. Maybe persuade me." "And what have you been saying?" "Okay, this is the bit where I don't want you to flip out." I could see the turmoil. She was struggling to get the words out. "Then we do need to get the cops involved. That is creepy as fuck. The guy's a stalker. He's harassing you." "Adam, I want to go with him." "What? What the fuck did you just say? You want to go with him?" "Not like you think. I want to prove to him that he can't buy everything. Somebody needs to show him. He can't always get what he wants." "And you plan to do that by flying off with him in his private jet for a weekend of sex? Oh yeah, that's going to really hurt him." "Adam, I'm not going to have sex with him. That's what I'm trying to say. I want him to think that's what's happening, but at the last moment, I want to pull the rug out from underneath him. I want to say sorry. We're sleeping in separate beds." I was stunned. Her words didn't make sense. "Just say no now." "No, Adam, I want to take his money. I want him to feel that pain. I want to cost him as much as I can." "Don't be ridiculous. You can't hurt him financially." "Yes, I can. The more it costs him, the more it will hurt." "You're wrong, Allie. Even if I believed you, which I don't, he doesn't care about the money. Adam, please don't get upset. I've been encouraging him, leading him on. Like I said after the party, I wanted to teach him a lesson, prove he can't get everything he wants." "God damn it, Allie. What exactly have you done?" "He offered me some money to go away with him, nothing else." Please tell me you're not serious. Oh, I'm serious. I already told you. And you think behaving like a sex-mad, cock-teasing bitch is the way a married woman behaves? What did you say? She gasped in shock. That's what you're doing, Allie. You're behaving like some crazy person. You said yourself you're leading him on. That will come home to bite you on the ass. Adam, you just have to trust me. I want to see how much money I can get him to offer. This is crap, Allie. I don't like Brett, but the way you're carrying on is no better. You're playing with people's emotions. We sat staring back and forth, the gap between us getting bigger by the second. Uncomfortable. That was an understatement. She couldn't look at me, and I struggled to keep my anger in check. Adam, he has to pay for what he did to Janice and Craig. He can't be allowed to keep doing that sort of thing. Janice fucked up her own life. He offered her something. She didn't have to go with him. That was her own fault. She could have said no, just like I expect you to. Adam, he used her. He knew they were in a hole. That's why he offered her the money. He knew she would take it. They were going to lose the house and the business. That bit of information changed my perception a little, but still. She sold herself. Sorry, Allie. She chose her path. She sold her body. She chose to prostitute herself. His part in it was despicable, but all he did was offer her a proposition. Adam, please just trust me. Work with me. Help me inflict some pain on him. I want him to feel what Janice and Craig went through. You want him to feel some pain. Then at the next party Jeff throws, reject him. Do it loudly. Laugh in his face. Tell him you despise him. That'll do it. You're wrong, Adam. I want it to cost him. I mean, think of it from our perspective. We get to keep his money. He gets burned. To hell with the money, we don't need it. But money is the center of his world. That's how we hurt him. Don't you see? No, because it's ludicrous. You could take 10 million bucks off him, and it probably puts less than a dent in his bank balance. In the end, I just put it out there. Allie, there are 3 options as I see it. 1, you stop talking to him, cut off all contact. 2, I go and see him and beat the crap out of him. Or 3, I call the cops and set them on him. That's my preference because it keeps me out of jail. There's another option, Adam. You trust me. I've done nothing wrong. Help me work through this. Throwing my arms in the air, I sighed. All right, humor me. How much has he offered? She suddenly looked brighter. She mistook my bewilderment as acceptance. 200,000, the same as he offered Janice. I laughed. God, you suck as a negotiator. A few minutes ago, you told me he was obsessed with you. Now you're telling me all he offered was what he paid for Janice. I shook my head. Jesus H. Christ, Allie. You said he knew they were in a bind. We don't need his goddamn money. She deflated quickly under my outburst, her pride dented. Okay then, Mr. Smartass. If you think you can get a better deal, you do it. All right. You want me to do it, then we have to do it my way. That means you have to promise to stop taking calls from him. Return any gifts, and let me do all the talking. He talks to me, not you. Done deal, she giggled. When are you going to talk to him? She whispered pensively. Right now. Scrolling through my phone, I found his number and hit dial in loudspeaker. Oh, hey, buddy. Long time between drinks. No sense beating around the bush, Brett. We need to talk. Allie has just told me about your offer. You want to fuck my wife, and you've been trying to buy her like some cheap hooker, he spluttered, like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Whoa, slow down, buddy. It's not like that. Cut the crap, asshole. That's exactly how it is. If you want her, then from now on you talk to me. Oh, right. He spluttered disbelievingly. I heard him suck in a big breath. He was about to push back. Okay then, Adam, let's talk. You want her for the weekend, is that right? I stated firmly. This was exactly like the car, except this time he thought he was in the driving seat. Yeah, man, we were going to fly up to the Big Apple, go to an awards dinner. I've been nominated for Best Producer. We were going to stay the whole weekend, do some shopping, take in a show, party up a little. Keeping it business, like I said, do I understand you would be booking just the one room? He couldn't hide the sneer. Yeah, although there would be 2 separate beds. I don't want to know about that. Fly out Friday, back Sunday night? He seemed shocked at my straightforward approach. Yeah, that'd be perfect, brah. Although it would be nice if we could fly out early Friday morning, you know. Make the most of it. And maybe be back Monday morning. Now, with all this out in the open, I no longer had to hide my dislike for him. I could throw it all out there. I'm not your fucking bra or your buddy. Let's get one thing straight, asshole. I think you're the lowest form of scum. A real douchebag. This is purely business, got it? He seemed confused. Look, buddy, we don't have to get nasty. Yeah, I like Ali. She's damn cute and sexy as fuck. This doesn't have to get between you and me. We can still be bros. We were never bros. I have always hated you. I despise you and your horse shit. You want my wife? Then you will have to pay. Got it? Jesus, man, dial back the crap. Yeah, I made her an offer. That still stands. I threw in my best maniacal, hysterical laughter. All right, Brett. We've established your desires. We've all seen the movie, so you already know the fee. The money must be in our account Friday lunchtime before the plane gets in the air. Movie? What fucking movie? He growled. Don't fuck with me, Brett. The fee is $1 million. Any money you spend on her is over and above that. Oh, fuck off. I'm not paying $1 million. No fucking way. Good. Thank fuck for that. That suits me perfectly. From this point on, don't call her. Don't send her any more gifts. If you try to contact her, I'll contact the police. She recorded your earlier calls, so I have enough evidence to show you up for the scheming asshole you really are. His voice took on a hard edge as he contemplated my words. She can't use those. They were recorded without my consent, he snarled. Brett, all I can say is thank fuck that's the option you chose. Don't ever call her again. Got it? Without waiting for his answer, I disconnected the call. Allie just stared at me, her mouth hanging open. Her pallid features were drawn and the worry lines etched deep into her skin. Holding my hand out, I said, Phone. Without saying anything, she handed over her phone. PIN number? I asked. Before she could give it to me, her phone rang. Checking the caller ID, I recognized Brett's number. Connecting the call, I snapped. I said, don't call her. You are out of her life. You are dead. If you want something from us, call me. Fuck you! He hollered in uncontrolled rage. I just disconnected the call. Her phone rang on 3 different occasions. Each time, I rejected the call. Allie, who was now fighting to hold back tears, said, Adam, please, I asked you to help me. Please, just stop. Giving her my best impression of the evil eye, I snarled viciously. Nope, you wanted this. You wanted more money, then shut up and let me do this my way. We sat in complete silence, her body racked by violent sobs. Adam, you've gone crazy. There was no need to be so coarse or nasty. You ain't seen nothing yet. We'll see what happens when he calls back. Don't be ridiculous. He is never going to call back after being talked to like that. Then I guess he isn't as hot for you as you think. Maybe you're just not as cute as you think you are. Fuck you, Adam. Why are you being like this? I just wanted a chance to inflict some pain on him. Show him what it feels like to be hurt. You had your chance to hurt him the very first time he asked. Just then, my phone rang. Okay, Adam. I didn't think you'd be into this. But if you're one of those guys and we are going to negotiate, let's do it properly, in good faith. You're right. I want Allie to come with me to the awards dinner in New York. I'm prepared to raise my offer to $400,000. I blew a loud raspberry into the phone. Don't insult me, dickhead. I'm not into this. I don't want her to go. I'm not promoting this, just managing the fallout. That figure is an insult. My opening line was $1 million. Every time you insult me, the price will go up. Adam, there's no way I'm paying that much. Being the generous guy I am, I'll stretch to $500,000. You heard me, dickhead. My response to you is now 1.4. Goodbye. I disconnected. The call. The phone had been on loudspeaker, so Allie had heard everything. With the call disconnected, the silence became plangent. My ears were roaring, mostly from the rage that was now burning like a white-hot branding iron burning through my guts. It took 20 minutes, but he called back. $750. But that's my final offer, Adam. I'm not fucking around anymore. That's a shame, Brett. My bottom line just went up to 1.5. I heard him screaming as I disconnected. This time, the silence was broken by Allie, who gasped, Oh my God, do you think he was serious? $750,000? That's a lot of money. Guess we will find out. If you're determined to destroy our marriage and prostitute yourself, we may as well get a good price." "Stop saying that!" she shrieked. "I said I was never going to actually have sex with him." "That's not true, Ali. At least be honest. If you weren't at least curious or interested, we wouldn't be doing this." "Don't go there, this was your idea." "Nope. You asked for my help. I decided to take control, but you had already opened the negotiation." "Adam, I just wanted to." Her response was broken by the phone ringing again. "All right, Adam, I'll try again. 800,000. My bottom line just went up to 1.6. Listen, dipshit. I'm here whoring out my wife. The whole thing disgusts me. Every time you play this stupid game of trying to push my price down, you insult me. You want to fuck her, have a dirty weekend away, then the price starts at 1 million. Any figure you throw at me that doesn't have a 1 in front of it is just pushing the price up." I disconnected, but this time we didn't have to wait for long. The phone rang quickly. "All right, Adam. You got your million." "No, the million is the starting line. If you want extras like anal or her swallowing, that's extra." "Oh my God!" Ali screamed as she tried to snatch the phone out of my hand. I pushed her away, saying into the phone, "You still there, asshole?" "Yeah, Adam. I'm still here. I'm not negotiating sex. All I'm asking for is her company for the weekend. I mean, I certainly hope it includes sex, but that's entirely up to her. I'll pay the 1 million, but that's it." "Okay, then. Sounds like we have a deal. I'll have a contract drawn up." "What? I'm not signing a fucking contract. My word is my bond. I can see what you're up to, you sneaky bastard." "This is a fucking setup. That's entrapment." I laughed loudly at his concern. "There will be no mention of sex in the contract, just that you are paying for the company of my wife." He sounded hesitant, uncomfortable. "All right, I'll look at it. If it seems kosher, I'll sign." "Good. The money will have to be in my account before Friday lunchtime, before she sets foot on your plane." "Accepted." There was a brief pause before he asked, "Can I talk to her?" I heard her voice, so I know she's listening. I handed Ali the phone, saying loudly, "Your boyfriend wants to talk to you." She looked horrified at my calmness. Taking the phone, she quickly pressed the loudspeaker option, disabling it. "Sorry, Brett," she whispered as she stared at me with a loathing I hadn't ever seen before. The loudspeaker may have been off, but his voice was loud enough that I could still hear him. "Ali, are you sure about this? You do understand I want us to have a chance to really get to know each other?" "Yes, I understand, and I'm sure." Adam seems very unhappy. Even with the loudspeaker off, I could hear the sneering satisfaction in his voice. She sighed. "Yeah, that's an understatement." His tone was harsh. "Well, are you both up for it or not? I don't want an angry husband on my tail. You both have to agree to this, or there's no deal." "Brett, I need to talk to Adam. Give me a day to get back to you, okay?" "Yeah, of course. Call me tomorrow night when you're by yourself." "Yes, thank you." She pressed end and passed the phone to me. "So what happened?" I asked. "You said this whole thing was so you could say no. You just had your chance." "Jesus, Adam. Give me a chance to catch my breath. I said I'd call him tomorrow." "To say what?" "To tell him our answer. He said we both have to agree or there's no deal," she said with complete uncertainty. "Then there's no sense drawing up the contract because I will never agree to it. Adam, we don't need a contract. He paid Janice. There's never been any evidence he would Welsh on the deal. This is a bit different. This is $1 million deal, and you heard his voice. He is not happy about it. We are definitely getting a contract if you're going through with it." Sheepishly, she sighed. $1 million, that's a lot of money, Adam. And yes, I want to go through with it. "Yep, sure is a lot of money." Screwing up her face, she whispered, "Have you thought about what we could do with $1 million? Every time I buy a lotto ticket." She sighed. "Don't be facetious. You know what I meant. We could have $1 million right now, guaranteed. Don't tell me you haven't considered it." Actually, I would be lying if I said I hadn't. I should add one thing, though. I would never take his money. Then what the hell was that all about? Why the hell did you go through that ruse? Because you wanted to. You said you wanted to find out how much you could get so you could shoot him down. Adam, $1 million. I never expected it to be that much. Ali, the actual figure is irrelevant. It could be 10 million and my answer would still be no. She sighed. Of course. I understand. I have to say, though, it worked out okay for Craig and Janice. Their marriage is as strong as ever. Yeah, I don't know how he does it. He's a bigger man than me because I couldn't live like that. What do you mean, live like that? Don't play dumb, Allie. You've heard all the snide remarks, the nasty, shitty comments. I have heard your girlfriend's condescending comments. The scoffing, they talk about him like he is a loser. She grimaced. There were some comments just after the incident, but they stopped when everybody saw he didn't care. I mean, he has nothing to be ashamed of. He whored out his wife, I snarled contemptuously. He has everything in the world to be ashamed of. He sold her like a common streetwalker. Adam, she screeched. Jesus, he's one of your best friends. Yep, and I don't know how he sleeps at night. Honestly, I think a hell of a lot less of him because of what happened and his part in it. I lost respect for him. Jesus, really? She seemed bewildered. Yes, we're still friends, but I wouldn't want him watching my back in a bad situation. Her, I have no respect at all for. She disgusts me. I remain friends only for Craig's benefit. She got up from the table, her hands running through her long, silken locks. I need a drink. Do you want something? Nope, I'm going to bed. As I stood up, she said, Don't you want to talk about this? Ali, we have talked this to death. I would never put up with it. If you actually go through with it, then I will draw up 2 contracts. The second one will be our divorce. No, you're not serious. Divorce, really? Of course. I may not have said it in as many words, but you must have understood. What? No, I never considered that. Well, that's my bottom line. You want to play hooker? Well, at least we got a good price for your ass. Ah! She screamed. Will you stop with all the crude stuff? Ali, if you want to act like a whore, then you'll have to get used to it. What do you think your parents are going to say? What do you think Damon would say? My parents, your friends, what would they say? Nobody needs to know. She gasped with a hint of desperation creeping in. It would be just between the 3 of us, and I already said, I never meant to have sex with him. Good God, you're living in a fantasy world. Were Craig and Janice able to keep it quiet? No, but nobody else knows about this. What are you going to do about the photos and videos of you at the event with him? Nobody has to know I was there just with him by myself. We can say you were there as well. Christ, you want me to lie? Ali, you might be able to live with yourself, but I never could. I won't go out of my way to tell anyone what you did, but I won't lie either. I pushed my chair back under the table, confirming I was going to bed. I was already in bed with the lights out when she came in and slid under the covers. I felt her body snuggle up behind me, becoming the big spoon. Adam, can we talk about this? No. I have told you where I stand. The fact you want to talk about it scares me. It means you have shifted and you're actually considering it. Adam, it's $1 million. Plus, I would never have sex with him. You have to know that. I would go as his friend. You heard him. There would be separate beds. Don't play games with words, Allie. There wasn't a lot of sleep that night. We had lived together and slept in the same bed from the first night together. I knew she was no closer to sleep than I was. We just lay together, staring into the darkness. The morning was no better. As I was about to walk out the door, I snapped, Should I draw up the contracts? She scowled viciously. Yes, draw up the contract. You realize there will be 2, one of them a divorce. Adam. It's a yes or no answer, Allie. Yes. She sighed softly in defeat. Fine. It would be nice if you could get off early tonight. Come home and box up all your personal belongings. What? I'm keeping the house, Allie. It's taken me years to get the garage to where I like it. When you get home from your weekend away, the locks will have been changed, and all your things I'll take to your folks' place. At least you'll be $1 million richer. You can buy somewhere else. For pity's sake, Adam, we can talk about this tonight. Nothing's been decided. Yes, it has. You said draw up the contracts. Forget the damn contracts. If you don't trust me, if you think so little of me, then I will phone him right now and say no. I couldn't keep the frown from etching itself into my forehead. All right, turn on the loudspeaker. I want to hear it. God, you don't trust me at all, do you? She sulked. Surprisingly, no. She flinched, reaching into her handbag. "Hi, Brett." She looked at me, as if expecting me to intervene. When I didn't, she sighed. "I have considered your offer, and I have to say no." There was a pause before he answered. "Is Adam there? Can he hear me?" "Yes." "Right. Got it. I'll call you later." There was silence as she glared at me. "Happy?" she sneered. "No, I'm actually very sad. Sad that I had to threaten divorce to get you to say no." I turned and stormed off. Work was a bust. Nothing made sense. I couldn't focus. I decided to cover my bases. I had a lawyer friend draw up the contract. I had already talked to him, and it was his idea to get everything written down. Not because of concern over Brett not paying, it was more for the divorce. If it came to that, I wanted everything documented. The drive home that night was tense, traffic was heavy, it was stop, start, and slow. The usual 20 minutes turned out to be an hour and a half. Walking in, Allie already had dinner on the go. She looked up tensely as I dropped off my briefcase and popped my head in the kitchen. "Hi, babe. Do you want a drink?" she asked. "Yeah, a drink would be nice. Traffic was a nightmare." She nodded. "Yeah, I left early enough to miss it." She handed me my bourbon and leaned in for a kiss. "I love you, Adam. I love you so much." I never doubted it. I love you as well. If that's true, why all this drama over Brett's proposal? Confused, I replied, choosing my words carefully. "Because I love you. Because you are mine, and you know me well enough to understand I don't share my toys. So that's all I am to you. A toy? Nope. You are everything to me. What's more, you know it. I don't love that way. You are mine, and I'm yours, totally and completely. I would never disrespect you by expecting you to accept something I knew would tear your heart out." I sipped my bourbon, staring past her. "What's for dinner?" "Chicken." She looked pensive as she swirled her ice cubes around her drink. I threw back what was left of my drink, announcing, "I'm going to get changed." She nodded and smiled, but her face gave it away. This wasn't over. It was with great trepidation I walked back into the living room. She brought me another drink as I reclined in my favorite armchair and flicked on the TV, hoping to catch the evening news. Allie went back to the kitchen, but she looked nervous. She kept staring into the lounge, seeing what I was doing. It took about 15 minutes before she called out. "Do you have your phone switched on?" Patting my pocket, I said, "No, must be upstairs. Why?" She whispered guiltily, "Somebody is trying to call you." "Who would that be?" I said with a caustic growl that didn't hide my anger. "Adam, Brett wants to talk to you about the proposal. He's tried to call." "Didn't he take the no answer? He just wants to talk to you." "Well, I have nothing to say to him. In fact, I never want to see or speak to him again. If I do see him, I will have to use all my powers of restraint to stop myself from smashing his face in." She winced, sucking in a painful breath. I took a little extra notice of what she was doing out of the corner of my eye. I saw she was texting, and it was obviously Brett. A few moments later, her phone rang, and she picked it up. After a few quiet words were exchanged, she walked into the lounge, holding the phone out. "Babe, he wants to talk to you." I snatched away the phone, but instead of answering it, I disconnected the call and threw the phone over onto the settee. "I told you I don't want to talk to him." "Jesus, Adam, you're being impossible." "No, I'm not. I told you I didn't want to talk to him. End of story. As far as I'm concerned, this sorry little saga is finished." She walked over and picked up the phone before walking back into the kitchen. 10 minutes later, she called out, "Dinner is served." We sat staring at each other. No words would come for either of us. The silence was like a deathly fog. It descended over us like a cloak. The tension built until somebody had to say something. It was Allie who folded. "Adam, he wants to talk about the proposal. He has something he wants to say to you. He thinks it will change your mind." "What about you, Allie? Do you think it will change my mind?" "No," she gushed with a defeated sigh. "Then there's nothing to talk about, is there?" "No, I suppose not." "Good, then we can finish our dinner in peace and then try to get back to our regular life. The one we had before that bastard tried to destroy everything." "Adam, I want to talk about it. I know you have this fixation on it. I promise you, we would go to New York, travel as friends only. I would not have sex with him." Okay, Allie, let's play this game. What was he going to offer me that he thinks would change my mind? He was going to offer you your car back. Oh, I see. He was going to add the car. It was becoming increasingly more difficult to mask my disgust. Ali, I told you how I feel about this. My answer was always no. It would always be no. I don't care about the money. He really wanted it pretty bad. He had been really determined to find a way to make it work. Adam, that's what I wanted. I wanted to see him desperate. If you would just trust me, this is what I wanted. I want him to want it so bad that when I take it away, he is left with nothing. I want to humiliate him, not you. Please, babe, just trust me. Ali, I have tried to explain this. Life is about perception. He is going to tell everybody he fucked you every which way, that you begged for it. He will tell every single person he can. Do you want to know why? His ego is attached to this game. He never loses. He has never even contemplated any other outcome other than him winning. But he won't win. I'm going to refuse to have sex with him. Ali, it doesn't matter whether you do or don't. Everybody will think you have. They will believe him, because you fucking went with him of your own free will. But we would know it isn't true. You would have your car back, and we would have $1 million of his money. I don't care about the money. It means nothing to me. I love you. We used to have a wonderful life together. But after you go with him, I will become a laughing stock. I couldn't stand that. It would eat away at me until I came to hate you. But we would know. It doesn't matter what other people think. Yes, it does. I spluttered loudly, not even trying to hide my contempt. What people think of me, of us, is important. It's who we are. I don't want to be married to a hooker, not even an expensive one. If you are so sure you want to do this, then I have both contracts in my bag. Adam, please, it's $1 million. We would be set for life. Every single thing we have talked about, the travel, the holiday home, everything, we could have them all. I don't care, Ali. I could never use the money because it would always remind me how you earned it. But I said I wouldn't have sex with him. All you have to do is trust me. Doesn't the idea of him losing interest you at all? The only way he can lose is if you publicly say no, slap his face in front of everyone and tell him to fuck off. That's the way he loses. I stood, walked to my briefcase, and pulled out the divorce paperwork and the contract. I threw them both down on the table. The divorce is the most important one. I want the house. You can have whatever furniture you want. You can keep both our cars, and I will keep the 55. You keep your 401, and I keep mine. We split the investments down the middle, and you keep your $1 million. Does that seem fair? We are not getting a divorce, she roared. Not because of this. I love you, and you love me. This is ridiculous. It is what it is. I guarantee you, Ali, we are getting divorced. You leave with him regardless of whether you have sex or not. We would be getting divorced. Adam, please, don't do this. Let me rub his nose in his failure. Don't give up. It's your call, Ali. We either turn our backs on this perverse stupidity and go on with our lives, or we go our separate ways. Jesus, you are pissing me off, Adam. We could have it all, just trust me, work with me. This isn't about trust. It's about who we are, how we live with ourselves afterwards. It's your call. If you decide to go through with it, our marriage will be over. I would prefer you box up all your belongings, your clothes, the things you want to keep, because when you get back, this will no longer be your home. You don't mean that, she whispered, although there was no confidence in her statement. Believe me, Ali, I mean it. What would you say to my parents? She asked softly. I would tell them that you left me for another man. What? Oh my God, why would you say that? Because that's the truth, isn't it? I have told you repeatedly that if you go with him, we are getting divorced. With resignation seeping out of her, she gasped, I'll be damned, you're serious. Yep. Do not doubt me, Ali. I'm deadly serious. But we could screw Brett over, take his money and leave him with his dick in his hand. I don't want his money. I could never live with myself. I love the idea of screwing him over. In my mind, if you're serious, you do it in front of all our friends. You slap his face, call him a disgusting fuck. Tell him what you think of him. But he gets away with it. It doesn't cost him anything, at least my way, it costs him. I hoped it was going to be the end, but Unfortunately, it degenerated into a screaming match. She yelled at me, and I lost the plot. The most brilliant person I had ever met in my life was throwing everything away. And for what? As much as I did trust her, I could think of no other logical reason she wanted to go with him. She actually wanted to have sex with him. Either way, our marriage ended that night, incinerated in a fiery, passionate screaming fit. I walked away, slammed the spare bedroom door behind me, and tried to get some sleep. The next day, I filed the divorce papers. I emailed Brett his contract, and I called a locksmith to change all the locks. He dropped the new keys in at my office. I made sure I left early and was home when Allie arrived. She realized something was wrong when the garage door wouldn't open. She didn't know I was home because my car was already inside. My phone rang immediately. "Adam, there's something wrong with the garage door. It won't open. Who should I call?" "Nobody, there's nothing wrong. I just changed out the control unit. Don't try your door key, it won't fit either. This is no longer your house." "Oh, God damn it, don't be preposterous. All my things are in there. I'm home. I'll open up for you. Take the things you need or want. I'll box up the rest while you're gone." "Adam, please don't do this. I'm begging you. We can talk about it, sort out a solution." "No. I'm sick of talking. Sick of fighting, and more importantly, sick of this whole situation. Our marriage is over." I unlocked the front door and she walked in looking distraught. "Adam." "Nope, I don't want to hear it. Pack up what you need for the next few days and your trip. When you get back, you will find the rest at your parents' place." "This is still my house," she snapped. "My name is on the mortgage. I can call the police. I have rights." "Yes, you do, and they could force me to let you in. But is that what you want? I promise, if you do, I'll move out. I want everybody to know our marriage was over before you left with him." She sighed, defeated. "No, I don't want that. Adam, it could be so different. We would both get what we want. You could laugh in Brett's face knowing he didn't get what he really wanted. Allie, you don't get it. As long as he can tell everybody he did, he doesn't care. This was never about the sex, although I'm sure he would enjoy it. This is about humiliation and power. Everybody you count as a friend will know you chose to go with him. I need them to know I didn't allow it." Her complete ignorance of the issue bugged the shit out of me. "Allie, he's an entitled ass. All his life he has got what he wanted. People like him, they don't care about right or wrong. The laws that govern us every day, mortals don't apply to them. He expects you to sleep with him. He knows I'll hate it. That's why he wants it so much. He hated the fact I got the better of him over the car. Then I squeezed the $1,000,000 out of him. He hates that I got the better of him. This is his payback." "So what happens now?" She sighed deeply, her eyes already clouding over. "You go and pack up your shit and leave. You will be okay. You have $1,000,000 to spend, plus I'm sure he'll lavish you with expensive jewelry and clothes while you're with him. He will do whatever it takes to get between your legs. You've already given up on us." She sighed. "Yep, I'm already looking forward to moving on with my life. Fuck, I don't believe it. This is how our wonderful marriage ends? It can't have been that wonderful, or we wouldn't be in this situation. I know you, Allie. Money has never been that important to you. You're right, Adam. This is about me taking something away from him, rubbing his face in the fact he can't have me. He needs to know he can't keep doing to women what he did to Janice." I shrugged and walked away. I picked up some moving boxes on the way home. They're already in the bedroom. If you fill them up, I'll carry them down to your car for you. "Where am I supposed to go?" "You could go over to Brett's, start the holiday early. Although call first. He probably already has a hooker tonight." "Fuck you, Adam. You have never been this bitter before." "No. Well, my wife has never ripped out my heart before. It doesn't have to end this way. It does for me. You have the power to stop it right now. Call him and tell him you changed your mind." "No, I won't do it. Don't you see? I want him to think he has won, then at the last possible moment, pull the rug out from underneath him. I want to see the look on his face when I say, we're sleeping in separate beds. Nobody would believe you. Okay, you would have a win, but that would just make him more determined to ruin your reputation. After you go with him, everybody will believe him. Your word will mean nothing." She looked confused as she listened to, but ignored my words. "I refuse to believe you could be so thin-skinned and that you have so little trust in me." Believe what you want. She packed up box after box, and I carried them down to her car. In the end, we ran out of room. Our marriage and our life together ended with a hug. I spent the weekend packing up her shit. I received call after call on Saturday to ask whether I'd seen the footage of Allie with Brett at the awards. The sleazy bastard won an award, so the cameras were on him a lot. Her parents called, my parents called, Damon called. I got sick of saying the same thing over and over. I told them all, Allie and I have already separated. The divorce papers were filed Thursday. Of course, there were commiserations and consoling calls, but it changed nothing. I was surprised when the tow truck turned up on Sunday morning with my 56. That shocked me, and it hurt, but I got one last win. I organized for it to be crushed and dropped off in Brett's driveway that same afternoon. Allie's call later that afternoon was quiet. She was also quick to say, Adam, nothing happened. We slept in separate beds. You should have seen the look on his face. Good, I'm pleased you got your moment of satisfaction. Was it worth it? I was hoping that you might have changed your mind, that some sort of logic might have prevailed. Nope, no change of mind here. Not even after they delivered your car? The car wasn't mine. I sold it to Brett, remember? It belongs to him now. They did bring it here, but I sent it back. I snickered loudly. Although he might not recognize it now. Oh my God, what did you do? She gasped. Ask Brett. I'm sure he will tell you all about it. The divorce happened quickly. Allie didn't contest. She wasn't happy and made no bones of telling everybody so. The separation was difficult as we split up over 20 years of collected memories and belongings. Thankfully, having Damon of at college took away one problem. I left it for Allie to tell him about the divorce. It may sound gutless, but I saw it as her job. After all, she created the situation. It took a while for things to settle down. Allie tried. I'll give her credit. She tried. She never shied away from telling the truth about what happened and what really happened on her trip with Brett. Unfortunately, he turned out to be an even bigger jerk than I gave him credit for. He did his best to destroy her reputation, both professionally and personally. I knew it was all lies. When he went off for his weekend with Janice, apart from a few friends at parties, he told nobody. He let the grapevine do the dirty work for him. This time, he went on a publicity mission to destroy Allie. He told everyone, and by that I mean anybody he could get to listen. He sprouted on about how she was a real slut. Yeah, he went the whole hog. Apparently, she begged to fucked in the ass and swallowed his cock afterwards. The plane door was barely closed before she pounced on his cock, screaming about wanting to join the Mile High Club. He recruited idiots like Jeff to help spread his toxic shit. I heard all the shit through third parties. As soon as I heard the bit about her wanting to join the Mile High Club, I knew it was all horse shit. The one thing Allie suffers from is travel sickness, especially when it comes to flying. I knew how nervous she would be getting on that plane. She hated small planes. She freaked out when we took out trip to Polynesia, and we flew out to one of the islands in a small plane. I almost had to push her onto the plane. Surprise, I suppose, that Brett was such an asshole about it. That's just the sort of person he was. Allie, though, stood tall, used the publicity to push her career forward. That, coupled with the fact she had more time to throw at it, gained her a couple of promotions. In fact, she was the top realtor in town and in very hot demand. The publicity might not have been good, but it's an age-old adage that still holds water. There's no such thing as bad publicity. She brought a new house, not that far from our home, but a much more affluent neighborhood. Allie and I bumped into each other at the supermarket. There she was, looking as gorgeous as ever. There's no explaining what I felt. My heart did a backflip. She was bending over getting something from a lower shelf. With her legs stretched out for balance, I admired once again those spectacular legs. God damn it, she looked good. I sneaked up behind her, out of view. Hey, stranger, what are you doing roughing it here? She smiled broadly as she turned to see me, wheeling my cart. Some habits are hard to break. I tried the local one, but I could never find anything. Just found myself coming back here. You look good, I offered truthfully. With a cute little blush, she replied, Thanks, Adam. Hey, it's true. Life's obviously going well for you. She shrugged. Business is good. I miss you, though. The last bit dribbled out slowly. Yeah, same. I miss you as well. We did have more than 20 years together. You don't walk away from that without leaving a hole. Oh God, that is true. How have you been? She asked. I'm doing okay. Finished the F-55. She giggled girlishly. I know. Dad showed me the photos. It looks really good. Congratulations. Thanks. It's probably not as much fun to drive as a Porsche, but it gets along okay. Her smile disappeared, and she winced a little. I bet it's a lot more fun than a Porsche. I brought an old 911. It's fun, but you know I still prefer the Nova Dad brought for me. Wow, a 911, huh? Must be nice. Yeah, she said, giggling. It is, but I don't know. The Nova has memories. It was the one car you and I had. Yep, your dad did a hell of a job fixing that damn thing up for you. I think that's why I love it, memories. Do you talk to Damon much? I haven't spoken to him for a while. She reached for my hand, hers falling over mine on the shopping cart handle. Adam, you need to call him more. I talk to him every week. He misses you, but the one thing he gets from you is stubbornness. Ali, we'll sort it out. The only reason I don't call is he keeps lecturing me. He blames me for our damn divorce. If he learns to let that go, then we can talk some. Until then, we'll get by. His grandmother keeps me up to date. Adam, he needs his dad. Then you do us both a favor and tell him to stop blaming me for what happened. I have. I told him exactly what happened. I didn't try to make myself look good. I told the truth. I've never blamed you, never put you down. I accept it was all my fault. He looks up to you so much, I guess he had an expectation or something. Yeah, look, let's not talk about that. She squeezed my hand and nodded. Yes, I hear you've been dating? I laughed. Shit, your surveillance is much better than mine. She smiled. Craig, he doesn't understand the words in confidence. Yeah, that boy has got a big mouth. Guess I better remember that when he asks what I've been up to. Chantel Rice, really? You could do better, Adam? She's a nice lady. Like hell she is. She's a tramp. I laughed bitterly. She never went out with Brett. It was a low blow, and I knew as soon as I saw her face fall I had gone too far. Adam, I told you. I never even kissed him. He was so pissed at me when I said no. He went out and hired a hooker. Nothing happened. Wow, calm down. I know that, but it still hurts, okay? Yes, I understand, I suppose. Anyway, Chantel was nice. She's actually loads of fun. At least you knew you were going to get laid. I laughed at her attempt at humor. There was that to it. I hope you used condoms, she scoffed. A whole packet, and that was only the foreplay. Ew, yuck, too much information. Hey, you asked. Sorry, I won't do that again. What about you, Allie? She shrugged. I've dated a couple of guys. Nobody you'd know. I don't know about you, but I found it strange. Dating, it's awful. I have to say that was the main attraction for Chantel. No games, she was honest. Awful. God, I hate it. There are so many jerks out there. Thanks to Brett, they all think I'm some sort of slut. I tried to warn you, Allie. Yes, I know. I was naive. Oblivious, really. All I wanted was to show him he can't just buy everything. Plenty of idealists with lofty goals locked up around the world, Allie. I understand your motives were good, but I tried to tell you what was going to happen. I know, and I am not complaining. Not true, but at least I found out who my real friends were. Strangely, me too. She gave me another pat on the arm. Would you like to get a cup of coffee? Yeah, we could do that. We worked our way through the checkout and headed out to the cars. Sure enough, she was in her Nova. It looked as good as ever. I did notice some new mags. At the coffee shop, we found a corner table away from the thinning crowd. So how have you really been? I asked. She sipped her coffee, gathering her words before answering. You want the truth? Not so good. If it hadn't been for Janice, I might not have made it. She's been amazing. Even Craig. Well, I guess they both understand what you went through. She gave me a piercing glare, seeing if I was being antagonistic. Yes, but they went over and above. When I didn't reply, she said, You've had similar experiences? Oh, I just got sick of all the assholes, the snide remarks, the pointing fingers. Then there were the shits who wanted to tell me I did the right thing for dumping the cheating bitch. I hated them as much. Condescending fuckers. She laughed softly at that. You know, of all my friends, I now only consider a few of them friends. Same. I haven't spoken to Jeff since that fucking party. I'm sorry, Adam. Oh, don't be. It took that night to prove to me what a lousy friend he was. He's a real dirtbag. She leaned over the little table. You know he asked me out? What? I exclaimed loudly, drawing stares from the nearby tables. I said no, but what a bastard. The ink wasn't even dry on our divorce. Fucker. If there's any justice in this world, he'll get his... With a deep frown, she added. He did the same thing with Janice. Low life. He knew how much of a financial hole they were in and tried offering money. Did she take it? God, no, the money they got from Brett saved them. She told Jeff to shove it up his butt. Good. Jeff and I managed to fashion a bit of our old friendship. It's been tough, though. Christ, after the breakup, he was worse than Damon, lecturing me every time we saw each other. I got so sick of it, I stopped calling him. She nodded. I know, he told me. I said he had to stop blaming you. It was my mistake. Letting her words filter in, I said, You told him that? Yep, sure did. It was my mistake, Adam. I fucked up. I don't blame you for your actions. Truthfully, I think I fucked up as well, Allie. I stopped communicating. I let the anger drive my decision-making, and that was the wrong thing to do. I should have tried something else. Don't be so hard on yourself. I'm the one who fucked up. As we were drinking our coffees, enjoying the moment, her phone rang. Hello, sweetheart, she cooed into the phone. I'm having coffee with your father. There was a little pause. Don't sound so shocked. We still talk, you know. We aren't enemies. Would you like to say hi? Before he could answer, she handed me the phone. Hey, son. Hey, Dad, what's going on? Damon, your mom and I are just catching up. As she said, we aren't trying to kill each other. Bullshit, he sneered. Damon, can we get past this? How have you been? I pressed loudspeaker so we could all chat. God, it was the friendliest conversation we'd had in a very long time. After Allie blew him a kiss, she disconnected. Gee, that was nice. Yeah, sounds like he's doing okay. He really is, Adam. He would do better if you called him more regularly. I'll try. If we could have conversations like that, I just might... It will get easier, Adam. Just don't cut him off. After talking generalities, we hugged, and she stole a little kiss. Like Damon, she said. I would like to see you more often as well, you know. Let's play it by ear. It was nice catching up without fighting. I don't want to push our luck. She kissed me and walked away without further conversation. Watching her walk away was painful. All the mixed emotions bubbled away like a slow cooker. Damon and I did manage to get things together after that day, but his first question was always the same. Have you spoken to Mom recently? No, I hadn't, but I didn't tell him that. It seemed hard when I thought about it. How do you keep somebody as a friend after stuff like that? It was somewhere around the 12-month mark when I got the tearful call. Adam, Mom's been diagnosed with lung cancer, and it's inoperable. I raced straight over to her folks' place. Ray, her father, welcomed me in with open arms. His eyes were red and swollen. I'm sorry, Ray, was all I could think of. It's okay, son. I know what you mean. We hugged like fighting bears before he waved me towards the rear porch. They're out there, drinking some evil mix of tequila. Is that a good thing? I mean, alcohol? He laughed. Adam, it's terminal son. If having a drink with her daughter gives her some joy, I ain't gonna try and stop them. You know what I mean? Yep, gotcha. I'm not getting in the middle of that one either. I wandered out. Alice looked weak and fragile. She was curled up on the cane sofa with Allie cuddled up beside her. When she saw me, she cried out in surprise. Well, God Almighty, will wonders never cease. What are you doing here, Adam? I smiled, trying to keep my emotions in check. You know why I'm here. I wanted a hug. I leaned over, and she slipped into my arms with a gentle kiss. Thank you, son. We had always been close. From the moment Allie and I started dating, I was their favorite. Ray was a car nut, just like me, so we bonded easily. Alice, she was harder to win over. It took me a few months before I got the mom seal of approval. Since that day, we were as close as I was with my own parents. Allie jumped into my arms as soon as her mom let me go. God, I'm glad you're here. When are the boys getting here? I asked. They're all on their way. Allie's brothers had all left town, started lives all over the country. I knew as soon as I heard that they would be coming home. "Do you want a drink?" Alice asked. "No thanks, Mom. I can't stay long. I have to get home and cook dinner." "The hell you do," she snapped. "You're having dinner with us, and don't you damn well say another word." Allie sneered. "Wow, consider yourself told. Guess I'll be having one of those drinks after all." The drinks were way too strong for me. Ray saved me with a beer. We all sat together, and as happens in situations like that, the conversation quickly turned to memories, those special occasions, funny stories, and standout moments. As we talked, there was no hiding from the emotions. Alice was tearful with the end in sight. She couldn't help but go back over her life's highlights, which of course was filled with stories that included Allie, Damon, and me. With all her sons moving away, it was always us. We were the ones who were there helping. Of course, all the reminiscing brought tears as our current situation kept popping up. When I announced the divorce, Ray had come to visit. He didn't exactly bring a 2x4, but he may as well have. He was furious, and at one point he had me by the scruff of the neck and had me pressed up against the garage door. He gave me the full-on lecture. He was furious with Ali, but more so with me. That day I heard it all. I needed to grow up, grow a pair, and stop worrying about what other people thought. It ended with both of us in tears, sitting on the deck with cold beers. Ray was an ex-cop and had strong values. "You're telling me," he growled disbelievingly. "You know she didn't have any goddamn sexual contact with him, but you're still divorcing her." "Ray, I'm not living my life with folks pointing the bone. God damn it, Adam, I always credited you with more brains than that. Who the hell cares what idiots say? God almighty, son. You have to ignore the shitheads. The world's full of assholes. They all got opinions, but they're worth shit. Don't throw your marriage away because some dipshit points a goddamned finger at you." It was a lecture and a half, that's for sure. Yeah, it made me think. But to hell with that. I was comfortable with my decision. Ray, Alice, and I had managed to stay connected, and I still got invited to birthdays and stuff, even if I didn't go. Now, sitting with all of us together, it was painful. Allie had a meltdown. Luckily, Alice had crashed, and a 747 landing next door wouldn't have woken her. Maybe it was the alcohol, but she was hysterical. I grabbed her and hugged her tight. We rocked back and forth as she cried. "It's not fair, Adam. Mom's still young. She is always busy at charities. She loves life." I said nothing, just hugged her tightly. We stayed like that for over an hour as Ray helped Alice off to bed. Eventually, she calmed down and wiped away the tears. "Sorry," she said softly. "I've ruined your shirt. How are you getting home? You've had a shitload to drink. I don't think you should drive." In the end, I drove her home. It seemed weird, pulling into the driveway of her new place. "Do you want to come in?" she asked, with a hint of desperation. "Adam, I don't want to be alone. Not tonight." "Yeah, all right," I mumbled. It was one of those moments in time. I could see the loneliness, the pain. It was against my better judgment, but she gripped my hand and led me in like a lamb to the slaughter. As we sat in her swanky lounge, I said, "Ali, I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I'm not here looking to restart our marriage." She nodded slowly. "I understand that, Adam. I'm not asking for anything. Tonight, I just feel like my world collapsed. I need you." If I thought pulling up outside her new house was weird, climbing into her bed was even stranger. As we snuggled together, I couldn't help but wonder how many other men had been under these same sheets. As if she read my mind, she giggled. "None. I know you, Adam. No other man has been in my bed. I'm not saying I haven't had sex. I'm only human, but if a man took me home, I went with him." The sex, as always, was amazing. We were so perfectly matched sexually. She knew all my triggers, knew what I liked, and it was the same for me. I knew which buttons to push. The morning was strange, but comforting. Waking up with her in my arms made me wonder whether the whole thing had been nothing but a terrible nightmare. But as my eyes opened properly and I took in the surroundings, the reality crept back in. Yeah, it was awkward for both of us. I didn't have to be a mind reader to figure that out. The next few months were pretty awful. Allie's brothers were home, and that meant I had to go through another round of lectures. Allie laughed because apparently the ones I got weren't half as bad as the ones she got. The funeral was awful. Damon and I had to hold Allie to stop her from falling. She was distraught. Ray, he may have been the strongest man I ever knew, but he couldn't take it. He relied on his sons to get him through. The pain, God, I have never seen anything like it. He was a beaten man. Allie did ask me to stay the night, but with Damon there, it didn't seem right. He wanted his parents back together, and I didn't want to feed him false hope. That's my life now. In many ways, it's filled with regret. Every time I bump into Allie, it's always the same. We talk, have a few laughs. She has been honest. She wants to get back together, and in many ways, so do I. If we got back together at that point, I would be laughed out of town. I heard through the grapevine. She dated a few guys. It was the same for me. I dated a few women, but Allie set the bar pretty high. She was hard to replace. Life, as they say, goes on. There was no sexy nubile 20-year-old for me. I'm an average man. I'm still dating and still hoping to find somebody. At least I escaped becoming the laughing stock of town.